Hello ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to PUBGMOBILE Pro League South Asia's interview session. As we speak, I'm in matches, incredible players, incredible, the enthusiasm, incredible, and with that enthusiasm coming up, there was one team that has dominated not in just one PMCO, not in just another PMCO, not in just PMPL scrims, but is ready to dominate in PMPL as a whole itself. I'm talking about DEADEYES, guys, the team that actually won PMPL scrims, so the enthusiasm was already on point, or maybe on top, or maybe it was an illusion. You never know, maybe it was rated good. Well, we'll be talking about the players as we speak. Guys, why don't you just start with a simple introduction?
My name is Albert Moger. My in-game name is DEC Fuser, and I'm the ideal and supporter of Team DEADEYES.
Yo, hello, I'm Ramesh Gurung. My in-game name is DRS, and my role is Fragger Assaulter. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Serga Rai. My in-game name is DU Serga Sir, and my role is support and fragger, and my favorite loadout is M480.
My name is Bisal Rai. My in-game name goes by D Water Sir, and I'm the engine fragger of the team. Thank you.
Okay, well, amazing introductions. And DEADEYES, guys, has been a name that has been out there if you talk about South Asia region. So, Shiv, we have a question for you, and the question is going to be, how has the competition evolved since the previous PMCO to this PMCO and now PMPL?
I would like to say that competition right now is like really tough, and each and every, there are like lots of teams from Pakistan, Bangladesh, and even Nepal itself. They're really good teams, to be honest, and the competition is really tough. And so far, we're doing kind of good, and then still grind is on.
Well, Reddit sir, I have the next question for you, and the question is going to be, you guys won PMPL scrims. First of all, congratulations for that to all four of you, and maybe all those players as well who are in the team. But well, how do you see the scrims versus the actual PMPL competition?
It's very tough, and it's very pressure game, because in these games we try to learn new things. We give our best, but we try to learn how the teams are.
So Tsarg, I have a question for you, and the question is going to be, with the old point system and with the new point system, as the changes have happened, like your team was out there with 100 plus placement points in the scrims and with one of the highest skills, if we talk about it. So how do you balance each and everything?
We try to take kills as early as possible, like 1-2 kill in the starting phase, and later the momentum grows up, and later this turns out to be 10-14 kills in the end. And the new system has helped us because it's kind of aggressive, and the more kill points you have, the better. It's when you have 10 kills and 1 placement point, you're still in the top.
Yeah. Well, Shiv sir, I'll come back to you, as you are the IGL. So IGL kind of becomes a backbone, right? You have to talk about the calls, talk about the strategies, talk about those phenomenal performances that happen by the players or by yourself. So where do you see your team by the end of this PMPL?
Of course, I see my team at the top of the table, of course, because the way from last PMCO to right now, we have worked really hard. We have played we have practiced day and night for this, and it's good that we won PMPL scrims. But yeah, still there are many things. There are much more things to learn, and still we are grinding. And yeah, of course, I see my team at the top of the table.
Yeah, but don't you think there are some teams who will be out there maybe let's talk about Team Bablu from Pakistan, maybe let's talk about DRS Gaming, maybe let's talk about those teams. Do you think they'll be posing up a challenge for you?
Yeah, of course. Not only those teams, all the teams playing right now, they were really good, and all of them have their own strategies and all, but still I believe my team, of course. And yeah, we have good synergy and all. And not even in game, we are real life friends as well. So yeah, of course, confidence and synergy is what makes me think that we'll be in top.
I have a question for each and everyone. You guys are a favorite team for your region, right? One of the favorite teams out there. So many of the players out there see you as their idols. But who is your favorite player?
As for me, like there is no any specific person that I can call my idol, because I support. I mean, I look at all the players and I learn from them. But for me, my players are the best. Yeah.
I like G9. I like you, G9, because he's very good and he has a free man role that I love.
And to be honest, I love like TSM into Jonathan. Like I love the way he sprays. I like his close range. Like I like the way he rolls. And
Jonathan.
That's nice, that's nice. And I would just wish you guys all the best for everything that you're going to be doing for this PMPL, and maybe Global Championship as well, as that will be around the corner. So all the best to all of you, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see you topping this time again.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. And yes, it is time to fight this fight with all your might indeed, because these are the finals. We started with 20 teams that were part of this PUBG Mobile Pro League, and now finally down to the top 16 who will, well, they were supposed to play for 4 days. 1 day has gone by, just 3 more days to go, including this one. After this, we're going to be done with half our journey, and it is going to be the journey that's going to lead forward to the Global Championship, and also the $200,000 of prize pool that's there for these teams to fight for. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2, it has been pretty incredible so far, but there are a lot of other people who make this even more incredible, and I'm going to introduce those guys with me, starting over at the commentators desk with the Experiment and Blair. Yesterday was pretty awesome.
I won't lie, I was not ready for yesterday. My mind was blown. It was slain, some people might say. But today, I woke up earlier. I usually wake up around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, peak gaming time. But I woke up a little earlier, 1 p.m., and I'm mentally ready for what the day has to bring for us.
So 1 p.m. is early for you. What time did you sleep?
Let's not talk about that.
Anyway, it is going to be a good day because, of course, day one was not what we expected. The action was just intense, and, well, day two is going to be even better.
Well, no, you said you woke up early. I hope you are rested, because today I expect things to get a little more intense than yesterday.
Indeed.
And we're going to get things started. But to help me get things started, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to move over to, well, my home this time. And as always, it has been with the analyst, Ocean Sharma and Shadow. How are you guys?
We are doing good, pretty excited for day 2. Day 1 was full of surprises. Let's see what day 2 has to bring.
I already see the can of Mountain Dew is already open.
And I love it that you're calling it your home, right now. And I just want to say one thing to Blair, right? He woke up at 1 saying that he has to be ready. He won't be ready for the action that's going to be coming today, right?
No one is going to be ready for the action. I'm pretty sure about that. I mean, we weren't ready for what happened yesterday. The hat-trick coming in, and why not? You have to be prepared for everything. You have to do what it takes, and if it takes 3 chicken dinners back-to-back to secure the lead, well, you got to do that. Why? Because there is a lot of things on the line, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, $200,000 of the prize pool, out of which 142,500 is dedicated for this PMPL finals, along with the 3 slots. The 3 slots, I repeat, for the Global Championship.
I mean, this is what podium finish looks like, right? First gets you 40,000, second gets you 20, and third gets you 14. Plus those tickets coming out there for the players, just so you know, represent themselves at the Global Championship stage. And there's always that one player who will be standing out of the crowd just so that he gets a 5 grand for his most kill marker. And yesterday, the way the kills were being distributed, I think we will be in for a very good competition.
Exactly, $5,000 as well, Shadow, for that MVP.
That is my favorite part of the whole prize pool, the MVP thing, because obviously you are going to fight for the top 1 position, top 2 position, but as an individual player, you have chance to double your prize pool and go for that 5K.
Exactly, and how do you do that? How do you become the MVP? How do you become the team that's going to be moving from here to the Global Championship? You do that by earning points, ladies and gentlemen. Earning points is the most important thing, and here is the point system.
Well, the first position gets the 15 placement points, and we did see Abrupt Slayers getting the thrice, and second position gets 12 points, third gets 10 points, fourth gets 8 points, fifth gets 6 points, and it keeps on decreasing until 13th and 16th placement get 0 placement points. There are no participation points going to be for them, and the main thing for which you can become the MVP also is going to be the kill point. Per kill, you get a 1 point, so that is going to be the crucial factor. But I think with that, placement points also play a very important role. But Abrupt Slayers, they were leading in the kill points and the placement points, both the things.
Exactly. I mean, placement points are going to be important, especially if you are getting 3 chicken dinners. That's a lot of placement points to cover up for the other teams. But now, let us move forward and have a look at the teams that have been playing, ladies and gentlemen, in this tournament so far. So, as I said, down to 16 teams, and here they are.
I mean, we are talking about the names, we're talking about teams. ElementriX, I want to see a pretty good start for today for this team if we talk about it. PNQ as well. I mean, we know what this team is capable of. 19 kills? Now, we want to see the big 2 coming up. And if it comes from PNQ, that will be interesting. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE also is stepping up their game slowly and steadily. And Team Bablu. All right. Not a pretty good of a day yesterday. I mean, Miramar was decent for this team, but today might be a different story if we talk about all the players, all the teams. These 4 names are incredible, but it does not stop at 4 at all.
Well, it doesn't stop over there. But if we talk about Assiduous Esports, they are also not having a very good start. This team just in league stages shined in the day 1. After that, they have been kind of fizzling out. But DEADEYES, guys, what's happening to this team? They have been performing not at all very good. They just had 1 second match good where they got 6 placement points and 7 kills. Otherwise, they have been having an early finish, and kill points also they are getting either 2 or 1 point. In fact, JyanMaara, this was a team that had a very good match number 4. They got the chicken dinner, 7 kill points. Match 3, okay, not the placement points, but 4 kill points they definitely got for themselves, but that is not going to be enough. On the other hand, DRS, they have been a little consistent. They didn't outshine in one of the particular match. They had 6 kills or 3 kills, or at least good placement points in their name in every single match. But T2K, again, just like DEADEYES, T2K is also kind of falling out. But A1 Esports, if I'm not wrong, this is a team that have got the 2nd highest kill points. They just have a little less placement points, but Stalwart Esports, they had an amazing chicken dinner to their name in the last match with 8 kills.
I mean, exactly. They had a pretty good, ending for their day, but then there are 4 more names. And in that, I would say these teams need no introduction. They're Abrupt Slayers. 45 just for the placement in first 3 games. That's how you go for the perfect score. The bullseye, that's what they were hitting yesterday. 7C, we know this team goes only for the kills. I want to see that 7C coming up once again, because yesterday in the final game, they were hitting the 2nd position as Stalwart versus 7C was happening. Venom Legends again. I want to see what Rapa does, because he was the MVP of the first week when you talk about the players. And now if you're talking about MVP, we need to see him step back. And FutureStation, I mean, this team needs to step up again, because this is the final showdown.
Exactly. I mean, as you said, I mean, you and Shadow Ocean, you have mentioned one key thing. And that, I think, has been the trend with every single tournament that I have been a part of and we have been a part of together. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard, and I'm going to mention it right now, ladies and gentlemen. The teams that performed really, really well in the previous stages of the tournament, where are they? definitely not in the not part of the first half.
Well, they are at the bottom, and that is a shocking thing. But Abrupt Slayers, if we talk about this team, previously, if we talk about their Erangel, they didn't had a very good Erangel finishes in the league stages, either getting overall 10. In fact, in week 1, they got just 10 total overall kill points, but this time they were getting the chicken dinner in the Erangel. In fact, very good kill points also. Look at their total number of kills, that is going to be 46. In fact, A1 Esports, they also have a very high kill point, that is going to be 28. I think that's the second highest, but still they are sitting at the 6th position, and that's where the placement points also kind of matter a lot.
So yesterday, DRS Gaming, there was a point when they touched the 2nd position. Now they're down to 4th position for themselves. A1 Esports was in top 5 yesterday. Now they're down to 6th position. So if you're not giving, much example to the kill points, that's where ElementriX and A1 Esports is coming up 26 and 28 for themselves, but they are going down. So, that's where placement points should be a major concern factor for you. And then coming about those teams, as Johnny, you were talking about, guys, the team that performed incredible is right now at 12th position. If we talk about other teams as well, Assiduous Esports, first week was their week. If we talk about it, Team Bablu owns the Miramar, was trying to do that yesterday. They were in top 4. I mean, nothing taken away from this team as of now, but T2KSG is also out here right next to DEADEYES, guys.
Yes, as you mentioned, those teams, I mean, DEADEYES, guys, T2KSG, FutureStation, these three names in particular are the names that I remember were doing really well. But now, let us come back a little bit. Let us focus on what happened yesterday. Right now on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, you see the stats of Abrupt Slayers. It is a comparison of their performance in week 3 of the league stages versus their performance yesterday. So 16 matches versus just 5 games of yesterday. But, I mean, a couple of things right off the bat. In 16 games, they got 70 kills in total. In 5 games, they got 46.
Well, definitely they have been outperforming in the finals right now, because if we talk about their league stages in Erangel, like I said, in week 1 they just got 11 total overall placement points and 10 kill points, and week 2 also was not that very good for them, but they were outshining in other maps like Weekendy and Miramar. This was kind of unexpected for Abrupt Slayers to outshine, but they were right there. In fact, the thing that was very good with Abrupt Slayers was their rotation. They were playing edge to edge, making sure that they just have to look in the front of the enemy and just shoot at them. Their back was kind of safe, and they in fact read of the enemy's rotations also, and found their way into the zone until the 5th and 6th circle. They were pretty silent, and then they went for the kills, and they did it perfectly.
Yeah, that's totally true. And I mean, this was a match that was against them, but they, made it their match. And this was one of the most incredible matches that shows the way you should actually, play the finals pressure onto yourself. And that's what ASL was doing. Look at this. When they know they have the players' advantage, they'll just go in, march in, but not before that. And this 1v1 fight, I mean, it was a 4v4, went to a 3v3, 2v2, and a 1v1. And obviously, Abrupt Slayers was the one that was emerging top in this fight. Not like Miramar was not their game, but before that, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, I mean, I'll take 3 wins for sure, right?
So they got 136 points in 16 games. They are already sitting at 98 right now. What's that difference? 38 points difference between the two performances. Like an entire week, one day, almost already there. But now, one more thing we need to look at is, I mean, Abrupt Slayers, they have a massive lead for themselves, right? But the teams below them, the fight over there is actually pretty tough. So let us do a comparison between two of those teams as well. It is going to be Stalwart Esports and VTNxJyanMaara's performance of day 1 of this finals, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, well, both the teams had 1-1 chicken dinner, and these were those matches where Abrupt Slayers did not have its homely performance, right? But look at this. The match where, I mean, Stalwart had a chicken dinner, that was last match, and before that was VTNxJyanMaara, the Miramar map as well. 23 kills, 16 kills, pretty good. But there's one thing that VTNxJyanMaara is lacking in this one, that is damage given versus damage taken ratio. Look at this one. 3200 versus 3600. You don't need to dish out more damage, because that's how you are prone to the fights, and this is the mistake that VTNxJyanMaara did in the first match, second match, and the third match. No doubt. They understood it perfectly, but look at the point difference. Both have 1 chicken dinner, but point difference is still at a massive pace with Stalwart Esports.
Well, one more thing is Team JyanMaara have been having an earlier exit as compared to the plus of Team Stalwart Esports, who got 5 kills in their hand despite having an early exit in match number 3. Then match number 4, they had 10 placement points, 7 kills in their hand, and last match was obviously their chicken dinner and 8 kill points in their hands. On the other hand, JyanMaara have been having 1 or 0 placement points, although they had 4 kill points also in match 2 and match 3. Match 3, they did outshine with the chicken dinner and 7 kill points, but in the last match, again, they had an early exit with just 2 kills circles in their hands.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a glimpse of Stalwart versus JyanMaara happening in Miramar, right? So that in Miramar, obviously, it comes down to a higher area versus a lower area fight. But when you're looking on a head-to-head fight, I would say Stalwart goes for a more tactical approach if you're looking for around the circles, around the house and all. And JyanMaara, they use, utilities in a pretty good way before they have to just barge in. So it comes down to how you're, planning your rush. And both teams have a different approach. I just want to see what happens if they collide today.
Exactly, that's going to be pretty incredible to see. And I think Stalwart also know when to pick up the aggression, and when they are forced into a fight, they can step up the action and antics on them as well. Because we saw that in game number 3 yesterday, when in Erangel, a few players were caught off guard, but still they managed to survive to the later stages of the game, and that was something really interesting coming in from the team. But now, today, it is a different day, different set of matches are going to be played, and the momentum from yesterday could be broken. And with that, the schedule of the day is in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off once again on Erangel, followed by map number 2, that's going to be Sanhok, followed by Erangel again, and then Miramar, and then we're going to end on Erangel. So, schedule is same as yesterday. We have 3 Erangels, 1 Sanhok, 1 Miramar. And, well, if the schedule is going to be the same, can Abrupt Slayers keep the same thing going? Are we going to see...
See, history repeats itself.
Not this soon, though.
Yeah, not this soon. I mean, it needs to have a phase for it in this soon. But I'll say one thing. If Circle hits Milta area or something, then ASL is good with those rotations. I mean, they have an open area for themselves just for the southern rotation.
But Assiduous Esports will be waiting for them. In fact, we saw SCYTES also change their drop location. The SCYTES will also be waiting for them.
But then they know how to take, the good fights and the bad fights.
Exactly. But one thing I have to say is, with the matches that happened yesterday, there's going to be, I think, some change at least in the map chance percentage that we have to show you guys. I mean, I'm expecting at least some change, and well, all right, so pretty much the same.
Yes, pretty much the same, but yesterday's Erangel was totally different, and T2K had an early exit in all of the Erangels. On the other hand, Venom Legends kind of had a decent finish. They got 8 placement points and 4 kills in the first Erangel. So Venom Legends is maintaining kind of their stats of Erangel, and PN Crew also. We saw an amazing performance. They just lacked the chicken dinner with just like a few seconds or something. But PN Crew definitely had a very good outing in Erangel.
These stats were for the 53 games. So league stages plus the matches these teams played yesterday. And yes, PN Crew, I mean, till the very last moment, until Ayush fell down, I thought, all right, this team had it. But when Abrupt Slayers came in and, well, yesterday was their day, I want to ask you guys now, what are your predictions going to be for the first match?
I believe in DE today. I believe in DE today. They have, their mistakes are over.
All right, Shadow, what about
Erangel, T2K. I believe in T2K.
All right, T2K, they had a tough time yesterday, and DE as well. What is going to happen to these teams? Are they going to be rewarded? Are these guys going to be rewarded for their beliefs in the teams? But doesn't matter what happens to them, because you guys get rewarded either way just for watching this broadcast in-game, ladies and gentlemen. Go to the eSports Center in your game and watch the broadcast. You watch it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The longer you watch, the better your reward is going to be. Also, you can activate your missions, complete your missions, and earn rewards with that as well. And that's going to be your opportunity to, well, reward yourself for enjoying this wonderful broadcast and enjoying the wonderful action that's going to be put to display by the teams today in day 2 of these finals, ladies and gentlemen. With that, my time on the analyst desk is done. I call it my home, but it is going to be vacation for me now because I'm in, well, commentator city.
I mean, it's more fun over here, right? It's more, it's more relaxed, it's more chill, it's more fun, it's more exciting. So yeah.
I mean, this is the place you want to be. I mean, we get that, you know what I mean? Oh, have a look at that. The analyst desk again, gesturing as always. I guess they have something against us, but we are all in pink. By coincidence, or did we kind of make this happen?
It was, of course, 100% coincidence. Talk about teams. I don't know, man. They're talking about the same old guys, T2K, DEADEYES. I'm going to stick with Team Bablu still. I still believe they have it in them.
I'll tell you one thing. DEADEYES, guys, is the team that I'm going to pick right now. And the reason is because, you know, they are known for shaky starts.
Yeah.
But then if they get all their things in line, I think they could be running away with the show.
Well, let's see what happens today. And with that, I think you guys want to take it over from here, right?
Thank you very much, sir. Alrighty, Blaze. So we are going to be underway with match 1. It is going to be in Erangel, and are we going to expect something similar to yesterday? Now, you yourself said that, you know, you weren't really anticipating that much action. Day 2, buddy. Day 2.
Listen, like I said initially in the pre-show segment, I was wrong. I was not ready. My mind wasn't ready. My soul wasn't ready. But yeah, I've been proven wrong. It was hectic, it was chaotic, and it was completely action-packed indeed. As we do once again take a look at this collage of webcams of all these players sitting at their home, maybe even their gaming offices. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the teams, they even have some of the sticky notes on some of the maps. They've done their homework. They're ready. The thing is, can they deliver in the server?
Well, they are ready. We are ready. All of you watching at home are going to be ready as well, as match number 1 is going to be underway shortly. But till then, I mean, I just love that we can be a fly on the wall of all our participants over here and just, you know, kind of gauge and see how it happens. They are showing their phones. They're like, all right, it's about time. We are going to get ready. I see a few peace signs being flipped around right now. But again, it's going to be an exciting day. A lot of smiles on the cameras today, Blay.
You should be. I mean, you're the chosen few who made it all the way to the finals, and you should. And speaking of smiling, you seem to be looking fresh today. I mean, good night's sleep.
I did have a good night's sleep, in fact, and you know, the morning was even better. You get up, you have a shower, you come to work, get some food in your belly.
When you say morning, like, give me a time.
Yeah, because wait, did you have your breakfast at 5:30, or was it? Dinner?
I guess it's both. It's dinner meets breakfast.
Breakfast?
Maybe, because I had my dinner at like 4:30 a.m. in the morning. But you know what? That's peak gaming hours. That's when you have all your gaming energy oozing out of your pores. That's when I have my greatest gaming moments, in the twilight hours of the early morning.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is taking me back years, because, you know, we used to be up all night playing the games, and of course, well, the parents used to be yelling that, why don't you go to bed? But well, I am on my own. I'm a big boy now, so I can do a few things without having any interjections. But the players are going to be ready. I think we're going to have a little bit of a delay as the room is being made right now. But again, I like the fact that, you know, they are concentrating. They are all ready. And you said that you weren't ready for action. Let me tell you one thing. All the players right now are ready for action. And just having a look at all their faces, can you spot something out of the ordinary? All right, let me tell you one thing. This gentleman right here, and for those of you who don't know, I am pointing at Rated Sir right in the bottom row over them. I love the fact that he has the Nepalese flag back there. Of course, it is all about, you know, that
it's
honor
one of
as well.
the most unique flag designs on the planet, which I adore. The fact that they're willing to not follow like typical international, you know, added template, so to speak, where you have the rectangular flag all to go. I like this. Much more zoomed in. You get to see everyone. You know, a lot of Nepalese teams, of course, have representatives coming from Pakistan. We have teams playing from Bangladesh as well. But yesterday was a day of Team ASL. The Nepali team, they dominated. I mean, that's an understatement. 3 back-to-back chicken dinners, even having a great final map where they, I think, placed 5th or 4th, which is not too shabby at all.
With,
so right
with about
now,
9 kills, I think.
Not too shabby at all, but we're going to be done bantering over here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping in straight into game number 1, map number 1 of the day. It is going to be once more an Erangel. We've got 3 Erangels. A little bit of a mix-up, though. We're going to be having Sanhok as usual, like yesterday. However, instead of Miramar, it is going to be on Vikendi.
It is going to be Miramar, in
Actually,
fact.
no,
I think,
you're right. It's the same as yesterday. Tomorrow is
Vikendi, but with that, the big bird is going to take to
the same as the first game yesterday.
Sky for the first time. But the question is, are we going to have the same zone? Anyway, we are going to be flying pretty much center of this map over here. We are flying towards the north. We're going to be going over the Sanhok military base, so you can expect T2K and ElementriX to be clashing at some point. Of course, we are going to be flying over the school and Rozhok as well. Now, Rozhok is going to be an interesting place. Well, it all comes down to where the circle is going to form. But are you expecting a southern circle once again?
I don't know. I'm not an ocean. I cannot predict circles, so even if my life depended on it. What is something that's going to be intriguing me is T2K. We're getting bridge camped multiple times yesterday on towards that Ferry Pier Bridge. Now, that's something which they should be aware of. They know that they can be... You can be a little predictable, right? Like, whenever you're going to be landing, if Military Island is your choice of landing every single time, and the circle's not going to be favoring you, teams are going to be aware that you will be going for the late rotation through the bridge, and they're going to be ready and waiting for you. Now, they did a great job yesterday in order to kind of survive those ambushes, but, you know, they've done it a couple of times. Third time, it might not work out. So let's see how the circle's going to be, but we do see the teams right now going to their preferred spots.
Now, one thing that I see, which is going to stick out like a sore thumb, is I did see FutureStation dropping down on the military island as well towards Nova Ripnoy, but looks like Stalwart Esports are going to be calling that place home. And speaking of FutureStation, well, there you have it. You did say it is pretty much the same flight path since yesterday, and
Similar
if you have a look at the circle, we did see this.
It was a Nova final circle, something which I have personally never seen before in any of the PUBG Mobile games I've personally casted. But this is going to be favoring almost every one of these teams, right? Like you see Bablu, Team Bablu heading towards Georgie. The circle's pretty close by. They can loot up. They can take the sweet time. But we do see a little bit of a skirmish breaking out pretty early. This has been a common trend, a common thread through all the games. There have always been early fights breaking out.
It is happening right now in Milta, and the fight is going to be between Assiduous Esports and Venom Legends. Now, Assiduous Esports calls Milta their home, right? So they are obviously going to make sure that nobody comes in and nobody is given a chance to loot up. Now, Venom Legends are doing something interesting this time. They are going to be heading towards Milta Power, probably looting all these compounds on the way. And, well, looks like Rafa just wants to go off-roading a bit. You might not want to hit that log because then your car is stuck. But since this is a game, well, nothing is lost, is it?
It isn't, indeed. And Milta Power, right? Like, so let me go back a few years.
If I may just interrupt, is it weird that I can just watch someone drive around in PUBG Mobile all day? Ooh, you thought that was the enemy.
Yeah, I thought it was the enemy for a second there. But yeah, sorry, go on.
I said, is it weird that if I just like, driving around in PUBG Mobile, because usually when I do play, I get myself a buggy, I usually switch to first-person perspective and just have a good time.
Yeah, it is fun. I won't lie. I have spent a lot of times combat driving, just driving around, trying to avoid bullets. Well, once upon a time when I played this game way more, that was healthy, to be honest. And one of my favorite spots to drop almost every single time, and my teammates hated me for it, was Milta Power. Because the amount of loot you used to get there once upon a time, and you used to have at least 2 teams dropping there, and whoever wins the battle off the power station, you're looted up good, buddy. You're ready for that end game. But do take a look right now with the circle. PN, they're going to be all going all the way towards Severny. They're going to be pretty comfortable. Bablu will have to relocate from Georgia Paul after a couple of minutes, but everyone's looking pretty comfortable in their spots right now.
One thing that is kind of sticking out is Mr. Hyozu from ElementriX is actually all the way up at the quarry. Now, I would have expected him to be somewhere where Zod from T2K is right now, because that has been their drop. They love that fairy pair split. So this is going to be exciting. So what I'm anticipating is maybe they all want to be together. They all want to be kitted out. We just might see another bridge block today, Blay.
Yeah, that's something that ElementriX, I like the way they kind of abuse the predictability of certain teams.
However, T2K are already on the move.
They are learning.
They have learned. They're like, they are evolving after all. And they're like, you know what? We are not going to get caught off guard this time. We are the ones who are actually going to maybe mount up an assault or something. Because I do see the vehicles are stopping on the bridge. Of course, you do have to be careful. But the fact that, they already transitioned this early is going to throw ElementriX off the game.
Yeah, that's something which they might just be waiting. They're like, wait, where the hell are these guys? And then they come up from behind and like, nothing personal, kid, and just like shank you from the back. They still need to be wary of the fact that Team A1 is nearby in the vicinity as well. So far, though, nothing. No fight's going to be breaking out. I don't see any fights taking place at least till maybe the third circle over here. And
in fact, talking about A1 Esports, they did kind of have a skirmish with T2K on the bridge when ElementriX decided not to hold it pretty much towards the last game of the day. But right now, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, he has eyed the boys from DEADEYES, guys, as Shifu Sir is going to drive by, Wadu is going to drive by, and all of this action is going to be taking place east of Rozhok. Now, loot at this point is obviously going to be the priority, right? But of course, looks like DEADEYES, guys, they just want to move a bit towards the center of the circle from where they can pretty much map out their next plays. And, I don't blame them. I would want to get high up in the center somewhere because have enough vehicles. All of these gentlemen have vehicles on them. So, make sure you have that cover. But the question is, do you think they are kitted out enough? Is the loot enough on DEADEYES, guys, to be moving this early?
Well, that's a very good question. I feel like they're the sort of team, considering we are favoring them as one of the favorites, right? I mean, even if the loot isn't the best, I feel they're the sort of team who can win some of these team fights, get their opponent's loot, and boom, they have everything.
So it's not the gun, it's the man behind the gun.
It's always the man behind the gun that matters. Assiduous, roaming around towards the beaches, a little bit of, some radio action as well. I'm surprised we haven't seen a single knock yet, and it's been a few minutes so far. So this has been an anomaly compared to the 5 games we had yesterday.
Now, this is what you were expecting when you showed up yesterday. You're like, all right, it's going to be the same old. Everyone's going to be
Kinda
testing
quiet.
the waters, and, we're going to be just inching closer to one another. But I guess they did kind of go hard at it yesterday, so I think they're going to take it just a little bit easy, make sure that, they get those placement points and those kill points, because, of course, a lot of these teams, as you have noticed now, they are not shying away from fights. Now, back in the day when we first worked together, we saw a few teams kind of tangle with each other, but then they'd back off. Now they know that the kill points are so important, they have to go for it. And it looks like Hanuel has spotted the enemy, but that enemy is going to be a bit too far off. Of course, that team was SCYTES, who were driving around. And, looks like Jivan Crazy is already in attack mode. But again, that is the thing I'm talking about, the loot. He doesn't have any first aids, just has 5 bandages on him. And, well, let's hope for the best and see what's going to happen, because elsewhere the teams are going to be migrating inside the circle as we speak, because in about 35 seconds, maybe 40 seconds, the circle is going to make a drastic shift. And I want some drama play. I don't want the same old concentric circles to implode in on itself. I want them to ping pong off one another. I want them to go north, south, east, and west.
Can you imagine the chaos that's going to happen? Like, take a look at ASC though. They're actually heading towards. Are they going to go towards Military Island? That's so surprising, as we do see the first casualty. And Ghost, well, he lives up to his name. He is now unfortunately deceased, and he has indeed become a ghost.
And he's still part of the game because he is going to be haunting his teammates right now. They are a 3-man squad. Let's see if that is going to come and bite them later on. Ooh, A1 Sinister. Now, this man was impressive yesterday. Let me tell you one thing. He is versatile for his team. He's the one who kind of, you know, makes the fights happen. And wait, Phobia has spotted the enemy, and now they might want a bit of revenge. Long shot, M4 with that red dot. He does connect a few shots. In fact, Phobia is going to take him down. The retaliation is going to come in way, and Razor, in fact, gets knocked down. He was out in the open. Now he's behind a wall. He does have cover. However, an unnecessary knock, in my opinion.
Yeah, I felt like after his teammate got the knock, he could have just kind of played the cover a little bit more. However, like you said, the rest is going to be coming in for both the sides, so no real casualties going either way. Of course, the fact that SCYTES lost a player is going to be something that's going to be troubling them. I want to take a very quick look at the map right now, if possible, because there's some very interesting thing happening on the bridge, which we'll probably take a look at it later on. Because we can see Team Stalwart and ASC. They seem to be kind of predicting the circle is going to be heading down south. That's an interesting and a pretty ballsy, I don't know, like, way to approach this map, I guess.
See, they are trying to anticipate, because that is what happened yesterday. The circle did kind of have a downward shift, a southern shift, if I might say so. But, you know, one thing that I am going to be pointing out is we just saw a little bit of a skirmish, a little bit of a firefight breakout, right? Sights shot at A1 Esports and vice versa. Now, what that has done is alerted people around them. Well, Assassin is going to be taking note. He's like, all right, I have a weapon, might as well use it. And he has knocked out PN Cruz Ayush. And, well, talking about the circle, looks like it is going to be imploding in on itself after all. And this time around, Blay, we are going to be inclined a bit towards the north.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail right on the head. Those two teams are taking control of the bridge because they're like, hey, if it's going to be Southern Circle, at least we're going to be ready. Ayush is not going to be along for this world. Unfortunately, there's no one nearby to go for the res, and that's going to be an easy kill for Mr. Aussie.
Now, see, we just saw one thing. Now, I like the fact that every single member of every team wants to have a vehicle, right? You want to have as many vehicles as you want till the end. A, you have cover if need be, and B, you just need to get around, right? Now, here's the downside. If you do get knocked, well, revives are not going to be coming in, but we're going to talk about that in a second, because Teen Wolf was spotted out by Aussie, and a little hopeful shots over there, but looks like he has given his position away, and the remaining members from Team Bablu are going to be trying gunning him down, but Poison from PN Crew is the one who takes down Teen Wolf and, well, ends his life.
Well, the Wolf will howl no more, at least for this particular map. We have Frankie getting knocked as well by a member for ElementriX. So, yeah, fights, battles, finally starting to break up. Not too much, no team wipes yet, though. Just a couple of casualties here and there. Aussie, he got the kill, but right now he's pinned down in Poison. Like you said, he's got a knock. He got a kill, in fact, and he's got the high ground advantage. So Aussie needs to kind of extricate himself from that position. It's not comfortable, and I do believe he's trying to make a run for it, but no, he's stuck. He's stuck. He has to wait for some backup to arrive.
He definitely needs his cavalry be coming in if he wants to move out of this line. But have a look at the map. As we were speaking, we have a little bit of a northern shift. That means, well, ASC are still in a good position. I'm pretty sure they are going to be waiting for Stalwart Esports to come across that bridge one way or another. Meanwhile, on the other side, I was kind of expecting a few sparks to fly between T2K and ElementriX. And, well, that is going to happen right now because Jane has knocked down blah, blah, blah. And Orange is going to try and go for the revive. Again, way too much distance between the teams, so, you know, expect a lot of
any team wipes taking place anytime soon until the third circle is going to be on the screens right now. A little bit of a stalemate here between SG T2K and ElementriX, two teams who I guess would be kind of crowd favorites. So I'd say T2K is a team everyone was really hyping up to be the champions. ElementriX, a very well-known team as well. So yeah, just exchanging a few bullets, a few nades, but nothing's really going to happen here. To be the champions, ElementriX, a very well-known team as well. So yeah, just exchanging a few bullets, a few nades, but nothing's really going to happen here.
Let me tell you one thing. When we started off with the league stage, T2K were way out in front. So, you know, this team definitely has the caliber. They definitely pack a punch, but they are going to have to do something because this is going to be day 2 of the finals, and with just 2 more days remaining after this, they need to get their work done now. But they have already lost Zod, Of course, we did see that skirmish a little earlier. A little bit of a stalemate breaking out over here, but of course, none of these teams really have to move because the circle is still pretty much all around them. And well, I think you spotted an anomaly.
I want to request production, if possible, to just show the map for a second. Actually, no. You know what? Hold on. I like this. Okay, take a look at the circle, right? Take a look at the circle. Now, you see AAC is still camping the bridge, and that makes Stalwart Esports' position here, unless luck heavily favors them, they're in a bit of a pickle.
I kind of agree, but I'll disagree with you as well, and I'll tell you why. Now, if the circle does shift up north, right? Now, ASC have been there for about a minute, maybe 2, maybe 3. Now, Stalwart Esports, they are still in the circle. They are hoping that the circle shifts down south. If the circle does go north, I'm telling you, ASC is not going to be waiting too long because they need to get that next position in the circle. They need to... Oh, there we have it.
There we go.
There we have it.
They don't need to move. They don't need to move for a while.
However, the question is, how patient will Stalwart Esports be? Because now, look, I already see a few of them getting in their vehicles.
Do they have a boat?
That's the thing. Are they going to take a boat or not? But right now, what is going to happen is grenades are going to be going off and Sonim is not going to be knocked out.
I just want to point out one thing. This particular positioning from ElementriX is beautiful. It is gorgeous. They pincered them. It was a sandwich of death. And T2K, they had no idea 2 players coming in from the flank, and then a sandwich takes place, and they're done for. T2K, Jane has to just, well, can't leg it. It's swim it, I guess. And I do believe he's the last man standing for his team. That was so well done by ElementriX.
And they kind of snuck up on them because where were the scouts for T2K? I thought they had a clear vision.
Together,
they were clustered together, and that's what happens. You know, you can get surrounded. But right now, Team Bablu, we did see Team Wolf go down a little earlier. They want to make sure that they get the better out of this engagement with FutureStation. Now, FutureStation, Blade, they haven't had the best of days as far as the day 1 of the finals is concerned. But again, it is a heavy-hitting team, so expect some sparks to fly from there. And now, ASC, they are still going to be hanging around by the bridge. I think they are waiting for Stalwart Esports, and there we have it. They are moving in. Some movement is going to be spotted. I'm pretty sure we are going to be switching to the bridge right about now, as Korkre is going to be the first in line as far as ASC goes. And the question is Baba going to get taken down, or are Stalwart Esports going to storm right through? And there we have it. Baba does get taken down, and Korkre is, in fact, the man on the job right now, on the scene. Now, Stalwart Esports suddenly realized, uh-oh, we have a problem.
Listen, I rarely get to say this, but I'm going to say it. I called it. I called it. I'm like, they kind of screwed. The circle goes up north, and they weren't expecting AAC to be sticking around for so very long. Now, Malik's got his hands on the dossier. He's going to have to fall on back, maybe regroup, and try to take the other bridge. What?
They still have 2 options. Now, if they find a boat along the beachhead, then they could possibly cross the water, cross that little channel, and then hit somewhere south of farm.
They're screwed. They're screwed. I'm calling it. They're screwed.
You're calling it? All right, now here's the thing. If they have... Oh, they don't even have decent meds. I just saw 2 first aids and 5 bandages. They definitely need to have
this circle's going to start to hurt them. It's going to start to hurt them quite bad. And ASC, here's the thing. They only get a kill, but they pretty much wipe the team out.
And they realize what just happened. They're like, all right, they've gone back. So, you know, we are not going to waste any more time over here. Let's head over to greener pastures. But talking about greener pastures, they are going to be heading straight in a collision course with A1 Esports. And looks like ElementriX are going to be joining the fray as well. Now, Mr. Hayozu, of course, a little different drop from him today. He decided to stick with his team instead of dropping at the military island. Let's see if that is going to be a good call, because ElementriX already have 2 kills to their name.
They do have 2 kills to their name, but again, you know, right now it's a very, very low fragging game so far. So you do take a look at where the circle is. You know, there is a team which is nowhere nearby. That is, of course, Stalwart Esports, who is still on Military Island right now, and they are hurting. They are hurting so bad. If you take a look at the number of players they have left alive, 3 players left alive, but I feel like all 3 are going to be screwed. For the side of T2K, Jane, Jane, the lone surviving member. I can't even see him anywhere. I think he's still in the water. You can see him on the edge,
there we have
of the map.
The Shoof, you see that red cross right next to his name. That means he is going to be the first one to be knocked out by the play zone. So that means Malik and Blade are going to have to gun it to the finish line if they want to make it. And it looks like Malik is going to be coming in hot. There you have it. They've crossed that threshold, and now they are in the safe zone just for a little bit. Elsewhere, Juro Fair. Ooh, that is going to be painful. You know what's more painful? Kashuf is here, and there's a first aid lying right in front of him. How tempting. Oh my goodness. That is torture play.
War is hell. War is pure hell, as we do see the skirmish is finally taking place. It has been a very quiet game so far, but the action is finally heating up. Shifu is going to be blown to oblivion, and players are starting to drop like flies. However, we still have all 16 teams in the running. As Tamim, he is going to knock down Wadusur with a well-placed grenade.
And there you have it. T2K is going to be the first team to be eliminated as Jane could not survive the blue zone.
They have struggled the past couple of days.
I mean, I'm pretty sure had you not been keeping up with the league plays, you would have pretty much not expected them to be the favorites, but it is what it is. And right now, FutureStation's Tamim is going to get that follow-up Molotov, although he doesn't realize that his opposition has already been wiped out. Now, FutureStation, they did lose Steel Shot just a while ago, as Dante from A1 Esports is going to be lighting up on the boys from Venom Legends. JyanMaara, they have been pretty quiet so far. We did see Girofair kind of knock himself out, and there you have it. Another casualty to the play zone. Stalwart Esports are in a world of trouble.
And ASL, we saw Heaven getting taken down there. That is something we've actually not seen much from ASL. They have been very quiet start to the game. As actually, Malik,
did you see that?
Malik's alive. Malik's alive. He made it.
Malik is still going to be carrying that torch forward. But one interesting thing about ASL is, of course, the map is going to be on our screens in a bit. So they dropped at Gutka, right? And now they are pretty much the easternmost team. They rotated all the way around north of Shelter, and now they're going to be comfortable in the prison. But now this is exciting. Fights are going to break out. Looks like Memo is on his knees, and Fair is going to go in for that revive. Is it going to be a timely revive? Yes, it is. I see ASC's Scorcray around as well, handling well down on his knees as he's trying to make it back to his teammate Waffen. Now Venom Legends, A1 Esports. Now this is where all the action is going to be chaotic because they are all coming into each other's proximity zones.
Yeah, that's a lot of players on the screen right there. There are too many players, and I'm starting to sweat a little bit. It's one of those games where you have a slow start, but you know what that means? When a circle finally shrinks in, we get to the end game, the action is so chaotic, it's almost impossible to track what's happening. As you see bullets being shot in by Turulov, survives on a sliver of health. He's going to fall on back, try and recover himself as Memo, rattling off bullets, explodes the vehicle, knocking out the player who was crouched down right next to it. That's going to be a Abood, who's in a bit of a rough spot there, as SCYTES will also be eliminated. SCYTES and T2K, the first two teams, to be knocked out on 0 points, no kills yet. It has been a very low fracking affair. However, ElementriX, with the team wipe they had earlier, they have 4 alive, and they have 4 kills to their name.
Yes, sir, they do. Kurkre over here has a lot of work cut out for him, and just as I say that, he is put to the ground, and with that, Assiduous Esports are going to be exiting this game in the 14th position. 7C's hungry box. Now he is going to be hungry for all that loot. He's already got the kills down, and now it is time to reap all those rewards. 4 kills for 7C. Now this is the team which I told you is going to be... Wait a second. Oh, that's a smoke grenade for Mr. Hyozu, but I do not believe Mr. Hyozu is going to make it to the blue zone in time. He is going to bleed out. In fact, you know what? Nightwing is the one. He's like, nah, I'm going to put you out of your misery. That's a coup de grace. That's a mercy killing, isn't it?
That's mercy killing. Sometimes you don't want to watch your opponents bleed out. It's a painful sight indeed. But ElementriX, considering the start they had, wiping out a team early on, and not just a team, it was T2K getting 3 kills over there. They're in a bit of a pickle right now. They've lost Hyozu. 3 is still alive though, the rest has come in. And now we take a look at the circle. The Deadeye's guy, almost dead center. As we do see a little bit of a battle breaking out. JyanMaara's gunner spots out a player, gets a knock onto Galzin. In the meantime, Sundays from PN joining the fray as well. He's got a knock. It's kind of back and forth right now. Very back and forth.
However, he did try to take down AJ, but JyanMaara's got to be careful because DRS is pretty much in their backyard right now, as now Nima is going to open up, and there we have it. Gunner has been knocked down 6-9. Elsewhere is going to be blowing Venom Nightwing to oblivion, and there you have the crate right next to that burning pile of rubber and metal. Girofair now suddenly realizes that, you know what? DRS is behind us as he takes a few shots. Ooh, he almost got that knock on Nima, but Danny from elsewhere is going to get the knock on Bad. That's it. There we have it. DRS Gaming out in the 13th position. No kills. That means no points for them, Lay.
Who was the guy? Was that Mafia Ninja just driving like a madman? And he finally gets taken. I take his name, and unfortunately his name comes up on the kill feed as well. I do continue to curse some of these players inadvertently.
Talking about the strongest team from yesterday, ASL are in a world of trouble as they've already lost Leon and Heaven. Joker and Chari, the IGL, are going to be the only ones standing. Let's see if they're going to make anything happen right now, because A1 Esports, ooh, I like the way they are positioning themselves, and I like the way ElementriX are trying to sneak in as well. But there you have it. Your pick is going to be out from this gameplay, and a little dry smile on your face is always good. 4 kills to their name, however, and FutureStation following suit shortly after.
4 kills apiece as, 6ix9ine gets spotted out by blah, 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 blah. He will go for the reload, maybe trying to go for the finish, but no, he's going to bide his time. He's like, I got the knock, it's fine. I'm going to creep on up ahead. There's no need to get a little too over-eager, as we have Orange getting taken down as well, knocked down on his knees and finished off by Jax. In the meantime, PN Crew, once more, will be eliminated. They've been having a rough finals here, as Jax from A1 Esports. He is on a tear at the moment, and Turu Love spots a player out from ASL. And like I said, ASL, just 2 members left, and now just 1 man left standing because the other one is bleeding out on his knees.
He is bleeding out, and looks like the zone is going to come in and hurt him even more than Turtle Love's bullets. But right now, I think CZxHIGHVOLTAGE are going to be in the crosshairs, and again, Love with those smooth bursts does a little bit of damage on Cooney, but that is not going to be enough. But right now, he is going to try and do as much damage to the vehicles as possible. And if you have a look at the circle, we have DE on top, pretty much at the north right now. The last remaining member from DEADEYES, guys, of course, that was my pick. 7Cs are going to be good. Raffet goes prone in the nick of time, but... Ooh.
He's dead.
And now he has been spotted out. Sonhim with a good switch of the weapons, puts him in the ground, and with that, Venom Legends out in the 8th position with 4 kills to their name, which now means we are down to the final 7 teams, 18 people alive.
18 people alive, of which 3 teams, HIGHVOLTAGE, 7C, and JyanMaara have all the members alive and kicking. Hungrybox, he has been netting quite a few number of kills. He's got a couple of knocks already in the game. He has 400 points of damage being dealt out as well, and he's dealing even more damage. He's looking to make those stats look really good indeed. Memo from 7Cs in the meantime getting a knock as well, as Turulov will take down Cooney from HIGHVOLTAGE. These are the 2 teams who have all players left alive, but right now HIGHVOLTAGE are in a bit of a rough spot. 2 of the players have escaped. They have left one of their players to try and get the res, but this is not looking good for them at all.
Looks like CZxHIGHVOLTAGE's woes are not over, as now they're going to be fired upon by ASL. He gets 1, he gets 2. Now Assassin and Havoc are the last remaining members from HIGHVOLTAGE, and of course ASL, they are going to want to make sure that they get those kill points, whether they go down or not. Now Jari is going to be bleeding out. I think Joker, is he going to go in for the revive? He does. He just might get the last laugh. Elsewhere, Sonhim is on a little bit of a rampage or a domination spree as he gets 3 quick kills to his name. Make that 4.
ElementriX, the 1 man left alive. There are 8 kills right now, and like I said, Sodom, he's not just going for the placement points. He wants to get as many kills as possible, and why the hell not, right? ElementriX had a great start and a little bit of a struggle in between where they lost a number of players, as we do have Joker getting taken down by On Top, and I do believe... Is that it for ASL? No, I think they do still have 1 player remaining.
It is. They're out. Jari went out first. Joker was the last man standing. There you have it. Abrupt Slayers out in the 6th position with 2 kills. Now, Love, let me tell you one thing. He has impressed me a lot. The way he's been using that DP28 to perfection is something that I am actually surprised by now. We did see Onta. Ooh, Gunner's been spotted out. That is not a place to go prone. And if you do get shot at, you need to move ASAP. And that is, well, the shots are coming down from Sonhim, but Sonhim's been spotted out. And with that, ElementriX play are now going to be out in the 5th position. A respectable 8 kills to their name.
Very, very respectable. In fact, they're the team with the highest number of kills right now. Because JyanMaara, they're in 7 kills. They have all 4 players left alive. And we, of course, have 7C taking down On Top. And with that, DEADEYES guys will have to bow out of this map. And now we're down to the final 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 10 players left alive. Extreme on his knees, bleeding out, but he's got other 3 players, his 3 teammates, nearby to go for the rest. But we are entering the end game.
We are at the end game, and now it is going to be a 4v2 situation. It looks like Extreme could be in a position to get picked up, and have a look at the circle. It is going to be favoring JyanMaara right now. Now, the thing is, JyanMaara are pretty much towards the southwest, actually, of the circle right now, and that is the problem, because they need to get as much cover. They need to make sure that they have as much ground in their control, because CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, have a look at them, they literally have an uphill battle. And Gunner could be in a position to spot out Assassin. I think if we have a look at his POV, he might have an idea.
He's not looking. He has no idea.
You know what? That means if Ozzy comes up from behind, then he could be in problem. But the thing is, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they still have to move inside the circle, and Gunner could be in a good spot to spot him out. But right now, Giro Fair is taking the fight with 7C Esports. And let me tell you one thing, 7C, they look hungry, Blade.
If I'm HIGHVOLTAGE right now, I am doing my best impression of a statue not moving, and I'm going to be waiting for JyanMaara and 7C to just duke it out amongst themselves, whittle it down a couple of members, and then they're going to be striking. They haven't budged, they haven't made a sound. They're not even breathing right now.
Well, see, Gunner still, I don't think he has an idea that the enemy is over there. I like the fact that he's being careful, though. He is looking around because they are going to be anticipating someone moving elsewhere. But now, that is one reason Gunner still hasn't fired a single shot. Now, he knows that his teammates could use some assistance, but he hasn't fired a single shot because they are anticipating that there is still an enemy or a little bit of opposition in this direction. Ooh, I love the way Assassin is just crawling forward on his elbow, slow and steady, stalking his prey. But the question is the wind down? Is it downwind? Because, well, his scent could be picked up and he could regret it.
Well, he is downhill at the very least, but we do have a bit of a stalemate. They're waiting for the final circle. The blue zone coming on in. Hungrybox getting started by Zero Fear, and he should win this duel. He won't! He won't! He gets taken down. He gets actually double teamed. Hungrybox going to win that duel. And now, 7Cs. They have all 4 players left standing for JyanMaara. They have 4 as well, even though Zero Fear is right now bleeding out. There's no one nearby to go for the rest, and he just might be done for here. The nade sailing in, and there's no one nearby.
This just shows how important flash hiders or suppressors are at this stage, because you do not want to be giving your position away by the flash off your rifle barrel. Judofair is going to try and crawl his way back, but he is going to bleed out, and Hungrybox is going to get that kill. Oh, that's a good grenade. Had he gone for the revive, I'm pretty sure someone would have been knocked out, and, well, Hungrybox survives. He backs out in the nick of time as his buggy goes boom in front of him. But now, 7C, they are going to be controlling the lay of the land. Look how they are spread out. Now, they are going to be inching closer and closer towards the center. And you know what? JyanMaara might have just given away the advantage.
They might have, but high voltage, the patience from Assassin. And you know what? Very aptly, he's got 47 bullets in his DP as well. I don't know how many of you guys get a reference with Assassin 47. Hitman. I'm just putting it out there. And he's trying to be a hitman. The thing is, they need to be quiet. They have the man disadvantage. They can't take these fights. They need to wait and watch and hope that JyanMaara and 7Cs are able to knock each other out, maybe down to a couple of players, and then they strike, and then they go in for the chicken dinner. But Assassin, his trigger finger gets a little too itchy, and he finally strikes, and he spots him out, and he's going to get another knock. But with that, he shows his hand, and he gets taken out, leaving 6 left alive and 2 teams left in the running for that chicken dinner.
And it is going to be a 3v3 situation, and only one of these teams is going to walk away the winner in the first game of day 2 in these beautiful finals. CZxHIGHVOLTAGE getting eliminated. Ooh, look how Wang and Memo are getting close to one another. They are going to sniff each other out sooner or later, but the question is, who is going to draw first blood in the situation? Looks like Gunner spotted Memo from afar and took him down with that rapid-fire Uzi. Wang...
The jig is up.
Well, the jig is up, and Wang's like, do I shoot him? Do I give my position away?
Well, he saw me. Might as well finish him off.
Maybe he might not.
But this makes things very, very interesting indeed. It's now a 3v2 advantage for JyanMaara, and Wang, he's just dodging bullets while on his belly, crawling around. 7Cs down to the final man right now. Hungrybox going to get knocked down. It's a 1v3, and the nowhere Love is, and Turo Love, he finds one. Can he find more? No, he can't. And JyanMaara, it was well played, well paced, and they will win that yummy chicken dinner.
They have won the first chicken dinner on day 2 of the PMPL South Asia Season 2 finals. And of course, all the boys on our screens are going to be elated. All that homework coming in play, all those postcards, every little thing matters.
Second chicken dinner for them,
Second chicken dinner for them. We did see them on our screens yesterday as well. And of course, all smiles all around. But a different approach to Erangel today as what we saw on day 1. We did have a slower start. But, of course, the action was there, all the drama was there, and at the end, well, bullets were flying, bodies were dropping, and teams were toppling over like dominoes.
I also like how they're not overexcited about that win, because they know they have a long road ahead of them, because right now ASL are still leading like crazy, but we still have 4 more games ahead of us. 4 more games. We got Miramar coming up later on. I think with Sanhok's the next match.
Sanhok is going to be the next match. So again, you know, they've kind of made a precedent over here. They are going to start a bit slow, but let's see what they come up with later, because while we try to wrap our brains around what's going to happen next, why don't you all grab yourself a chilled Mountain Dew? We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Shadow and Ocean. And well, quite an interesting start to day 2. Yesterday, I think after what happened yesterday, teams have sort of slowed down the pace and are trying to catch their breaths.
I mean, somehow I would say now it's the curse of 3 chicken dinners that's kind of, you know, keeping Abrupt Slayers on the toes, and JyanMaara is slowly and steadily going to that point. I mean, they have second in the bank.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely have second in their hands, but 7C again missing up that chicken dinner.
Yeah, just barely missing out on the opportunity. But it is that one individual player, ladies and gentlemen, that we are going to have a look at now, who will be the MVP of this match. And it is going to be, well, Jax from the team of A1 Esports.
I mean, well, if you're talking about this one, 4 kills in his hands, 21 minutes, 47 seconds of a survival time, 3 assists as well, and almost 1,000, I mean, 9 damage was left from him, touching out to 1,000 marker. So I would say, let's just give him 1,000 damage for this one. I mean, I think he'll be, checking that marker for sure. Was it Russia for his own team? As you can see, the Russia badge coming out there. So yeah, this guy did good. But well, the team, he had to carry that thing as well. But we'll see what, the overall just comparison comes up with his and the servers. As the damage stats, yeah, he has on point. Survival time, pretty good as compared to the average survival time of the server. But still, there was someone else that was checking some other marker onto the other side.
Exactly. I think this time with Jax, it was more about the assists that he provided and the damage that he dished out in the game. Might not have the most kills, might not have the most assist as well, but the damage was pretty crucial. The good number of kills as compared to the average of the entire server, as you pointed out, that was more important. But, ladies and gentlemen, there were more players who had really good performance in this game, and well, those are going to be the top players right here on the big screen. So, 7C Hungrybox, I mean, it is always going to be the case. If 7C does well, it is this man.
Well, this time I hoped Hungrybox will be the MVP, but he is at the second position. He has got high number of kills, that is 6 kills, but somehow he lagged on those damage that he dished out. It's just 659, and in fact, Hungrybox played a really good role when the team was taking fight with Assiduous Esports. His flank was on point, and then they took down the plus of Team Assiduous. Then later on, they took down another squad also. In fact, ElementriX also, the way ElementriX has been approaching the game, that is also pretty good. In fact, Team ElementriX were in a 2v2 split when they were taking fight with the plus of Team T2K, and saw him, the way he just eliminated the plus of A1 Esports, that was also pretty good.
Exactly, it was pretty incredible. And I think, Ocean, you would love this, right? You want to say what I think you want to say, and it is the fact that how the new MVPs and the players are rated. It is why the player with 6 kills is on the second position. Kills only get 20% weightage now.
Kills get 20% weightage, but Jax, did you see his survival time? Just 21 minutes onto the other side, where the players are actually having pretty good, 27 minutes, 26 minutes of survival time.
So it was entirely the damage that got him the first position and the MVP of this match, ladies and gentlemen. But now it is time to see what the teams got for themselves. The standings of this game right here in front of us now.
Well, VTNxJyanMaara is definitely getting that chicken dinner, and amazing 10 kills in their hands. In fact, JyanMaara started off by eliminating the players of Team DRS, and the way they were taking fight with other squad, that was pretty amazing. In fact, 7C were at a very good position. They could have gone for that chicken dinner, but again, missing on that. But they are covering up with their kill points, having 9 kill points in their hands, are sitting in the second position. In fact, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE also had a very good spot in the zone. They have 5 kills to their name, but somehow they revealed their location, and that's why they had to face a little early exit. In fact, the way they were trying to take down the player of Team 7C's, that perfect backline support coming in from Memo, that was amazing. But Team ElementriX, this has impressed everyone. They have got 8 kills. They just need to work on their rotations. Otherwise, Team ElementriX is playing really good right now.
Yeah, but then looking on at the finals, you don't want to see a team with 0 placement points and 0 kills, right? That's where DRS, Team SCYTES, and T2K SG came today. I mean, each and every point counts. Be it kill, be it the fight. So this is where, I want to see, as we discuss, as we move further with the discussions, I want to see where the damage histogram actually takes them. Because I want to see, did they take up a fight, or were they caught up in the rotations?
But before that, we're going to have a look at the match summary right now, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be pretty interesting. 168 smokes and nades used. Pretty decent. Headshots, 16, pretty decent, but I like the conversion ratio. So 61 knocks happened, out of which 58 were converted. I mean, we had 100% a match with 100% conversion yesterday, but this is also pretty good. And this sort of showcases how careful the players were being, because if you were knocked out, there's a high possibility that you were going to get finished. And, well, also along with how the teams approached this game, the zones that were formed were also pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the shelter area, the top side of shelter, look at this. It's kind of evenly distributed, so players have to make up a rotation. Plus, the whole military base does not come inside the circle. That means the zone has to shift northern side. That's where we move forward with the next circle, as the zones will be moving up. And there it is. Now, the probability increases of the circle to go to the northern side, and then moving forward with the next circle as well. The zone has to go somewhere around the farm area right now, because that becomes a central line of the circle. But zone takes up a curveball that we'll be seeing in the upcoming one. Look at this. This was the most deciding curveball, because you see, Shelter's area is empty. Shelter to prison. That area is empty, and that's where the next curveball is going. That means ASL, DE, Venom Legends, and then the teams on the farm side, they also have to rotate, and that is one thing that we'll see in the next circle that just comes in. Look at this. These teams, they don't have a cover. ASL, it's the similar situation of yesterday, but now times have changed. Teams have evolved since each and every game, and that's where everything goes down.
I want to say one thing. I think this zone had the older Venom Legends, if you remember the Venom Legends that played in the PMCO. If those guys had been there, they would have loved this.
Actually, that's totally true. The way you actually
Drop
speculated.
to Milta, go for a late rotation, you're there.
Yeah. And in that way, I would say they kind of loved everything. But after that, the final circle. So we saw 2 hard shifts. That means each and every circle after that was supposed to be a central circle. See, airdrop is still coming out in the air right now. So 7C had a pretty good rotation. They had a pretty good outing. I mean, they had nothing else to contest for themselves. But JyanMaara, they had something else in the plan, and that was a chicken dinner.
But Abrupt Slayers also showed pretty good rotation. They took the northern side. There were so many teams who were at the southern and the western side of the zone. They, in fact, instead of taking that prison hill, they decided to be at the southern side of somewhere at the valley area, and that kind of worked for them for some time.
Exactly. I mean, things can only work for you for some time unless you do one thing in particular. Unless to refuel yourself, you grab a can of Mountain Dew, pop it open, and then have a sip. That is something that helps you do the do inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. With that, let's have a look at do the do moments of this match.
I mean, it started off as a decent fight, right? It's another day on Erangel, you can call it like that, and that's where it's all just going down. But A1 Esports, it kind of seemed like they were making just a bit of a mistake-ish schedule as of now. But Stalwart, they got caught off in the rotations, and that is where, you know, I would say the fall of Stalwart just started as of now. ASE as well was getting their own kills and whatnot, but on the other side, SGT2K, they just got banished.
Well, SGT2K this time showed an improvement by having an early rotation, taking control of the bridge area. In fact, Stalwart Esports also kind of changed their drop location. They dropped in towards Novo Ripnoi, but that didn't work for them because Assiduous Esports was waiting this time for them. In fact, if we talk about other teams also, Venom Legends, ElementriX, this team is impressing me with their strategies. They took down all the players of Team Venom Legends and saw them fighting against the players of A1 Esports. That was impressive. So ElementriX, they were pretty good. They were in almost every fight. In fact, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they also tried to take the northern side of the rotation, and it kind of worked for them until they revealed their position, and that perfect backup that I'm talking about coming in from the players of Team 7. This was the moment. Ozzy taking shots, revealing his position, and Memo providing that perfect support.
Yeah, and the support was pretty good indeed, but as we move on to the closing moments of the game, JyanMaara just making sure 7C absolutely were completely shut down in that entire scenario. And, well, I want to focus on this. So, we had the MVP in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be quite interesting because, I mean, look at that. 900 damage coming from one individual player. That is definitely going to boost your performance and your team's performance. But if we move forward in the game, 7C, we did see Hungrybox in there, 600 damage coming in from himself. That means the other 3 players combined together putting out 1300 damage. That, I mean, 7C, all 4 players always they perform together. If this team gets eliminated, well, that's an early exit for them. They still do manage to get those kills, though, and I think this time again, we are sort of seeing the 7C from the league stages come back into the action with the aggression that they usually bring to the table. But there's this one team that we did see in the damage histogram in the early exits as well. We're going to have a look at the leaderboard for now, and that is where I want to focus on this team as well. Because, well, before we started the day, they were on the 3rd position. The team that I'm talking about right now, it is Stalwart Esports. Had they gone through the bridge early, do you think they would have a better good game?
Exactly, they would have had a better good game, you know, because they might have, so they became the hunter in this one, but they might have tried to hunt the other team, you know, obviously just cutting out on their rotations, or had they just, you know, focused on moving forward, that would have changed quite a lot of things. Well, Abrupt Slayers, 7C, VTNxJyanMaara currently in that podium area, 59 and 57 is the difference out there. But even Esports, look at this one, kills and placement. It's a whole different story out there.
Yeah.
In fact, in this time also they have the 2nd highest damage or 3rd highest damage and 6 kills. So this is a team that dishes out a lot of damage. They are on the aggressive side. They, on the placement point, they are kind of lacking. And same is happening with ElementriX also. They are also going for the kills and not the placement points. But Assiduous Esports, 9 points. This is trouble for them.
I mean, exactly. 3 placement points, just 6 kills coming in, and in a total of 6 matches, Assiduous Esports, I mean, we know this team takes some time to get into the form and to start performing. But if this day goes by, it's already going to be a little bit too late for them.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving forward with our day, though, so we're going to have a look at the schedule once again. The next map that is going to be coming in, it is going to be the map of snakes, the land of snakes, the tropical land of Sanhok. And quite interesting map stats also we've had on this map. Keep in mind, once again, map stats are going to be for the matches, for the 53 games, 54 now that the teams have played so far, including the league stages and the matches in the final. So to change those map stats, it is definitely going to take super out of the ordinary performance. We're going to have a look at the map chance right now.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the map chance, you know, this kind of shows what the players are ready for and the players, how good the players have known their maps, right? Even Esports, nothing taken away from this team. This team knows how to kill, and once you know, eliminate your opponents, that's your chance eventually just to get those 15 points or maybe 12 points or maybe 10 points, depending on how you just finish yourself. Abrupt Slayers is out here as well. We saw what Abrupt Slayers can do yesterday. DEADEYES guys and DRS Gaming. I mean, teams have made name for themselves.
Exactly, and I want to know you guys. You have seen the map chance percentages. We have seen the teams perform on this map yesterday as well. Predictions now.
I mean, the way A1 Esports is playing, I think A1 Esports should get a chicken ramen because they are doing good with the kill points right now.
They are definitely doing with the kill points, but 7C, yesterday they missed it by a small little mistake. This time they are getting it.
They missed it again this time.
They missed it again, but this time they are getting it.
Okay, so the predictions from the analysts are in, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to drop down and I'm going to ask some more people what they think is going to happen in this map. And since it's Sanhok, I'm going to slither my way in just like a snake. And over to the commentators. What do you guys think? 7Cs?
I don't see your belly on the floor, so doesn't a snake usually slither on the ground, Blake?
No,
I mean,
this is a snake in a suit.
There are flying snakes. There are good-looking snakes like our lad over here. I'm going to go with... Let me take a look here. You know what? I'm going to throw a curveball here, and I think it's going to be Venom Legends. Boom.
You realize he indirectly just called you a snake?
I
like
do.
Just saying so anyway.
He also called me good-looking.
A good-looking snake. See, you got to pick the words you like.
I got you. Alrighty, you picked your team. You know what? DEADEYES guys, I think they need a little bit more push. They just might do it, but I think ASL, we might see a little bit of a revival coming in, guys.
I'm going to go with the other guys.
That hurts.
Go with Shadow in particular, 7Cs.
Oh, that kind of hurt right over here.
Okay, is that how it's going to be? Is that how it's going to be? Fine, cool. I'll live with it.
All right, then you know what, Blay? I think we should let him go back to his table.
Yeah, sure.
Right, let him do his thing. You and I are going to take all our wonderful audience watching on a journey, and this journey is going to be to a tropical island, and I don't see any pina coladas over here, Blake.
Yeah, I wish I could have a pina colada right now, but unfortunately, that might get me fired. We could have probably a virgin pina colada, perhaps, maybe, production, if that could be arranged. But we're going to be jumping into Sanhok, my personal favorite map. And you know why that is? Because the action, there is no break in the action. It's non-stop slaughter, non-stop bullets, and that's when things get heated, and that's what separates the men from the boys.
Aha, well, looking at how the day started, I have seen some slow Sanhoks in the past. In fact, so slow that up until 15 minutes, not a single bullet was fired. Hopefully that is not going to be the case today because we want some action on our screens, but what we have on our screens right now are all the players as they are psyching each other out in the lobby as they get ready for match number 2, which should be underway any second now. But as always, I'm sure all of you are already picking your favorites right now. I hope On Top has his caffeine boost because we all know that man loves his coffee. But now, 5 seconds on the clock. There we have it. Let's just breathe this in, and with that, match number 7.
I just want to point out as well for ASL, I hope they don't fall into the good old classic trap of having a big lead and taking it easy, putting your foot, lifting a foot off the gas pedal, allowing a team to take over. Because 7C, they're very close by, just 20 points separating them. As we do take a look at the plane path, it's going to be starting all the way straight east and heading towards Hudson. A little bit of a different plane path compared to yesterday. And remember, if you throw your mind back to the previous day, the circle was towards Hudson. It was towards that northwestern part of the island.
It was, and in fact, we've seen that circle on the northwestern island plenty of times. But now, talking about ASL, we are going to see them drop down as usual at the boot camp warehouses towards the north, while the boot camp itself is going to be occupied by the sites. Now, interestingly, we've only seen Abrupt Slayers kind of venture into boot camp maybe once or maybe twice so far in this tournament because they are obviously going to play it a little safe. But again, all that loot in the boot camp and, of course, getting 4 early kills is going to be a major boost to their morale.
Indeed it will. And I just want to point out as well, this is something our analysts picked out. It's a complete opposite circle as what we saw yesterday. It's a pretty big circle. I think most of these teams won't have any trouble heading to safety later on. I just want to point out, T2K, one of the favorite teams. I'll be real, I don't know too much about most of these teams, but one team that everyone, including yourself, told me who's going to be one of the biggest favorites is T2K. Now, here's the thing. That is slow start yesterday. They're having a slow start today as well. They're 13th out of 16 teams. The problem is, it's not a league stage. You have 4 days to make it up, to make up for it, to get the win. Day one's done. We're going to be almost, we just started with day 2 over here, but they need to start climbing up that ladder. It's looking grim for them. DEADEYES guys, another favorite team, they're in 10th position. So it's like, when the pressure gets going, when it matters the most, some of these favorites, they seem to be struggling a little bit here.
Now, you know, you just used a word like pressure. I guess the nerves do come into play sooner or later, but that's what defines a champion. That's what separates champions from the rest. You've got to be able to play under pressure. And now, you know, talking about the favorites, favorites does not mean the best out there, right? Favorites, you can be a favorite for a lot of reasons. Maybe all your fans just like the way you talk or the way you look or the way you play your game. So again, being favorites, yes, it does come with its extra burden that you are carrying on your shoulders. But again, if you want to be a champion, if you want to be a winner, you got to put that aside, play your game, and then, well, your fans are going to be happy either way. But right now, it does look like ASL are not going to be venturing into boot camp anytime soon, as Heaven and Leon, in fact, are going to be heading further up north towards the Paradise Resort. Joker is still in the vicinity, but, well, he is backing out, and that's a smart move. Again, you were expecting Sparks to fly in Sanhok, but it looks like day 2, all the teams are taking it just a little bit easy.
Yeah, kind of makes me a little sad. Like, I love fast starts to the game. I mean, that's something which caught all of us off guard yesterday. But 17, let's talk a little bit about them. The second rank right now, 79 points. Now, the first place team, I think it's 104 something for ASL. That's not much. There we go. 104.
In fact, it's on our screens.
Yeah, I'm blind. JyanMaara getting 2 chicken dinners. They've had 2 good games, but other games have been kind of abysmal for them. So you can look at the gap between them and ElementriX and Stalwart. It's not too much. The battle for third position is going to be quite interesting indeed. Again, reminding everyone tuning in, you might not have got the memo, but it's not just 2 teams qualifying from these finals. It's going to be 3 teams. Now, Abrupt Slayers, the question is, can they hold on to their crown right now? And for 7Cs, man, they're sailing fast right now. They're looking good.
See, Abrupt Slayers have a 25-point lead right now. I did see it at about 45 after game 3. Yesterday, of course, they did win 3 chicken dinners in a row. 4th game wasn't so good for them, and, well, the 5th game, they had a decent outing. So, again, see, the pressure is going to mount on ASL, but I do believe, just judging by what I've heard from the boys, of course, going over the interviews, that they have a cool head on their shoulders, and that is what you need in times like this. Now, we have DEADEYES guys on our screens just a moment ago. They're like late bloomers, Blay. But I hope they don't leave it too late, because we only have 4 days, and it looks like shots have been fired. And talking about ASL, Leon is going to be the first one in the line of fire. Dante goes around, jumps, shoots, connects with that Ratata, takes down his enemy, and, well, he wants to go for the finish as well.
Well, look at that. ASL going to be losing a player very early on. Dante, he thought he had cover, but he did not. There was a bit of a gap underneath the stairs, and he is going to be knocked down. He's got Jax nearby to go for the res. He's got his teammates nearby as well. But now ASL, they need to kind of make a decision here. Do they go for the revenge? Do they go for try and take the battle, or do they just peel away?
Let me just tell you one thing. The first smoke that popped out towards the right of the screen, brilliant. Brilliantly done, because have a look at Joker's position. He is on that flank, and was that smoke not deployed, they would have been shot into oblivion from afar. But now Heaven, he does have a grenade in his hand. Looks like before that he is going to deploy some more smoke, make sure that he gets all his angles covered, and now Dante and Heaven are going to be exchanging grenades. In goes one. Heaven sees it. 7 is going to escape in the nick of time. 70 damage. That was a quick reaction, otherwise he would have been on his knees. Now, this is interesting. All this commotion is drawing the attention of DRS Gaming, and have a look at them. They are looking from afar. They are waiting for that opportune moment to strike.
Yep, they're like, something's going on, guys. We saw a knock happening. Is that ASL? The question is, do you want to head in the direction of ASL? Even if ASL have lost a member, you're like, do you really want to do it? You want to take your time? But you know what? A1 Esports, they have had kind of a rough tournament so far, final so far rather, but for them, getting first blood here, and like you said, great smoke usage. They've managed to kind of recover from that knock taking place, and they're still continuing to kind of attack ASL. They want this team wipe. They want to take the fight to
that's
the
a good one.
That's a brilliant nade, but Chari able to avoid it in the nick of time. If he'd cooked that nade,
yes, sir,
just a couple of seconds more, that could have been an insta knock.
That could have been an insta knock, and well, Chari is lucky, and he doesn't even know it. But now ASL are going to be in this little sail-off while we have an airdrop falling to the ground, and it is going to have the AUG A3 with a suppressor. Vital for this map, and ooh, Joker gets lit up from all sides, and Sinister is the one who actually takes him down to his knees, and ASL are in trouble. Now, since they knocked out Joker, they know that they already got one. One is knocked out. They are sure that they only have 2 members of the opposition in this house. So now, expect a few more grenades. There you have it. Heaven is going to be under an onslaught. Expect Dante and Jax to kind of move around the house towards the left of our screens, while 6ix9ine and Sinister attack, well, from across the road.
Yeah, it's a sandwich of death. The worst kind of sandwich, and
oh, I love that. I've had that to me so many times. That is a crate, not a man.
that could have got a little hairy. Luckily for him, there was no one nearby. But then Heaven's gonna get dropped. But
you know
the
what happened?
nade is
it's a self-nade. I'm not even joking. I think it's a self-nade. Let's have a look at the kill feed and make sure. Or maybe Chari is the one who threw it. Because I did see a nade bounce off that door, but looks like Chari does get a lucky knock over here. But with that ASL Abrupt Slayers with an abrupt exit in 16th position, Blake.
And this is where things are going to get spicy, right? You take a look at the overall standings. They have a lead of how many? 25 points over 7Cs. And now 7Cs, I don't know where they are right now on the map, but they're just looking at a kill feed and like, oh yeah, baby. This is our time. This is our time, right? A few kills, a couple of good placement points, and they're going to be knocking at the door of the first position.
Well, instead of 7C Esports, looks like Stalwart Esports want to take a boat out to the water. And of course, like we said, it is a perfect time to be out on the water. The sun is shining, a nice cool breeze in your hair. But the thing is, boats get spotted at distance, and they are a bit fragile. And let me tell you one thing. We've seen this rotation taking place. They are, of course, going to go all the way up north, probably hit the main island somewhere near Camp Bravo or Lakavi is what I'm thinking. But again, I've seen way too many explosions, and I've seen way too many watery graves.
The thing is, they are skirting the inner circumference of the blue zone right now, and I like that. They're avoiding the landmass as as the best to their abilities, and that's good. They're not going to be spotted anytime soon, but who's getting spotted is Sinister, A1, coming under fire after that brilliant team wipe up from ASL and T2K, SG, a team who has been on the tip of a tongue all this while. The nade's going to be a little too deep. It's going to do a bit of damage though, but they've lost a player already, and Dante, his position compromised, and T2K, they might be just going in for the kill.
Have a look at the minimap. Have a look at how T2K are spread out, and well, Jane is going to strike again. All that GI training coming in effect. Dante almost getting knocked out, but the question is the revive coming in? I don't see it coming in because they are just too far. Oh, actually, Jax could go for it if Dante makes it to that stone, but the thing is, if he gets spotted out, that is going to be problematic for him.
I don't think it's worth it. I really don't think it's worth it. His teammate's bleeding out. He needs to deploy a couple of smokes, but doesn't seem like he's got any smokes here. Nade sailing in, and Dante, well, he's going to meet his end. He's now in the 9th circle as 6ix9ine trying his best to keep the opponents at bay. Nades exploding all around him, but so far, luck is favoring him. He hasn't taken any damage yet, but A1, great start, and right now, looking quite rough.
I heard something. 9th circle of hell in his own Inferno. Is that what you were trying to imply right now?
Man, Dante's Inferno, it's a classic, man.
That's why I love working with you. But anyway, Jane, with some pressure on 6ix9ine. In fact, that grenade is going to do just a little bit of damage. Not enough to make him, well, give up his little safe spot over here. Now, Jax is in a position to give a little bit of cover if 6ix9ine does want to come back, but I do not see that happening right now. The question, however, is why is T2K not pushing in? Because they have kind of confirmed 2 kills on A1 already. Sinister and Dante have been wiped out. They have an idea of 6ix9ine location, but see, they are being careful. They don't know where Jax is.
I feel like for T2K, it's time to stop being very passive. They got demolished by Team ElementriX on Erangel just half an hour ago because they were so passive, because they got a little too complacent. They're like, they're not going to be pushing us. Right now, I'd like to see T2K just go for it. You're one of the favorite teams over here. You got to deliver. And right now, yep, I agree. They're playing it safe. But maybe playing it safe all the time isn't the recipe for success right now. As we do have the 2nd circle coming in, it's not too much of a problem for anyone. And like you pointed out earlier, Team Stalwart, maybe you can take a look at the map in the meantime. Stalwart have managed to cross beyond Camp Bravo. They might be going all the way towards Lakawi.
That is what they're going to hit it, yeah.
That's crazy. They've circled the map in like almost half the map.
I'm surprised their boat hasn't run out of fuel, and just as I say that, it looks like they have disembarked from that boat, and indeed they are going to be swimming towards Camp Bravo. Smart move, because the thing is, if they do go to Lakavi, if you get caught out, there's not much cover because you have all those salt piles lying around. But if you do head towards Camp Bravo, you have a lot of these compounds. Have a look at Stalwart Esports. They are going to have cover, and they have a few options, but now they're going to have to move on foot.
But there's no one nearby.
There's no one nearby. The only opposition I do see them hitting soon enough are going to be the boys from Venom Legends, but of course they are going to be drawn in towards the fight that's taking place between T2K and A1 Esports. As of course it is Sanhok, you fire a shot, everyone hears it.
Everyone hears it. And the thing with Stalwart Esports is I don't know if they had time to loot up, because they made a move very, very early in this game. Now, well, speaking of loot, we do have a Groza lying there. Untouched, unpicked, no one's gonna go for it. It is towards Lakawi, there's no one nearby as well.
Now, had they gone to Lakawi, you were talking about loot, well, they could have walked away. Could have, would have, should have.
Yeah.
The three words that should not be in the language, and of course, if and but.
I mean, it do be like that at times. As we have Ghost, the first casualty of map number 1 so far, he's looking good. Team SCYTES, right now, placed, I do believe, in the 15th position, which is something they wouldn't be very happy about. A1 in the meantime. They're pinned down. They haven't budged. They haven't moved. And this is just a battle of patience.
It is a battle of patience. However, it could be a bad idea because now the teams are going to be coming in from behind as well. And you got to remember one thing. They do have that high ground. T2K have the hilltop. And, well, what do you want to be? You want to be the king of the hill. So they've got to be careful. I think they're waiting way too long, just focused on the boys from A1 Esports. They need to act quick because look who's coming in from behind. JyanMaara might actually mop up the remaining members from A1 Esports. So, again, you know, I think they're dedicating or dare I say, wasting way too much time in this skirmish. They should back off and fortify that hilltop first.
I have to agree with you on that. Fortifying the hilltop, but the problem is, you know, like you said, you're on top of the hill, you're the king of the hill. That means you have multiple targets on your back, on your front, on your face.
On your feet, maybe? I don't know. Anywhere.
And everyone's going to be shooting at you, right? And right now, though, JyanMaara, 2 chicken dinners. They are one shy of tying the chicken dinner tally with ASL. And they have controlled the compound. The thing is, Jax, everyone's prone. This is such a weird game of Sanhok.
So the thing is, in Sanhok, not only do you carry your weapons, you carry a few flutes as well, because you never know when you might want to charm a snake or two. Just play a nice little groovy tune, get them up. But it looks like Capshi is the one who actually is going to knock down Nightwing and, well, put him out of his misery in an instant. That means Venom Legends, again, coming under fire from afar. Now, this is what happens in Sanhok. Through the bushes, through all these trees, if you see someone, chances are you are going to take a few shots. And now Capshi, the man who did get a knock early on, is anticipating that whoever deployed that smoke is already on the move.
Yep, keeping the throne
Look at his
pinned
position.
down. Yeah, this is just lovely, isn't it? Blah, blah, blah has joined the fray. Havoc will fall. Jane is going to find Jax. Finally, the patience working out as Jax will fall. Maybe he thought they probably left. They probably evacuated the premises, and he gets taken down, leaving 6ix9ine, who at this point, I guess, is taking a nap because he hasn't budged for the past half an hour.
Now, here's the thing, Blair. T2K just suddenly realized, all right, now we have one last member from from A1 Esports, and we know his position. The question is, if they do try to, I think Jane's getting impatient. Jane is getting impatient. Jane is trying to draw him out so his teammate can do the job. But now the thing is, JyanMaara are going to be lying in wait as well. They definitely are going to have all their attention drawn towards this little slope. And, well, if Jane or anyone from T2K makes a mistake, they might just pay. Ooh.
The thing is, if you take a look, take a look very carefully in the in the top right corner of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have the final player, 6ix9ine. He is inside the safe zone. Right now, Jane, he's still trying to scope players out. Now we have the rest of his teammates coming into the safe zone. The thing is, like the XP pointed out, JyanMaara, they're just lying in wait, listening to all these sound cues. They're like, all right, we know where you are. We know exactly who you are as well. And once you come on in, the trap is laid. It's ready. They're hungry. They're salivating from their mouth, from their fangs. The jowls are dripping with drool, and they want those kills. However, unfortunately for them, and rather smartly for T2K, they're going to avoid that compound, instead going for a little bit of some open terrain where they're going to be finding some cover. However, 6ix9ine, patience, it works out. He's still alive.
Well, let's see if that patience is going to formulate into anything, because, of course, you do need those placement points if kills are not going to be your thing at this stage. But JyanMaara are still going to be comfortable in their position. T2K are going to be taking the next compound over. So, again, a good position for them at this moment. Elsewhere, let's have a look and see what's happening. Stalwart Esports, well, they did finally come down south. They did hit Lakavi, and looks like they are on a collision course with Venom Esports. And, this is going to be exciting, Blay. DEADEYES guys are moving in as well. Expect a little bit of a skirmish to break out outside the zone, and chances are only one team will make it inside.
They will. And actually, Stalwart, I think they made their way towards Lakawi, right? Did they loot up anything over there? Did they find that crate? I don't know. Maybe they did.
I think they looted all those compounds east of Camp Bravo while they migrated down south.
Perhaps, as we do now. Head over to Bablu, the team Bablu. They haven't really been doing much so far. They've been quietly just holding on to this compound, and they don't need to. They're smack in the center of the safe zone. However, they need to be wary of the fact that Team ASE are nearby in the vicinity. You can see them. We can see them, of course, because we do have the X-ray on. Assiduous Esports, bottom placed right now on the table. Again, there is always a chance for them to come back. We still have 2 days remaining. We have 4 maps to be played out for today as well. So there's always an opportunity, always a chance. However, right now, if I'm Bablu or ASC, I'm just holding on here, not making too much of noise, just scoping things out and just wait for the circle to get smaller and then decide what the play is going to be.
Again, talking about Team Bablu and ASC, they are pretty much dead smack center, so you are absolutely right. They do not have to, well, make any moves right now. It's all the teams around them that have to, vie for some cover one way or another. So the thing is, they basically have to fortify their position. They need to cement their position indeed and make sure that no one enters. But now DRS, they have the same idea as well. Again, let me ask you a question. A slow-paced Sanhok must be one of your first, isn't it?
I've seen a couple as well, but the thing is, if you have a slow-paced Sanhok start, the ending is insane as the drone gets caught out in the open. The M4 spray from Shifu, it's gonna hit its mark. The drone are pinned down behind a tree, and the problem is these trees, it's not, they need smokes. They need some cover to try and get the res in. In the meantime, Malik out in the open, caught out by Shuvo from Venom, and it's gonna finish him off, rattling off bullets, just taking easy shots. It's gonna take a sweet time and put the drone into the grave, in the shallow grave it will be, but he might have to make a move here because this circle XP is going to start dealing quite a bit of damage now.
Now the thing is, Shuvo is scouting out for the remaining members of said team. Oh, that's a grenade! That is a beautiful grenade! Oh my goodness! Steel shot, take a bow because you just wiped out DEADEYES, guys. Beautiful!
What
Wow.
was that?
That was perfect.
That's a nade of the tournament. That's a nade of the tournament. 1 nade, 4 kills. That is insane. That is perfection. In the meantime, we can't stick around with that because the action is finally starting to break out. Bad Rev is going to find a knock, and Steel Shot rattling off bullets in the direction of that smoke. And FutureStation, they know they have Venom pinned down. They're hungry for blood, but they should be careful because there is another team very, very nearby who would be looking to join the fray. As we do see everyone running into the circle. The circle is quite far away for a number of these teams. JyanMaara, they have to head on down south. A1 Esports 6-9 is still alive. He is still alive, still kicking. I don't even know how he's doing that. And of course, we have 7Cs as well down at the bottom of the safe zone. They're in a pretty comfortable spot, actually. They have the compound. They want to go for it. They have to be aware, of course, of a couple of other teams nearby. But right now, they're in a pretty comfortable spot. JyanMaara, on the other hand, are not in a good spot indeed. Extreme knockdown, but he will be rezzed.
He will be revived indeed, and now a booth is going to be opening up on T2K as he does find Zod. The question is, can he find the others? A good spray, mind you. That is what it's all about. The control that these gentlemen have is quite spectacular to witness on our screens. But now the sites, they've got to be careful because they are at the periphery, at the edge of the circle, and they are trying to fend off an attack. They don't want anybody to backstab them later on. Looks like 6-9. Ooh, did I just see something in the kill feed? 6-9 is out, and with that are the hopes and aspirations for his team. A1 Esports have been knocked out from this game.
I mean, we obviously didn't see his POV, but maybe, I don't know. I feel like it would have been worth at least going for a run there. Like, instead of a guaranteed death, you might as well go for it. But in the meantime, 7Cs. Memo caught on the open, he's done for. Assassin's gonna assassinate him, and there's no one nearby to get the trade, no one nearby to get a bit of revenge.
Not just caught on the open blade, running at the enemy without a weapon. Now, if you see an enemy in front of you, chances are you either whip out a weapon or you just, try and zig-zag your way out. But I don't know what happened down there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was thinking over there, considering the fact, even if you haven't seen your enemies, considering how small the circle is and how many players are still left alive, you need
your
to
weapon in your hands.
Yeah, you need to be very, very, very paranoid. Indeed, AJ, these nades could be deadly. Indeed, Phobia from uphill. This is going to be brutal if the nade lands, and it's perfect! Oh! That is beautiful stuff! Galzin down, Phobia. He's going to finish off AJ in the meantime, and it's just a barrage of nades being dealt towards DRS, and the problem is the circle shrinking in further. So does he go for the res, or does he just try and get to safety? That's a problem, as we do see the circle shrinking in further and further. A lot of these teams still out in the blue, and they are bleeding out, XP.
They are bleeding out, and well, to answer your question, DRS did go for the res, but now they have been wiped out from the game as Baba opens up on Venom. He is going to knock him down, and have a look at that circle shift. We are going west, ladies and gentlemen, and only PN Crew and, well, ElementriX are the only two squads in the circle, so expect a lot of bloodbath to take place towards the eastern periphery as Badref is trying to make his way outside, and he goes prone in the nick of time. Kashuf obviously would have an idea that we have a little bit of wall cover over them, but I think he's going to wait for the blue zone to do the rest.
FutureStation, 7 points to the name, but they have only two left alive, as I take, as one of them, two of them have been taken out already. JyanMaara, 4 still in the running. Team SCYTES, all 4 alive and 3 kills as well. But things are going to get heated. Like you said, the circle's going to be shifting towards left. It's going to be the trail of tears for a lot of these teams who will have to head on over from the eastern part of the safe zone, crossing the quarry. But Turulov, he's going to find a knock onto Blade from Stalwart, and he is aware to someone else nearby, and he's going to be skirting the edge of the blue zone. He's keeping them at bay. In the meantime, players getting taken down left, right, and center. 7Cs still have 2 players alive. Turulov has been knocked down, though. He got the knock, but he in turn will be found on his knees. And 7Cs, this is a prime opportunity for them to kind of take over, at least come as close as possible to ASL, and they don't want to let that opportunity pass.
Also, I like the fact that they do have a couple of vehicles in play, which means that if they need to make a getaway, they can, while the teammates provide cover. But looks like Wang and Gunnar have been caught out in the open, and PN Crew know exactly where they are. Giro Fair has been taken out, and, well, looks like JyanMaara are going to be down to one last man, as Gunnar is the only one standing. Elsewhere, PN Crew's IU spot sights, Ghost knocks him down in a brilliant spray, as well. Phobia is now going to be the last man standing. Can he do something drastic overhead? Because have a look at this. He is going to be fighting ASE as well.
They are taking fights on multiple fronts as the circle's going to shrink it for the PN Crew are in such a great spot, but so are Team ElementriX. This is going to get bloody indeed, because ladies and gentlemen, another player has joined the server, and that is a play zone. It is knocking people out left, right, and center. Teen Wolf taken down. T2K Zod's been taken down as well, and the circle is another enemy they have to contend with. Cooney's out as well. And this is what happens on Sanhok. There's so many players left alive. The biggest enemy are not your opponents, it's the goddamn circle. And now we're down to the final 13, and still 6 teams in a running. Make that 12 alive right now as people just falling like flies.
Well.
And well, there you have it. It is going to be 7Cs who will hit the deck, and they will be knocked out as well. 11 alive and 5 teams in a running.
And out of those 5 teams, only 2 are going to be 4-man squads, and those teams are PN Crew and ElementriX. But it looks like PN Crew is in trouble as Poison SS has been taken down from quite some distance. Ayush, with a little bit of retaliation fire, does get the job done, does suppress the enemy, but now he's going to try and scope out the remaining members from ElementriX. Remember, ElementriX are also in the circle, but they have the high ground, while PN Crew have the advantage of being behind walls. So, you know, it's a give and take. I mean, both these things will work. Let's see how they make it work. Poison is going to make it to his teammates in time. He was getting shot at, but, I think it's going to come down to these 2 teams playing.
Yep, it's a 4v4v1. Now, the thing is, Phobia, he is in the blue, and he's creeping on in. He's waiting for PN Crew and ElementriX to take on each other, wipe each other out. But the thing is, he's all by his lonesome. He's probably trying to get that second place, or maybe at least get a couple of kills before he gets taken down, but his chances are very slim. The thing for ElementriX are, they're in such a good spot. They're all 4 spread apart. They have control of the periphery of the safe zone as well. The question is, where will the final circle head towards?
Look, right now, sides have a guaranteed 18 points, right? 10 for placement and 8 from kills.
Yep.
2 points can make a difference as well. Second place, of course, gets second. And just as I say that, Sides Phobia did take out blah, 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 but Orange spotted the enemy and gunned him down. So 18 points for that team, which means now we are down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be a showdown between PN Crew and ElementriX. And looking at PN Crew, let's see if hunting season is on, because I don't see season in their roster.
The thing is, no one's in the safe zone right now, but ElementriX have the high ground advantage. The thing is, are they going to play for the circle, or are they going to be going in for the kill? It's a battle of patience. It's a battle of time, of seeing who's going to hold on for as long as possible.
Now, here's the thing. They need to deploy as much smokes as they can, because have a look at PN Crew. They're going to wait till the last second
and then
to
make a run
charge
for it.
out of the houses.
Yeah.
Till that time, you see those rocks right in no man's land. That is going to be the final cover. That is where the final game is going to end. Now, Ayush is he's going to be the one who stays back and lays down some cover fire, while his teammates are going to be getting ready to run. Well, like the wind is going to be beneath their feet, but let's see if the push is going to come through. I love the fact that both these teams are being patient, and well, there we have first shots fired. Mr. Hyozu is the first one who gets a little bit of damage on him, as Orange is now in the blue taking a lot of damage from them. They are putting it a bit too late. Sonam does move in a little bit undetected.
Oboro with the drive-by. He runs across. They find the rock.
They
that
found
rock
it. That's it.
could just save them,
That's
and
it.
this could be the game. PN Crew, they've had such a rough past couple of days, but this could be the time they get a chicken dinner. However, the nade from Sonim, it just destroys them. The rock, it wasn't cover, it was a dead zone. They got taken down, and right now for PN Crew, it's a 1v2. It's a 1v2, one man left standing, and Sonim should be careful. He should be wary. There's still a player alive behind the rock.
There's still a player right behind the rock, and it looks like he has picked up his teammate. It's now going to be a 2-on-1 situation as Mr. Boro and his teammate Ayush are going to be going against Sonim, but Sonim finishes Foundation. Now, that was a bit of a mistake on his part. He thought he knocked out two members over here, but now it's going to be Orange. Can he pull off a miracle? He does throw a grenade. PN Cruz, Mr. Boro and Ayush are going to reciprocate as well as Mr. Boro is going to bait him out. That was a lovely bait. He does take a few damage, but Ayush is the one who actually fences him. Now it's come down to 1-on-1 around the rock. Can he do it? Yes, he can! Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. ElementriX winning their first chicken dinner. The analyst desk is losing their minds as well. The players are losing their mind as well. What a gameplay!
He's walking on the bed. He's walking on the damn bed. What a game. What a clutch.
What a clutch.
He played that to perfection. It's his teammate. His teammate screwed up. I thought it was all done. It was a 1v2. The circle was coming in. He was pincer. But he played that to perfection. Isolating the fights. Taking two separate 1v1s.
The fact that Sonim got past them undetected when they were firing up on Mr. Hyoju, and that one grenade that pretty much wiped them out behind the rock. Well, there you have it. That is how the cookie crumbles, and ElementriX are going to be walking away with their first chicken dinner in the finals. And oh boy, this is going to turn a lot. This is going to shuffle a lot of things on the leaderboard.
Listen, my heart bleeds. It bleeds for the guys, because they had one chance. PN Crew, they finally had a chance to make it work, but it doesn't happen. That's the way the cookie crumbles, like you said. And right now, we're going to be heading out, probably grabbing a cookie because I need something after that game, and we'll be back with more action on the analyst desk.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny, joined on the analyst desk by Shadow and Ocean. And, well, my mind is completely blown after that 1v2 situation. Oh my god, that was amazing.
This is one thing that happened, right? I mean, the way it just started, real like the revival came in, that's pretty good. Then grenades comes in, that's
I thought he was out. Oh, I thought Orange was out.
Same. For me, it was like
No.
ElementriX, this might be a second one for them, like the second position ending. But then all of a sudden,
They had it coming. They had it coming. The way ElementriX has been playing since day one, their strategy, their rotations, they had it coming. They were going for the kills. In fact, yesterday also, they had 18 points in Sanhok.
Yes, I mean, the points are going to be there, but when you know your teammate completely ignore the fact that there is a revive happening behind a rock, 1v2 situation, you spot them out, they bait you out, you take a few shots and then goes in for the other direction, isolating the fights. It's something that I have constantly been saying for a really long time. If you can bring down an outnumbered situation to a 1v1, well, let's see if that gets him the MVP this time around. Who is going to be the MVP of this game? We're going to find out. Well, let's see. I'm going to be surprised. Oh, it is going to be Phobia from the team of SCYTES. Also, SCYTES also had an amazing game.
Yeah.
They got eliminated on the 3rd position, but they had 8 kills, out of which 4 coming in from Phobia.
I mean, they had good numbers for themselves. 967 damage start coming for Phobia as well. I mean, Russia's always shine.
100% kill participation for his team.
Kills and assists both just coming had a very good amount, right? And yeah, so I would say, just like you said, 100% participation. And we'll see what corners is he touching. I mean, talking about
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them, like survival time. We know, obviously, if you're not getting the chicken there, it won't be a survival time thing. But damage taken, so this is one thing you need to have. Yeah, you need to have it less than the average. So that's a pretty good one for himself as well.
Well, he had a pretty good outing for himself, and yeah, the only corner he doesn't want to touch is not touching it. But yes, he had a pretty good survival time. Also, Team SCYTES played really well. In fact, Team SCYTES had a pretty bad outing in Erangel, but this time they did come up, and followed by Gene, T2K.
Whoa.
In fact, T2K they were in a good spot to take down the players of Team A1 Esports, but they held on to their ground for a very long time, and A1 Esports paid the price for that because JyanMaara backstepped them. But Team ElementriX, I love the way they were taking those rotations. They took the southern side of the rotation. There was no other squad. In fact, the zone also kind of favored them, and that end fight with the players. That was amazing.
I mean, just think about it. All the players, you see the badges, except for Orange. I mean, Orange, I would say he still was a rusher as well. But all the players there are rushers.
Yeah.
24 minutes of survival time, 400 plus damage stats coming out there for 4th and 5th. But Sonim and Orange, 7 kills coming out here. But each and everyone was just rushing. They were not looking for any other thing, because that is, like, that's the first step of getting kills, right? You rush in.
Exactly, and rushes can be pretty deadly. I think
Yeah.
Sonim sort of figured that out pretty quickly when he got flanked from his left-hand direction, ladies and gentlemen. But, I mean, the standings of this game are also going to be pretty interesting, and we're going to have them on our screens right about now. As we do see ElementriX, 10 kills, 15 placement points, 25 points, a really, really good outing for them. But Team SCYTES, those are 8 kills. They mattered a lot to them.
Well, they really do matter for them, because they have got 10 placement points, also 18 points, and Team PNCrew is at the 3rd position because of low number of kill points. In fact, Team PNCrew were at a very good position to take down lot of many kills. They were at the northern side. So many teams were rotating in from there, taking the zone damage also. That would have made the things a little easier for PNCrew. In fact, if we talk about FutureStation, they are stepping up. They have got 8 kills in their hands, out of which 4 are off steel shot. Those 4 grenade amazing kills, the way he took down the player of Team DEADEYES. But A1 Esports, this time they had an early exit, because they kind of went into the area of Abrupt Slayers, took fight with them. Later on, the players of Team SCYTES and Team T2K also created a little trouble for them. In fact, it was they eliminated Abrupt Slayers, so they had those 4 kills, but after that they kind of had an early exit.
Yeah, they had a bit of an early exit for them. So talking about early exit, DRS Gaming. Back-to-back early exits is what is coming for them. DE as well, Abrupt Slayers. So these 3 teams, I mean, if you're talking about Abrupt Slayers, yesterday versus Abrupt Slayers today, it's an upside-down situation. And well, we were talking about 4 kills, 4 assists, 54 kills, 54 knocks. So it's a 100% conversion ratio.
A lot of 100s today.
I mean, you need to give your 100%, right?
Yeah.
You are giving 100% in the map of snakes coming out there. 30 net shots coming out there as well, and almost 100 nades and smokes. You can call it like 96, almost touching that 100 marker. But then coming on to the final circle, right? An upper circle versus an upper area versus the lower area. If you have to go in, obviously you'll be using some smokes and nades, and we saw them. You know, Sandesh going out by the grenades of the players of Team ElementriX. So yeah, grenades and smokes being used to its perfection in what, 6th, 7th circle.
Well, it was a grenade that took that forced the players of Team PNCrew to come out in the open, and that's why that 1v2 kind of happened.
Exactly, and that 1v2 situation, I mean, that is something that we're going to focus on right now, because we hardly get to see those clutches and those incredible clutch moments, especially finishing off with the chicken dinner. But now, also, some things we hardly get to see is, well, the twists and turns that the zones have been putting up to display today.
I mean, that's totally true. Look at this. It starts up pretty good, and look at DE. So they are outside the circle. Stalwart again going for the bottle rotation for themselves, as we'll be looking through that. But then there were some teams outside the circle. Pretty much onto the land side. That means, you know, the next zones are going to be kind of a central base zones. But then that's where the curveball just comes in. But DE again, away from the fight, into the central cluster. Look at this. DRS, SCYTES, Bablu. They were holding the center of the circle for quite a while. From the start, Team Bablu was trying to hold the center of the circle for quite a while. But where DRS was, they were prone to fights, and that's where DRS was one of the first teams to go around. Look at this. Now they have to get inside the circle. SCYTES is going to be gatekeeping them. If they don't see SCYTES, ASC will be gatekeeping them. Well, DRS is out of the equation right now. But onto the southern side is where no party is happening. I mean, ElementriX, they were all alone. This gave them ample amount of time to just sit back, relax, and, you know, maybe read the kill feed to see if they hear some shots or nothing. And that's where they picked up good fights. But well, moving forward out in this one, look at the circle. If we just pause it out here, PNCrew's here, and onto the other side, ElementriX was there out as well. But Team Bablu, first they were in the center of the zone. Now they had to make inside the circle. They had to take fight against ASC as well. Team SCYTES onto the other hand. So this is where Team Bablu kind of fluttered, right? But Bablu Dani, he was away from his team. And that's another disadvantage. I mean, if you need to get those conversions and everything, you need to be with the team. But ElementriX, they have a 2-2 split, and that's a very good split.
In fact, the same thing happened with the players of Team Stalwart Esports also. Blade was going for the northern rotation. In fact, Baba also for the southern rotation. So that kind of happened with the players of Team Stalwart Esports also. But yeah, Playzone also played a very important role because lots of team coming in from the eastern side, they had trouble rotating, entering into the zone area. So that was also kind of a problem. But Team ElementriX and PN Crew were at the perfect location. They gave priority to the zone instead of the fights. They opted for giving priority to the zone, and that kind of worked for them.
Yeah, it actually worked for them. But then this is where the final fights were happening, and we know what happened after that. One of the most incredible clutch moments that just came in.
Exactly, and I think this game, had PN Crew and ElementriX, had they not performed this time around, they would have been pretty upset with themselves, because I mean the circle, if it follows you around, if it's going to be on top of you every single time, like towards the ending stage of the game, you have to make it count. You have to make sure that you are getting those points for yourself. And well, one thing that helps you do that, it's going to be the Mountain Dew, ladies and gentlemen. With that, let's have a look at do the Dew moments of this match.
I mean, the game started, pretty good. And after that, everything was trying to go with the rotations and whatnot. But A1 Esports, I would say, previous A1 Esports versus this A1 Esports, I don't know, quite a bit of a change just happened between the play style or something.
This time they started really good. They took out one of the strongest team, that is going to the players of Team Abrupt Slayers. But later on, they this is the area where they wasted a lot of time taking fight with the players of Team T2K, and that was when the players of Team SCYTES also came into the picture and eliminated one of their player. 6ix9ine was the last player standing, and later on he went to the play zone. And on the other hand, FutureStation had a really good outing in this particular map. Also later, they also had to face the problem of entering into the zone. In fact, there were some pretty good grenades coming in from the players of Team SCYTES. They had the height advantage. DRS was at the lower ground. In fact, Steel Shot also, FutureStation Steel Shot, that amazing 4 kills coming into the with the players of DEADEYES. And this is why you should not, your whole team should not be so much in close vicinity that one grenade can easily take you down.
Yeah, that's totally true. You need to just check around each and everything. But this is where everything was ending. And with that, I mean, the damage stats, the kill stats, everything was outnumbered.
Exactly, everything was outnumbered, and still this team, still these men of ElementriX managed to get the chicken dinner for themselves. And well, this is where I think the zone analysis that we had a little while earlier does come into play. ElementriX, the damage numbers are not there, the kills are there, they picked up them during the fights that were coming in towards them, especially during those closing moments of the game. But being left all alone during those mid-game stages is something that helps you survive a lot. It's something where you can utilize the time, as Ocean mentioned as well. You can utilize that time to plan out your game in the future. You can utilize the time to keep an eye on the kill feed to see which squads are going to be weakened up, and ElementriX did that quite perfectly. But I always like to talk about anomalies, and this time that is going to be the squad of FutureStation and also the team of T2K. Early exits, early aggression, kill points are pretty crucial inside of the game, but you need to be careful as well. You need to make sure you're picking those fights somewhere around the 19-20 minute mark. 20 plus is also going to be good if you can actually make it that far, but if you actually try and pick up fights that late, it is definitely going to put you at an advantage. Most squads are going to be weakened up till that point, and well, it translates into having good points in general. And talking about points, let's have a look at the leaderboard as well.
I mean, we have to talk about the leaderboards, right? Let's see every team out here. They're still at the top, but ElementriX is chasing them right now. 104, 82, 81. Top 3 finish is looking pretty good. I mean, 7C, they had a downfall in this one, but still nothing taken away from this team. But then comes 65. That's where VTNxJyanMaara is. I mean, this team needs to step forward. As this team, we know its capabilities, right? 2 chicken dinners.
But if we talk about ElementriX and Abrupt Slayers, look at the kill point difference, just 4-point difference. It's all the placement points, and Abrupt Slayers have got 3 chicken dinners, and ElementriX have got only 1 chicken dinner. That means ElementriX have been more consistent compared to Abrupt Slayers, who had 1 or 2 bad games also in their hands. But if we look at the next page, these are the teams who are in a bit of trouble. FutureStation is still sitting at the bottom with just 25 points, and Assiduous Esports only 12 points. In fact, Assiduous Esports is one team who has always been in the center of the zone until zone 3rd and 4th zone. But after that, something happens and this team just gets eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny, you'll agree with me on this, Shadow, you as well. Sounds like yesterday, we just started, and it was yesterday when we started, but now we are going down to 50% of the games,
Exactly. I mean, if when we come to an end of this day, ladies and gentlemen, 50% of the matches of the finals are going to be done. And that means the pressure is going to start to build up. Pressure is already there, but it's going to start to reach its limit for a few teams. With that, let's have a look at the schedule as well. Once again, the next map, it is going to be on the home ground, Erangel coming up again. And it is going to be quite interesting because, well, we did see a slight change in the map chance percentage for Sanhok. But after the last Erangel, are things going to change? Well, we're going to have a look at those numbers as well in a few seconds and find out. But what do you guys think?
Well, if we talk about yesterday, A1 Esports, they came second in Erangel with good kill points in their hands.
Yeah.
So Erangel doesn't just belong to Abrupt Slayers. A1 Esports also had a very good outing in finals.
I mean, that's totally true, but we're looking at the map chance right now. D is still, you know, they kind of hold their mark because they had that impactful game previously. DRS Gaming, they have held their mark right now, but I don't know where that DRS is. Like, back-to-back 2 games, 0 points is what they have earned right now. But Deadeyes, guys, average placement points, average kills, I would say they shine up with the kills more as compared to anything right now.
Yeah, I think Deadeyes guys are just doing slightly better than DRS.
Yeah, slightly better because, you know, that's where kill counter just comes in.
Yeah.
They are, again, shining up in the kill counter. But ElementriX, I mean, they are popping with each and every corner check right now. But my money, it just goes on, I don't know, Bablu this time. I just have this feeling.
All right. So Ocean has a feeling in his gut. What does your gut say, Shadow?
7 Cs.
7 Cs. All right, 7 Cs. They always miss out slightly. Last game
In fact,
wasn't theirs.
PN Crew, second time they just missed it.
Exactly. And, well, Ocean is going to point out his team while he is pretty happy about Team Bablu's pick. I'm going to move over to the commentators and ask them, which team are you guys picking?
Listen, look, Bablu got screwed by me yesterday, and today Ocean's going to screw them up as well. They're going to have, I don't know why he's done this. They've been struggling, and he's made it worse for them. I'm going to go with ASL. I think it's time. They've been stagnating all day today. It's time for them to wake up.
You know what? One good thing about the Costers desk is that we're a tight-knit unit. I'm going to go for ASL as well. No enmity between us.
I'll tell you guys as well. Even I'm feeling like this game is going to be all about
There you go. There you go.
We can do that as well, Ocean. But anyway, Johnny.
I mean, I agree with what said right now. Abrupt Slayers, today they've had a slow start. The last 2 games not doing so well, but I think they are going to step into the momentum this time. And with that, I think momentum is going to be picked up by you guys as well.
Thank you.
Well, all right. We will carry the momentum forward. And to add to your point, the thing is, you know, they did start big yesterday. ASL were the talk of the town. But again, you know, we were discussing this backstage that are they going to take it a little easier? They have that lead, but they want to make sure they maintain that lead. But if you get a bit too passive, well, the lead is going to
dissipate, maybe.
Go out the back window.
I mean, that's something we've seen from so many teams. All these past couple of years I've been doing PUBG Mobile, esports, I've seen so many teams, you know, they start off with a bang on day one. They're just dominating everyone. We're like, what the hell, this team's so good, they're going to win the entire thing. And then they kind of taper off, and in the end, it's a free fall. That is something ASL need to be very, very wary of.
Or maybe you don't show all your cards right at the beginning because, you know, the other teams, they do love doing their homework. They might have kind of figured ASL out. So let's see if ASL can actually change a few things. And, of course, one good chicken dinner is going to put all the doubts to rest. But now, ooh, I'm not even joking. I love this countdown. Let's just wait.
Can I just give a shout out to production and the guys making this amount of effort they put into making everything, like small little things. It doesn't really affect the game overall, but the small little, you know, spices that, you know, just add so much more flavor to the viewing experience.
The thing is, you and I are just yapping away, right? The real heroes, the ones that bring all of this together, are the team behind the scene. And, you know, we'll do it. Anyway.
We're useless, we're lazy, we just talk about the game.
But anyway, with that play, game number 3 is going to be underway.
T2K. What are they going to do? What are they going to do now?
You know what they're going to do. They are going to be jumping right about now. And there you have it. T2K are going to be the first team out of the plane, and ElementriX should be following them shortly. Now, we are going to be flying a bit towards the eastern aspect of this map. We are going to go over the farm, the shelter, the mansion. Even east of Yasnaya is going to be somewhere where people might want to go. And talking about Yasnaya, BN Gru is a team that loves dropping down there. So let's see if they are going to get any opposition. Because, well, the real soldiers or DRS Gaming call Yasnaya their home as well. So again, I want to see some early skirmishes. I don't want to see a repeat of the Erangel we saw in game 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a snooze fest, we might say. Now, when I say snooze fest, I'm not saying the teams are playing bad. It's more like I want to see a bloodbath.
Now, let me just tell you something interesting. Now, I did kind of mention FutureStation. They usually love going towards the Georgia Pole side, the back Georgia area.
Novo.
We did see them in Novo yesterday, and well, they are doing this again. But A1
I like
Esports.
that. No, I love that. I love when teams are a little bit more unpredictable when it comes to dropping down. It spices things up. It makes them a little bit... okay, hold on. They might just screw themselves. Well, like you said, they like Georgie, but sometimes fate is a fickle mistress. And unfortunately, it's not that bad, though. They can still cross on over. The problem is, across that bridge of death lies a lot of teams.
Well, a lot of hurdles to cross, and sometimes your foot just gets caught up and you go crashing down. But right now, it looks like Venom and Nightwing has dropped pretty close by to Jivon Crazy's position. And of course, this action is going to be taking place in Milta, a place where Assiduous Esports love calling home. Now, the circle is going to be towards the north. It is pretty much centralized with, I do believe, Rozhok as the epicenter. And that was a jump and evade as Ayush tried to run over a member of Team Bablu, but it looks like he's got some backup. Team Bablu has some backup as well, but one of their members has a weapon. Is Tyrant going to be shot down? Yes, he is. And boom, crushed under that vehicle.
That is, that's ruthless. I told you. Ocean's like, Bablu's going to win it, and there we go. Just stop picking this team because we are jinxing them so badly, and they have been struggling a bit. Teen Wolf outside, he's hiding, and he's gonna do a pretty good job. I like how his teammates are, the two teammates on that vehicle are going to be the bait, drawing away the wolves in the form of PN.
Well, the Wolves suddenly realize that they've lost the scent because now they are heading elsewhere. And of course, Team Bablu will have some time to get to a compound or a house and pick up a weapon or two. So they've lost their element of surprise. But of course, Ayush did run his opposition over. So we did see an interesting first blood pretty early on this time as compared to the last game. But let's see if this is all the action we see for the next few minutes or not. But if I do have a look at the map, D2K SG again. An early transition from military base. A couple of the members are already at the base of the bridge, and, well, interesting.
Malik's in a bit of a pickle. He's trapped upstairs, and you see three members of ASC pushing on in, trying to take him down. Now, he's got backup a distance away. If he can head towards the roof, he doesn't manage to get away in the nick of time as Hannibal's going to finish him off. And unfortunately, his teammates were not too close by, but they're like, yeah, there's nothing we can do. Sorry, bud. We'll try to take vengeance for you later on, because they're kind of spread apart as well. In the meantime, Assiduous Esports, they spot a player out, but he's all alone. Is Z1 crazy? I don't know. Out in the open, and that gun's not gonna hit a single bullet from Kashuf. A little too far away, but that's okay. It's still early days.
I mean, every once in a while, we do need to hit the training grounds and make sure our fingers and thumbs are warmed up and our accuracy is on point. And of course, you don't get all the action in the game, but now Kashuf is going to be picked up by his teammate Blade. Remember, we did see Malik getting knocked and wiped out earlier. Baba is elsewhere as well. ASC is going to be driving back. Honeywell, you have been spotted. That was a mistake, and he gets taken down. Gorkray has a spotted as well. Shots have been fired. Gorkray goes prone in the nick of time, and well, I think he's going to skedaddle in that buggy of his.
Yep, unfortunately, Hannibal, he's done for over here. This is a very messy start. Everyone's kind of spread apart. Everyone's all by the lonesome. No one's grouping up together. Baba's surrounded, but the thing is, he's like a turret. He's rattling off bullets in every direction possible. He's going to take a couple of pot shots as well towards Kurkure. Spots him up. Kurkure completely unaware that they know exactly where he is. Unfortunately for him, he's got a tree for a little bit of cover, but should be wary that a vehicle of his could be blown to smithereens. Instead, he's going to be rattling off bullets, and Baba, he's got nowhere to go. He's pincered, he's trapped. There's a triangle of death all around him, surrounding him, and he is so very low and could be done for here as he's bleeding out into the green grass.
Well, it looks like Muffin thought he was almost safe. He gets taken out as well, as Blade is going to go and make sure that he finishes what he started. So now Stalwart Esports, I think the revenge is beginning because they did lose Malik. Baba. That kind of just, had a little bit of a tingle over there. He has an M24, and let me tell you one thing. It was a headshot, Blade. We have some bold action in the house today.
Makes you happy, doesn't it? Makes you tingle in your special parts. And Baba, yeah, he's kitted up, he's looted up, he's got the guns, he's got the big guns. And Kurkure, well, is crawling around, holding on to his gut. And Blade's like, well, you're not going to go far, son. He's going to put him out of his misery. He's going to go, he's going to punch. He's going to.
Do you feel lucky?
He's going to reap his soul. Oh, you love it. I love it. I love it. It's not a sky.
I love the fact that there is no emotion on Blade's face right now.
He's stone cold. Well, also, His name's Blade.
There
and
you
he
go.
finishes him off with a blade in the skull.
Ooh, that is poetic. That is poetic. I love that. That is absolutely amazing. But right now, let's have a look at the circle as all the teams are vying to get inside. And it looks like, well, T2K learned their lesson, Blade. They left early, and they are already inside the circle. They're already pretty much near the center.
Yeah, the problem with T2K, and we saw it in the previous Erangel as well, the thing is they get, I feel they're playing a little too passive, right? I mean, once you, I don't know, like they're not playing like a team who has been hyped up to be one of the best teams playing in the finals over here. I would love to see that change, of course. As do you see most of these teams inside of the circle? The problem here right now, the only team who are in a bit of a pickle is Team FS, FutureStation, all the way down south. And if they cross that bridge, there's going to be a couple of teams waiting for them, as we're going to be switching our POV towards A1 Esports.
Now, A1 Esports, they are surrounded by the enemy. If you have a look at the map, we have SCYTES at one end, T2K at the other, and even Stalwart Esports are going to be joining the party sooner or later. But, you know, you were talking about FutureStation. Looks like Steel Shot is going to be their scout. He is trying to figure out if they have some opposition on the bridge up ahead because, well, it looks like SCYTES are going to be backing off as they are now going to be tangoing with A1 Esports. Oh, this is exciting. 3 teams are on a collision course, and JyanMaara is joining in as well, and we are going to have absolute pandemonium right about now, and there you have it. Kashuf is the first one to shoot. I think he is going to just push the sights away. Maybe he should have waited a little bit, you know, let them come and grab a few kills.
Yeah, I feel very uncomfortable with the fact that Kashuf's head is exposed. Grab a helmet somewhere there, buddy, because you're gonna need it later on. Stalwart, they have control of this compound. There's no need for them right now to really, you know, press the matter. They can hold on to this area. It's a bit of some urban warfare here between High Voltage and, well, they're taking battles on 2 different fronts. The problem here is Ozzy. Is he alone in this building is a problem because his teammates are all crossed over on the other side of that road. And if he gets taken down, oh, never mind. He's got a teammate. He got Havoc right next to him. T2K playing a dangerous game. They're just driving around. And how is Zod alive? How is Zod even alive?
Well, there you have it. Assassin followed through, and he whipped out that AK and rat-tat-tat-tat his opponents down. Look at that. Ozzy from far away at the school is the one who is going to confirm the kill. So now, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, they are going to have a kill to their name. Of course, we do want to see a lot more from this team. But now, as the circle is going to be closing in on itself any time now, I wonder where it's going to go, because it looks like all the teams are going to be comfortable around the school apartments, maybe a bit south on that hill. A lot of teams are going to be heading in that Rozhok area, as you can see on your map right now. But the question is, where is the circle going to take us? Now, Blay, I'm gonna predict something.
Go for it.
It's going to go Milta Farm. It's going to go southeast for some reason.
I'm calling Stalwart and Severny.
I mean, all right. I mean, it's close. It's close.
I'll take that.
You get this one, but there is a drop falling down, and now do you want to play the prediction game again? I say it's going to be a Mark 14.
Oh!
I mean...
Well, okay.
I mean, I mean, hey, I got it right. So we are 1 for 1. It is all even Stevens, but it is a Mark 14 that is going to be dropping down in the very first airdrop, and la-dee-la, we have a suppressor as well.
The thing with the Mark 14... okay, I'm one of those weird ones who I love the sound of that gun.
Oh yeah,
it's got a metallic clang to it. Like now we talk about the arm and the boom sound it has, which is terrifying. It's wonderful as well. But that metallic clanging sound, it's a sound of death arriving. As we do take a look at the map right now. Now, ElementriX, the chicken dinner winners from the previous game, they're quite a distance away still towards Gatka, but the circle's not going to be doing too much of damage. The blue's not going to be doing too much of damage, so they have enough time to head towards safety. The problem is the closest path for them. Hold on. Cooney's taking a fight. They're taking the fight to S2K. So sorry to T2K, my bad. And Cooney, I like how he's playing this. He's hugging the edge of the wall. Where are his teammates? Where's everyone else?
They are in a compound farther behind. Looks like Cooney could be in trouble if his teammates do not come through, but shots are coming from elsewhere. Cooney is going to spot it out. He does take down Jane. Is he going to take down another? No, he doesn't, and that is going to be the extent of his mini rampage over here, while his teammates can just help us. Look from... I think they're getting their vehicles now. I think it's a bit too late, but it looks like Havoc is going to be coming in this compound. He is going to hit the wall, and there you have it. Break supplied. One of their teammates...
I like that.
They are going to try and surround the enemy. They are going to spread out, and it looks like Ozzy is going to go in the center. Havoc has the right flank, and Assassin is going to go on the left. But now they've got to be careful because all those sound cues are going to be crucial. Expect a couple of grenades. In fact, Ozzy could be in a bit of a problematic spot over here, but that grenade was just a bit too far off now. This is where High Voltage begins their barrage. And there you have it. Assassin does get a knock on Jane, which means we are going to see a little bit of a push. We are going to see a few changes in the angles. Expect another... Ooh, Frankie is looking on. He's ready for this.
He's ready for this, but that means that Jane is bleeding out. At one point, they need to decide whether they go for the res or to just take the fight, because right now they are a man down as Jane still bleeding out. Venom on half health. And this is looking rough indeed. Assassin assassinates Venom, and one by one, the players of T2K fall. Their woes continue. Frankie is going to be left alone. Oh, on the floor above, all alone, trapped like a rat in the attic. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And High Voltage, they know they're one kill away from getting the wipe. Assassin should be careful. In the fire and flames he stands, and yet he delivers death.
I mean, I just love the fact that he is the one who got that kill with a grenade while on fire.
But you get where I'm getting at here, right? Everyone's playing aggro against T2K. Like, everyone's taking a fight to them, and so far we haven't seen them do the same.
Because they have kind of fallen off the map as far as the aggression goes. You did mention they are playing a bit more passive, and it looks like the other teams are catching on to this, and well, a kill is a kill no matter who it is. So they are going to capitalize on that situation. They're like, all right, you know what? They are going to play it safe. Let's barrage them. Let's just nade them out. Let's have an artillery strike on their location. And then you go in with your guns and mop up all the survivors. But now, the circle is going to change once again. Are all the teams in the center going to be happy, or are they going to be sad? Well, for now, they could be a bit happy because we do have a little bit of a northwestern shift as we are going to be heading up towards Severny. Bits of Rozhok are still in play. We still have some land on the southern side of the river that is going to be basically splitting the two landmasses. And, well, the second airdrop is falling down, and it is the M249. Big bad gun.
I love the M249, especially on a map like Erangel, like especially during the mid-game segment when some people are going to be traversing across the map with the vehicles and everything. That gun could just melt those vehicles, blow them up. I don't see anyone picking it up. Actually, never mind. I'm taking a look at the map here, and Team Bablu are actually next to one of those drops right south of Severny. As you do have a little bit of lull in the action. The circle has shrunk further. It's kind of cutting through Rozhok a little bit, but it's kind of out in the open. There's not much buildings in what will be the safe zone.
You have some isolated, not compounds, but singular buildings, you know, squad houses as we like calling them. So you do have that, but the thing is, they are hotly, and I mean hotly contested. So, you know, you will expect a couple of teams to send a scout out ahead, and then, you know, you'll have the entire team coming in. But it looks like VN Crew's Mr. Boro is going to open up on Team Bablu. In fact, Teen Wolf is going to knock him down.
Well, the wolf will howl, and I don't know if you guys just missed what was shown on the screen over there, but ASL's lead, it is slowly but
it's dwindling.
Dwindling, indeed, and the two teams tied neck to neck right now, 7Seas and ElementriX, and they're going to be gunning for that crown. They want to snatch that crown away from the Kings right now, as SCYTES Ghost is going to get a knock as well in the meantime. PN Crew's position over here, I mean, they're safe for now, but it's a bit of a picklish spot, because the moment, if this compound doesn't line a safe zone, there's nothing nearby for them to find any cover.
That is a good point. And also point B is something that I mentioned or just brushed upon a little earlier. And that is that, you know, yes, you do have your cover, but the meta of the game has changed, right? A lot of the players are now using grenades, and they are using them well. So, in fact, if you're going to, you know, incapacitate the enemy before you charge in, that is going to be problematic for PN Crew. In fact, that is what we've seen. We are kind of going back to the meta that we saw way back when, during the first days of PUBG Mobile, when it was all about the shock and awe move, right? You see a couple of people in the squad, knock one, boom, you go for the rush. But now it is the same thing with a twist, and the twist are those big bad grenades.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of grenade action I've seen so far in the past couple of days, I've seen more grenade action in 2 days, and 1.5 days, than I've seen in entire league stages, group stages of certain tournaments. But talk about it later on. Capshi taking some pot shots towards Team Sky. That vehicle is taking a bit of damage. Phobia needs to be a little careful. FutureStation, in the meantime, they know there is a possibility that they can be pinned down, and that's going to be their opportunity to make a move. Now, they are in a safe zone. Now, where are they going to be heading towards? They're trying to be preemptive. I can respect that, but where are they going to be heading towards?
Now, you know, you were talking about being pincered in. Now, this is the situation I was talking about. A1 Esports, they do have the high ground, but they are coming out of the blue, which means FutureStation could be in a good position to get a squad wipe, but it looks like A1 Esports are playing it a bit safe, and they are going to traverse a bit from the end. It looks like 6ix9ine has been caught out by Tamim with those precision precision SLR
He's
shots. And well,
screwed.
Dante is going to come under fire as well as his teammate Jax is going to disembark from his thing. And wait a second, Play Zone wants to
Look at
play
the circle.
once again as it gets a couple of knocks.
Look at the circle. Look at the circle. Look at 7C's position. Look at 7C's position. They're in such a good spot right now. But then I take their name, and ElementriX are wasting no time. They're in their vehicles. They're gunning. They're on a trajectory for 7C's. The second and the third place teams, respectively, right now in overall standings. And like you said, Playzone is starting to play, join the fray. A couple of players getting taken down already. They have bled out a couple of players here. But so far, the thing is, only one team's been eliminated. And it's going to get very, very hectic indeed as a battle will play out here. ASL, the fight has been brought to them, but they will come out on top.
It has been brought to them, but the thing is, there is still quite some distance play, and these guys are actually finally waking up and taking a few fights here and there. We saw them pretty dormant in games 1 and 2. Looks like game 3 is the thing, but right now Memo is going to go up against PN Crew. Looks like Mr. Boro is going to be caught out. He does take a couple of shots, but JN's Extreme is going to fall to his death. Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Memo does not know where the enemy is, and looks like 7C is going to move in. Mr. Boro is going to take him down. Yes, he does. He is going to take him down. In fact, put him in the ground.
Yes, he will, and Memo crawling around, he's done for. He's going to be bleeding out here, but the battle is, well, it's going to be going the way of 7C's. I do believe they managed to wipe out PN. Sorry, ElementriX just got knocked out. Wait, are they still in the running?
They did just get knocked down. Of course, we missed that fight happening
did that even
elsewhere.
happen?
I mean, it was over in the blink of an eye. Expect some vehicles to be blown off as JyanMaara's Giro Fair is now going to have to take cover behind his destroyed vehicle as his team is going to come under heavy, and I mean heavy fire from afar. DRS are going to be making a move, and well, Assiduous Esports bite the bullet as they are going to be knocked out in the 12th position with just that one kill to their name. And of course, well, the play zone still wreaking havoc on CZ High Voltage.
I just want to point something out over here, right? If you take a look at the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at the teams that have been knocked out already. We have ElementriX knocked out with 2 points to their name. And if you look at the other team, 7C's, they only have 2 players left alive and 2 kills. This is a brilliant opportunity for ASL to finally start to extend the lead a little bit more. Question is, will they capitalize on it?
Now, I've kind of seen the change in ASL. They have been a little bit more aggressive this game. They have, in fact, taken the fights to the enemy. Oh, that's a good grenade. Giro Fair, you need to move out from cover, which he does. He does lose about half his HP. But since he is the last man for JyanMaara, he gets spotted at distance and looks like he might have just been put out of his misery. Of course, that little switch over there. Ah, there we have it. He is still alive and kicking. Of course, he can't administer any first aid right now. Oh, my goodness. He makes it to cover with a sliver of HP. And now is when that first aid comes in. Again, Blay. Oh. He missed it. He missed it. He moved a bit too soon. Let's see if that's going to come to bite him later on.
Well, going to see if that will indeed, but right now, I just want to take a look at JyanMaara. AJ, he's on a spree. The nades dealing so much damage with DRS. The smokes, it's keeping them alive for a while, but for how long is the question. JyanMaara has also been eliminated. They did get at least 3 kills, but that's not too many points. Not going to be very happy with that. It's down to the final 10 teams and 31 players left in the running. Venom Legends, 2 points to their name, 4 alive. SCYTES with 4 alive. FutureStation with 4 alive. DEADEYES guys as well. However, not too many kills, as we will find the next circle on your screens, and it is DRS smack in the center of the circle. They don't have to move, and they're going to be thanking the stars.
Talk about having a fortified position. They are now going to burst all their vehicles. They're going to burst all the tires, and well, they're like, you know what? We are dead smack center. Let's make sure we have a fortification over here. We are going to have basically, I mean, I love this. I love this. I love the fact that they have the same skin on the vehicles as well, but now 7C's Hungry Box and Love are going to be opening up on DEADEYES guys as they want to traverse around, and looks like a couple of the members did have a head start, which now means Rated could be in a world of trouble as he is going to be bombarded from all angles. He goes past the drop. One more shot does connect, and well, he is going to make it cross the finish line.
True Love maybe getting a little nervous there because he knew that was a free kill. And unfortunately, at the full clip, not enough. Nightwing will be blown to smithereens. He will be taken out. 7C's, they still have 2 players in the running, so they're not quite out yet. SCYTES, though, this is a great opportunity for them to make something of this map. They've been having a terrible tournament, terrible finals rather so far. Teen Wolf from Team Bablu finds Nightwing, finishes him off, and now take a look at the kill leaders here. It's a pretty low fracking affair.
Talk about being in the center of the circle. Talk about having a fortification, and then the gods of PUBG are on your side as well, as lo and behold, an airdrop is falling on DRS's position. But right now, Love under heavy fire. He does get taken out by Shifu. All that Kung Fu training coming in. Although he is using a weapon, it's all about that trigger discipline.
Now, even if he gets a res, they don't have a vehicle. they won't have a vehicle, even if he gets a res. And that's something Shifu should be mindful of. He needs to just rattle off bullets, blow up that vehicle, ensure they're trapped and pinned behind that rock, as AJ is going to get a knock onto Steel Shot from Team FutureStation. And I like how DEADEYES guys are not sticking around. They're going to immediately leg it. They're right next to the safe zone, so they're going to make their way inside here. But like you said, DRS, like you said. Meanwhile, HIGHVOLTAGE getting knocked up at DRS. They have the drop, they have the fortification, and right now, the hunted have become the hunters.
Yes, sir, they have become the hunted indeed, but looks like they could be in trouble as now all the teams are going to be concentrating the fire on that one position. Galden, of course, bit the bullet just a few moments ago. He is out of this game. Nima, AJ, and Mafia Ninja are trying to make sure to keep the enemy at bay, basically popping off shots in every and which direction. Right now, FutureStation, ooh, Steel Shot, you are so close to getting knocked out. One more bullet will do the deed, but the fact that we have an airdrop right next to him, I mean, well, everything is going their way right now, Blay, but do you think any other team is going to come and play spoil sports?
I don't know.
Well, AJ with a wonderful spray with a DP28 does finally find Steel Shot.
He's still dealing more damage here, and oh, Steel Shot's done for. He's done for. Yeah, there's no chance whatsoever for the rest to come in, and like I said, DRS,
Beautiful position.
The only problem is uphill. Uphill. If a team manages to get their way uphill and roll a couple of nades, it could be deadly indeed.
Well, we are going to find out if they're going to move. No, they're not going to have to move because they are still at the edge of the circle. And now Danny is going to be dishing out a lot of damage as he does finally put another team to the ground. ASL looks like they've lost another member. ASL Chari is going to be the last man standing again. ASL, they haven't really been able to reciprocate what they did yesterday. Not so far. Maybe games 4 and 5 will be different. But on top with the grenade on Shuvo as he takes him down. And Shuvo is going to be knocked out. A barrage of grenades. Boom, boom, boom all around. One of them are going to come out of the slide. Looks like D-Tron is going to blow up Shifu, sir, with a well-timed grenade. And here comes the rush. Raider goes in from the right. Oh, he spots the enemy. The reaction time on the gentleman over here. He jumps, changes his aim mid-air, and, well, guns the opposition down.
Well, that was so well played there by DEADEYES guy. They keep 3 alive as well. And look at Chari. The last man left alive. He has Danny in his crosshairs, but patience of a saint. Is he a Buddhist monk? I don't even know. He's got to creep up now. The circle, it's deadly. He has to go for the kill. He needs to make a run. He can't just crawl. There's no time, and he's going to go for more, but out in the open, the blue and the bullets will take him down, and that is going to be it for Team ASL. They only find 2 kills and will be eliminated in the 8th place. 7 teams remain and 21 left alive.
21 alive, and Danny's going to be on his knees. The revive is going to come through as his teammate is going to go further up ahead and scout out. Now, DRS again in a good position. Ooh, but I see some opposition nades coming in, and those nades are going to be courtesy of the boys from SCYTES. Now, SCYTES are going to be mounting an assault on DRS Gaming. They've got the work cut out. Finally, Mafia Ninja does find Jax from A1 Esports, and in fact, he is going to put him in the ground as well. But now, Ghost from behind is going to be unloading on FutureStation. In fact, above DRS, bullets are whizzing past above their head right now, as now all the teams are going to tango with one another, and, well, we are going to see a lot of body drop elsewhere. DE Wadu gets the better of 7C's Hungry Box as Phobia is taken out by Shifu, sir.
The thing right now is, like I said, a tango. It's a tango of death. Waduser is going to finish up Hungry Box. Rated is going to finish up True Love as well. Teams are falling left, right, and center. We have 4 teams remaining, 12 alive. Team Bablu. Team Bablu. Maybe Ocean, maybe he didn't jinx them. Maybe he got it right this time. Maybe Bablu might get a chicken dinner. But hold on. Danny gets knocked out, but on top's on his knees as well. This battle, this is going to be very messy. If he's SCYTES, they can just reap their souls. It's going to be free kills for them. They're going to find one onto Danny, but now the position has been compromised as A1 will also be eliminated.
They have been eliminated as Mafia Ninja finds a boot in the grass, and he is going to take him out. A quick knock and a finish coming in as we are down to the final 3 teams. Looks like On Top is going to go on a bit of a domination spree as he has racked up quite a few kills to his name. 3 to be exact now, DE Shifu. So I love the way this team is spread out. We are down to the final 2, and SCYTES have been eliminated as well in the 4th position, which means Team Bablu went out in 3rd. It's all going to be between DRS Gaming and DEADEYES guys. Now, DRS are in a good position, but expect a hail of grenades coming in play.
Oh, absolutely, and Rated. He is hungry. He's going in. He's going in. They're just pushing in. A nade's going to be tossed in, and in the meantime, Shifu's going to be pushing in as well with the rifle out, and the nade's going to be sailing in. It doesn't find anyone, but AJ in the smoke is taking so much damage. He's down to 1 point of health, and Rated just pushing on in. He doesn't go for the reload, and Shifu's going up. Nade himself. Oh no! And Nima finishes him off with a nade of his own, and that is going to be now a 3v3, and this is getting too close to call.
I was expecting Shifu to be a bit more calm and collected, but looks like it did go the other way around. Mafia Ninja gets taken down by Rated. Grenades are coming in. He got to move in. AJ is going to come on the left, but look, Nima's on the left, but Wadu is going to take him out with amazing reaction time over here. AJ is in a world of trouble. Sliver of HP, and there you have it. There you have it, the Hunted. You just said it. The Hunted became the Hunted, and there you have it. DEADEYES, guys, back to their winning ways.
It took them a while. It took them a long, long while. But I love how they did back down from that final fight. They knew that DRS had the better fortified position, but they're like, we're not going to give you any space to breathe. We're not going to give you any space to wiggle around, to work with. They just pushed in like a pack of hungry wolves, like a rabid pack of wolves, and it tore them to shreds. Congratulations to them. The first chicken dinner, and maybe this could be the turning point for DEADEYES, guys.
I think it could be, because once they get the ball rolling, I think they are nigh unstoppable. Of course, we did see that in the league stages as well. They did come out on top, but of course, their first chicken dinner, and that too in Erangel, is going to be something that is, well, they're going to be looking out for. And you know what? While we just wrap our brains around what happened right now and see what the analyst desk are going to be talking about, why don't you all grab a chilled Mountain Dew? We'll take a quick break. We'll be back after this.
Hello and welcome once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Super Johnny, joined on the analyst desk by Shadow and Ocean. And well, with that game, I think, Ocean, you should have never stopped believing, my man.
I mean, DE, they came back, and they came back stronger, I would say, the way they started.
I have to say one thing. All it was required for DE to get the chicken dinner was Ocean, stop taking their side. Stop picking them. That was all it was required.
Well, that is pretty harsh, but I'm going to give Ocean a few minutes to recover from that burn while we have a look at that one player who was burning everyone inside the game with the lead from his gun, in fact, and it is going to be Mafia Ninja from the squad of DRS. It has been a while since we saw him in action, but, well, if you're going to make a return with a bang.
I mean, DRS did pretty decent, obviously, you know, in the top two finishes where they were. 3 kills onto the name of this lad, 817 damage, 2 assists, 23 minutes, 45 seconds of a survival time, but DRS, DE, this is not, I would say, you know, this is not where you should be stopping up yourself right now. Look at this. All right, so this guy is checking quite a lot of corners on for himself. Damage taken as well. This is the first time I think we are seeing a person checking that damage taken corner. Yes, it is on the marker.
Yeah, it is on the marker.
When DRS was at the center of the zone, they were taking so many fights, so they were dishing out a lot of damage, and they were at the receiving end also, especially Mafia Ninja. When the players of DEADEYES was rushing in towards them, I think Mafia Ninja was the first to get knocked out, so he was at the receiving end of the damage also.
Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. As you said, if you are in the center, you're going to be pulling a lot of pressure on yourselves, but dealing with the pressure is pretty important. But ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the top players in this match, there appear, well, only the players from the teams that finished in the top 2. We have 3 players on the first, second, and the third position from the squad of DRS that finished on the second position. On the fourth and the fifth position, we have on top and Rated Sir from the squad of DEADEYES. Guys, the team that actually got the chicken dinner.
I mean, lots of kills have been taken down in these 5 players itself. Look at this. 9 kills in top 3, if I'm not wrong, and yes, exactly. And then 7 kills on 4th and 5th position, right? Talking about the damage stats, that's not the biggest damage numbers if you're talking about. I mean, 817, 648, those are 2 good numbers. But then comes down the other side. 483, 362 by DE's players, but they had one good thing, you know, that's that 15-point marker.
Exactly. I mean, if you are going to get those placement points, it does cover things up for you. And that is one thing that is really important, ladies and gentlemen. And as we are talking about those 15 points for the chicken dinner, let's have a look at the points that all the teams got for themselves. So the game standings in front of us right now.
Well, DEADEYES got the chicken dinner, an amazing 12 kills in their hands, so they are sitting at the top with amazing 27 points. But DRS Gaming, after having 2 bad games, they are finally stepping up and have got 9 kills in their hand, 12 placement points. That makes it total 21 points. In fact, Team Bablu, they were also also at a very good position in the zone. They had a whole shack to their name. In fact, I think still 6 circle or something.
Yeah.
The zone was favoring them. So they also had the chance to get quite a good number of kills in their hands. That is going to be 5 kills and total 15 points. So they are sitting at the 3rd position. In fact, Venom Legends, it was Shifusa's grenade that kind of forced them to have an early elimination. But they are stepping up with 4 kills. They just need to work on the placement points also. But T2K having an early exit, that too in Erangel.
Also Assiduous Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not the T2K that we have known and seen, right? In ElementriX. So this has been the storyline since the league stages.
Yeah.
A team that gets chicken dinner might just go on, you know, a bad position in the next game, and that just changes quite a lot of things for quite a lot of players and whatnots. But then 62 knocks and 56 kills coming out of them, that's good. Not a lot of headshots though, but smokes and nades, right? You get it. One team is covering the shack with vehicles and whatnot. The other team actually has to get in. That's where the smokes and nades were being dished out back and forth.
One thing I really loved from the squad of Deadeye guys is going to be the fact that once they decided, I mean, you could literally pinpoint out the moment when the decision was made, we are going to go for the rush, we're going to finish this game. When Rated Sir was the first man to charge in, his teammate took a position behind him inside of the smokes, and they had Vadu on the flank taking care of the guy inside of the shack. That moment, I think they pretty much secured the chicken dinner because DRS wasn't anticipating that sort of a level of aggression. But now, let us have a look at the zones as well and how they moved around in this game, ladies and gentlemen. And here is it.
Well, considering Deadeye's drop location is Rozhok, they were right at the center of the zone, but they had an early rotation also. In fact, they were right above the Yasnia area, and this is what I'm talking about. In fact, if I talk about Assiduous Esports, Zivan Crazy, he was a very tricky spot at the bridge area, considering he was the solo player. In fact, PN Crew also had a very high chance of getting some kills because DRS was making their rotations, and in fact, Venom Legends, so many teams were making rotations from the eastern side. So they were at a position to go for many kill points. But FutureStation, Deadeyes, I think kind of eliminated them because they spotted them down pretty easily and they were pinned down also, so Deadeye had no problem taking them down.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally true. But then moving forward, you know, we see where the circles were slowly contracting down. 7C, so look at this one. 7C, DE, and DRS. They are inside the circle right now. Onto the back end side, Team Bablu, they're having their own fights with the ASL. They shut down that team because that's where the circle was coming in, and then they had to move forward. That's where Team Bablu secured 3rd position for them.
Exactly, and for the squad of DRS, it was exactly as Shadow pointed out. Taking control of the center means you are going to be pulling the pressure from every single direction, and in order to fight that pressure, a lot of Mountain Dew is going to be required from your side. I mean, if you are going to be pressing those buttons, you do get a little thirsty, and do the Dew moments on our screens right now.
Yeah, that's totally true. If we talk about the initial fights, and after that, you know, the rotations will come in, because this was a northern side circle. We have seen those mid and southern side circles, right? But then this was coming down to a northern side circle, and this is where you could use anything just for the fights to be in your favor, and that's where it all was going down. But onto the other side, you get kills, you get damage, you get the placement points as well.
Yeah, you definitely get that. But if we talk about T2K, they should have known that CZxHIGHVOLTAGE has been dropping towards the school apartment area in rotation. They lost one of their players. Then later on, remaining players of CZxHIGHVOLTAGE kind of took them very easily because you're outnumbered. You will get taken down very easily. But this was the moment when PN Crew was outshining when they took down the players of Team 7Cs. They took down 3 of the players of Team 7Cs. Hungry Box, I think, was the last man to standing. And Team Bablu, considering their position, they spotted on the players of Team Abrupt Slayers, and very perfectly they eliminated them also. But if we talk about Deadeyes, they knew the players of Team DRS have a very good vehicle cover. They were up and down. A perfect grenade is all that is required to have that initial knock that they can rush in, and that is exactly what they did. This is when Mafia Ninja just got knocked out. The perfect grenade coming in from Shifu sir, although he did knock himself also down with that grenade, but later on his teammates kind of pretty easily eliminated the squad of DRS.
Yeah, and talking about the final situation, I mean, Deadeyes guys precisely on, well, quite precise with the level of aggression that they needed to close out that game, and it was really important. Why? Because as the analyst already pointed out, DRS, they were in the zone right now, and they had to be inside of the zone. Well, quite literally, in fact, in the game as well, because if you are going to control the center, teams are going to pile up on you. Even though Deadeyes guys, they were towards that northern area, the northwestern area of the circle, they had a pretty easy position. Not this team, not the team on the 2nd position, the tower right next to me, ladies and gentlemen, right now. Because they did have to pick off the teams in the other directions. Sad thing for them is going to be 2140 damage converted only into 9 kills. Had they picked up a few more kills for themselves, which they could have easily done, I mean, the stats would look a little bit different and they would be happy with a few more points. But still, finishing on the second position with 9 kills, that's a good game for you. DEADEYES guys having an even better game with the chicken dinner and the 12 kills coming in. But apart from that, it was a pretty standard game. Every single team that we do see, from the team that got eliminated quite early on, because even they got a kill this time around, to the team A1 Esports, who had a finish on the 5th position. Everyone, they were given the fighting opportunity against their opponents, and they made sure that that fighting opportunity was coming in. And now the histogram is going to go waiting, and I'm going to go back to the desk. It is quite interesting, right? Because being in the center, always, I mean, if you go back to the early days of competitive scene, it felt like that was the thing that's going to give you the massive advantage. Not now. That's going to mean that you are going to be under a lot of fire.
I mean, you have to stay out there and take up the fights, and that's where you get those points, and that points kind of reflect in quite a lot of things.
Well, you have to take up the fights, you have to go for the fights, get the points. And in fact, DRS and DEADEYES were the 2 teams who, and in fact Team Bablu also, these were the 3 teams who had a very good positioning in the zone.
Let's see how their position is going to be on the leaderboard right now, because that is where it all comes down to, ladies and gentlemen, and the leaderboard in front of us right now.
Alright, so Abrupt Slayers 107, 7C 85, ElementriX 85, and this is something that's being created like pretty close, 2nd and 3rd position. Abrupt Slayers still at the top right now. I mean, today they've had bad games. I mean, we were discussing it, right? They should not be as Gank once was. So that's one thing that Abrupt Slayers kind of is giving up a vibe right now. I mean, I want to see a 4th one from them. If that happens, that obviously will be a good thing. But well, VTNxJyanMaara 69 points for themselves, DRS Gaming 67, DE 66. So this is where DE is right now. They be consistent for 1 or 2 more games, they will be at the 2nd position, come what may. And this is where top 8 kind of, showcases itself. I mean, talk about it. 3 chicken dinners, ASL, ElementriX 1, JyanMaara 2, and DE 1 right now.
But even Esports, having 2nd highest kill points, they are still at the 8th position. That is kind of sad. In fact, 3rd highest kill points. In fact, Team ElementriX also. Team 7Cs, if we talk about their stats, their position points and kill points are pretty much balanced as compared to players ElementriX, and Team 7Cs is stepping up slowly. This is working for them. And Team Bablu, if we talk about them also, they have also stepped up a little. They are sitting at the 11th position with good kill points and good placement points also in their hands. But FutureStation again and again having an early elimination. In fact, Team CZxHIGHVOLTAGE also, this was a team we saw have a good performance in PMCO. They were consistent. They didn't outshine in one particular game or something. They were consistent throughout the league stages, but now they are at the 13th position.
Exactly, and it was quite interesting. But one more thing that's going to be quite interesting right now to look at, it's going to be a head-to-head between the teams on the 2nd and on the 3rd position. So 7Cs versus ElementriX.
Alright, well, talking about the points, right? They are separated by just 1 point. But that 1 point has a very big storyline. I mean, talking about ElementriX, they have, look at this, 9,500 damage, and damage taken is 6,000. I mean, they have had a good ratio of damage given versus damage taken as compared to 8,250 for 7Cs and 7,471. And that reflects in the kill points. I mean, they are dishing out more kills, because this is one thing we talked about. If you have good damage given versus damage taken ratio, that means you have been knocked down less number of times.
I want to ask you guys one thing, and I think, Shadow, you will be able to explain this to me in particular. 7C Esports, ElementriX, almost all the stats are in the favor of ElementriX, be it the KPM, be it the kills, be it the, well, almost everything. But still, it is 7C that the team that has the lead.
The reason being 7C have a balance between the placement points and the kill points. On the other hand, if we talk about ElementriX, they have good kill points, but they have bad placement points. That's why they are sitting at the 3rd position. In fact, 7C, they make sure that they never have an early exit, even end up with at least 2 or 3 kills in their hands. But we have seen ElementriX ending up with 0 placement points also.
Exactly. At the end of the day, the game is about survival, and are the teams going to survive in the next match that is going to come up, ladies and gentlemen? Let's have a look at the schedule once again. The next map that is going to be played, it is going to be the Land of the Desert, Miramar, coming up next. And it is going to be quite interesting once again. I hope, I've been praying for this for a long time since the meta changed. I hope I get to see those bolt actions in action. And I see a big man across the stage who is also nodding his head because, well, he is sort of an expert sniper himself. We're going to talk about that later, but I want to have a look at those map chance percentages again and see have things changed, because things changed on Sanhok since yesterday.
Yes.
Things have changed on Erangel after the first Erangel up until the recent one. Have things changed on Miramar?
I mean, we will see what have happened, right? Team Bablu still owns the Miramar if we talk about this one, right? But on to the other side, Abrupt Slayers, they are joining in. VTNxJyanMaara, look at this.
Bablu was on the third in Miramar
Yeah.
yesterday. Today they are going to be sitting on the first. So in just one game, they have managed to increase their performance on this map.
Look at the difference of, you know, when we see average kills on Erangel versus we see average kills on Miramar. It's 6 out there, it's 4 out here. So players, you know, mostly go for the rotation, because players get stuck up in the rotation and we see, you know, kill conversion ratio becomes less out there. So that's one chance that comes in. So in Miramar, you have to go with the rotations and rotations. Like, that's the first priority.
Exactly. I mean, the map is pretty big. You have to rotate quite a lot. But Shadow, I want to ask you this. With one game, Bablu sort of, in this graph that we have in front of us, the map chance percentage, they are showcasing that they own the Miramar, but do you think they will be able to own it right now?
Well, yes, they can own it. If you remember yesterday also, they got 13 points in Miramar, and I think that was their best performance of the day.
Yeah.
So Bablu really performed really good in the Miramar, and they have very good hand with those grenades also. We have seen that. They get most of the kills through those grenades.
Yeah.
So yeah, Team Bablu know how to take fights when it comes to Miramar.
They do carry a lot of grenades with
Yeah.
them. Quite abnormal for a team playing on this map, and that is one thing that I think surprises their opponents as well. And it is quite interesting to see this team in action on this map in particular, but they are not alone. There are those challenges. There are those 15 other teams that are going to be contesting them in this performance. And one more question. I mean, I'm going to also ask the other analyst, just pick a team mode.
Well, you know, I'm somewhat of a Dr. Zeus myself. I compose some songs, and one of the songs that, you know, goes with this one is Bablu owns the Miramar. Bablu owns the Miramar. I mean, these are two lines that I've created as of now, but still,
Yeah.
I'll make up a song, and we know it that this team always dominates on Miramar.
Exactly. They do dominate on this map, and they do get a lot of points for themselves. But, ladies and gentlemen, do you remember, you can get something for yourself as well. It is going to be our viewer rewards that we have for you guys. And all you have to do is watch this broadcast in the game. Go to the Esports Center. Go to PMPL South Asia Season 2. That's happening right now. And watch it in game. And, well, you can earn yourself a little something for yourself that you can showcase to your friends, to your opponents as well inside of the game. And it is going to be quite exciting for you guys. Well, this is a lot of excitement for me to handle. I desperately want that chicken outfit. And with that, I mean, I did mention a couple of people, and I did mention an expert sniper that we have with us, ladies and gentlemen. So over on the commentators desk, Blair and the experiment.
I think it needs to finish his Mountain Dew, so you know what? Go for it. Go for it. It's
All
fine.
right. I'm sorry, I know we were transitioning right now. I need my energy levels to be a bit up, so I thought
Especially
I'd
if you
grab one
want
of
to hit
these.
those shots.
I know.
All
You know.
right,
You know what? He's kind of given up the. He's kind of given up on the ARM, on the M24.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's talking about. But you know what? We keep talking about Team Bablu. It's a team like they like to play Miramar. They're fantastic in Miramar, but they haven't shown anything yet in the finals. So I mean, we're hyping a few teams up, but they're not really delivering. But you know what? One last time,
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Team Bablu.
Experiment. I think our crystal balls are reversed today. Every team we pick sort of bombs.
Although I did kind of say that someone's going to make a comeback, but you know, all that aside, if I am to pick a team, since I've got my energy revitalized, I think Deadeye's guys are still a team that are getting that energy in, and they did win. They did win, and you know, we just might see them go through with the remaining games. Miramar could be theirs.
Exactly. What is going to happen on this map? Only time will tell. Along
Yes,
with
sir.
you guys.
Thank
Well,
you.
Thank you so much, Johnny. I like that little transition time. And along with us, and of course, Blair and I are going to be bringing you all the action right now on your screens. It is going to be game number 4 for the day. It is going to be Miramar. We are going to be going to the deserts and, well, Blair. A slow Sanhok we saw earlier. We saw a slow Erangel. Are we expecting a slow Miramar as well?
I mean, that's a trend. That's a trend we're seeing so far today, right? And you know, you're hydrated. I'm hydrated. I hope these players have hydrated as well, because it's gonna get pretty sunny. It's gonna get pretty dry, and it's gonna get pretty gritty as well. On Miramar, a map we've only seen once yesterday. We're going to be seeing it here played out here as well once more. A map where you won't be seeing too much of bridge action unless a circle decides to screw everyone and head towards Via Del Mar. But let's see how this is going to pan out. Now, the interesting thing for me is the fact that I do believe it's SCYTES. They've got 2 chicken dinners. They're still not top 3. That's the problem with them. They have the highs, but the lows are pretty bad as well.
See, the thing is, they aren't really going for the kills, but let's see if that is going to change as match number 9 is going to be finally underway as the big, beautiful birds takes to the sky one more time. And this time, we are going to be flying over the beautiful deserts of Miramar. And let's have a look at that flight path. It is going to be a bit inclined towards the western hemisphere of this map as we fly over Chumacera. Monte Nuevo is going to be pretty much in the flight path as well. El Pozo is going to be a place where we are going to see a few teams drop. So early action, we just might see it.
We might see it. Which team, in your educated opinion, likes dropping towards Picado?
Well, you know, I mean, I do see Venom Legends heading towards Picado every now and then, and well, Assiduous Esports like calling Picado home as well. But, you know, the thing is, we were talking about versatility a little while ago, and you do like the fact that, you know, teams are taking chances in changing their drop location. So, I mean, well, those 2 teams are definitely going to be clashing it out sooner or later.
FutureStation, they did surprise us a little bit towards Erangel, right? They were dropping in very, very distinctly different positions.
Yes, sir. Either ends of the map.
Yeah, and so that could be the case here as well. We do see the players dropping out over. It's kind of like a equal split by the looks of it.
Now, talking about FutureStation, they are definitely going to be heading to El Pozo. That is a place where these guys love dropping down. And if I talk about any opposition for them at the beginning, you know what? They have nada, so they can pretty much have the lay of the land, but it does look like SCYTES. Ooh, this is interesting. SCYTES are going to be heading towards El Pozo as well. So I guess we are going to see some action. And, well, there you have the first circle. No water, unfortunately, Blade. Just a little bit of water near Valle del Mar, but I doubt the final circle is going to end there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm shedding a tear over here. But yeah, this means this could be once more a very, very slow start to the game, right? Everyone's dropping towards where they like to drop, and they don't have to move anytime soon. You know, just going to be looting up to the heart's content, not really going for anything too crazy. ASL dropping towards right next to ASC, and like you said, ASC, they do like dropping towards the Picado, and for ASL, just a few compounds nearby, they're going to be looting up, but yeah, no one in the immediate vicinity.
No one in the immediate vicinity, but something interesting could be happening at La Cabreria, as I still see a couple of players are still flying down. They are dropping to the ground, and well, we did see it yesterday as well. People getting shot out of the air. Hopefully we see some action today, but I think it is a bit too late now. But I do see 7C. They could be going up against PN Crew initially, and we have a couple of teams who have dropped nearby one another. But again, way too many buildings right now, Blaze. So they're going to loot, and then they're going to go for the tango.
One interesting thing for me, which I've been noticing, which I kind of find interesting, is ElementriX, right? These early stages, they're usually very far apart from each other. They kind of like it could be a confidence play, but sometimes, and it works out for them. They always get the flank, they play it perfectly, but I also feel like sometimes there is an opportunity. They might lose a couple of players very early on if they come across a full team.
We have seen that, in fact. Now, of course, I've been saying it from day one, communication is key. So, you know, ElementriX, they are obviously proving that, you know, they are communicating well. And talking about, you know, losing your members early on, if we go back to Sanhok yesterday, we did see I beg your pardon, ElementriX drop down on the northwestern island when CZxHIGHVOLTAGE took them out just as they landed. So, you know, yes, when you do drop separate, chances are if you don't find a gun first, you do get taken out. But then in a map like Miramar, right, they aren't going for a big city or a town per se. They are scattering around compounds. And again, loot is what is on their minds. So they want to make sure they get as much as they can and then, well, take the fight to the enemy.
Well, right now, FutureStation and SCYTES could be taking the fight to each other because they're both in El Pozo. And I'm quite sure they're both very aware of the fact that their opponents are nearby. Now, who's going to be the king? Right now, they're not really looking for the fights yet. They need the weapons in order to do that. You can see all of them looting up very, very quickly. We have a myriad mix of guns. You know, got a couple of automatic rifles. I do spot a couple of SMGs as well. And they're going to be looting up. But the thing is, do they go for the fight yet? Because there's no need for them to really push anywhere. They're still in the safe zone. But one thing I've noticed is that apart from a couple of teams, almost every one of these teams, the second they spot a team, they want to get the team wiped. They're going for the kill. I love that.
Now, here's the thing. Here's what I feel, you know, having been in their shoes in the past. Now, when you drop down to a place repeatedly, time in and time out, you are going to know every single nook and cranny, right? You're going to know the buildings, you're going to know the angles, you are going to know where the windows are. So FutureStation now, they definitely have an idea that enemies are nearby, so they can actually be in an advantageous position right now to, you know, take the fight to the enemy. Basically, I don't know, like not exactly shock and awe, but hunt from the shadows, so to speak, because they know the lay of the land. Now, if SCYTES are going to feel a little underconfident in that scenario, so they aren't going to take the fight right now. They'd rather go back towards the open. They'd rather take a hilltop and then, fight it out in the open. So again, I do not believe we are going to see a skirmish right now, especially in El Pozo, because the SCYTES, they're going to back off.
They are indeed going to back off. And yeah, like you said, there's nothing wrong in peeling away from a fight which you don't have to take. It's going to be a slow start. It is 8:24 p.m. over here in Standard Time. For us, it's a Friday evening. And what a great place, what a great thing to be watching on a Friday evening. Grab a drink, whatever you prefer, sit down, relax. We'll take you through the action, and of course his teams as well. Definitely. One thing I gotta say. I know it's only been what 8 games, 8 maps we've seen the past couple of days. But boy, oh boy, it's been exciting. It's been high-octane action throughout.
I mean, I love the fact that your first game was, something that kind of threw you off track because you were not expecting the intensity and, all the action that was on our screens. But I'm glad you are not disappointed. Well, that is a shout-out to all the boys and girls who are participating in this tournament. Again, times do change. Now, as players, basically, let me just say one thing. Practice makes perfect, right? The more you practice, the better you get at your craft. And it isn't just about gaming. It's about anything in life. So the more they play, the better they get at it, and the more confidence they have on their own skills. And, well, that makes for a little more action. But right now, it looks like Venom Legends are the big bad boys who dropped down in Hacienda del Patron and, not walked away, drove off with the boss's car itself.
It's a pretty car, won't lie. Well, Venom Legends.
Would you ever have a gold-plated car if you could? Or would that be a bit too much?
It's a little too much for me. You know what I would love, though? I don't have a car because my city, it's pointless owning a car because it's just traffic throughout. You just usually catch cabs or whatnot. But if I am to buy a car, I'm getting a matte black finish.
Oh.
That's what I love.
Join the club. Well, it's going to be a bit late, but it'll be wonderful having you there.
Or you know what?
I
just might get a buggy because, just roll over or go off-road because that's the only way I can handle the traffic.
Nothing is going to stop you. If you don't have a road, make your road. Well, that is what Malik is doing right now as he does go off track. But let's have a look at the circle as all the teams are now going to be moving in towards safer zones. Up top, we still have a little bit of a stalemate. 7C, after all, did not tango with PN Crew, so that is a bit disappointing. And as we called it, SCYTES and FutureStation are going to be backing off from one another as well. Of course, FutureStation already heading towards the center of the circle. I expect they're going to finish somewhere near the power grid, especially those high mountains around it. That is the position that they are vying for. One team which is still out in the blue is JyanMaara, but just as I say it, they are making their way in, and looks like they might be heading for Los Leones, so we might see some urban warfare, but A1 Esports calls that city home, so they are going to have a massive hurdle to cross.
Yeah, it's all about where the next circle is gonna be. As we do take a look at the drop and what does it contain. And you
Whoa! I'm done. I'm out. Peace. Alrighty, this was wonderful play. I hope you can do it all. I just freaked myself out right now.
I thought your love affair with the arms is dead right now.
Well, every once in a while the ghost of the past will come and haunt you, and the AWM is doing that to me just now. Now the question is,
it's like an ex-girlfriend.
Yes, sir. There you go. Is someone going to go and pick it up? Because if they don't, I wish we had a LAN event right now, because I would have gone over to one of the players and be like, hey, there's an AWM in the drop. Go get it.
That's also called cheating.
I know.
But the problem is...
Hypothetical, Blade. Thank you so much.
The problem is, it's smack in the center of San Martin, and there's no one in San Martin. I think Stalwart Esports were there a while ago, but unfortunately they have moved away, and unfortunately it feels like that AWM will lie unclaimed, rusting in the desert landscape. Shed a tear.
That is a lonely existence, and I am a bit upset, but you know what? It's all right, because the action is going to make up for it as the circle is going to implode in on itself shortly, and I think it's going to be concentric this time around. We are going to have power grid pretty much in the center. Well. We might have some urban warfare if we continue to move further down south. I know you're a fan of Los Leones, and it looks like JyanMaara have finally made it to the circle. And have a look at this. It is to their advantage.
It is indeed to their advantage, right? They were the last team to be in the circle and one of the first teams that we do have a little bit of a skirmish breaking out. Bear in mind, not a single player has been knocked out yet. And as I say that, it looks like Boro might have the unfortunate title of being the first player to be knocked out, but he's still alive. He's still running. Nades being tossed in. However, it is towards a vehicle, and it's going to do the smart thing and reposition himself. Sandesh is nearby to kind of provide some cover, but Rafat is just, well, hounding him with a number of nades, and they're going to be pushing on in. Sandesh and Burrow, they have a little bit of cover in the ridge, but Venom Legends, are they going to be a little too over-eager here? They're shooting into the smoke, and that is a brilliant, brilliant decoy smoke. They've taken out the vehicle, and now they realize, wait, no one seems to be nearby.
Beautiful. This is when Mr. Boro and Sandesh can outflank the enemy, because you've got to keep one thing in mind. Looks like Poison and Ayush are going to be coming in from the right of our screens as well. So now, Mr. Boro has heard Shuvo, so I think he is going to be a bit careful. Now, I think Shuvo definitely has an idea of where the enemy is, so they are going to back off, of course. This could be problematic. Had they been caught out, had PN Crew had all 4 members in play right now, Venom Legends could have been in trouble. But let me tell you one thing. I'm going to go back to it. That smoke was beautiful.
That
deception.
Was that was brilliant deception. That was a great decoy smoke. And Rafat's they're using a lot of nades. Now, I'm not necessarily a big fan of this. Like, I get it. They know there's someone nearby. That nade was a little bit closer than the others. But do you want to deploy all the nades this early?
Now, the thing is, are they going to go and loot for some more grenades later on? Because, like you said, it's a bit too early. They've overcommitted way too many grenades. But again, see, the thing is, this is something that even when I was playing, I keep one thing in mind. Always expect it to be a 4-man squad, because if you underestimate the opposition, that is, well, when you get a bullet in your backside. So now, Sandesh and Mr. Boro are still holding the ground. They've finally been spotted out. Boro, in fact, gets a knock on Detron. Amazing reflex over there. Sandesh comes in a heavy fire. Both these members are still surviving. Nightwing is going to go in for the kill. He goes left. He goes right. He's going to jump. No, he doesn't. He does jump. And Mr. Boro with a Molotov over there. No, you need a weapon in your hand, and he gets taken down. That was a mistake on his part. And is it a mistake that he's going to pay for heavily? Sandesh, he just looks on helplessly.
He is looking on helplessly, but at least a little bit of covering fire coming the way of Sandesh. So they have managed to get a knockdown onto one of the players of team of Venom Legends, but the res has come in as well. And PN Crew, they are in a bit of a rough spot here. The blue doing a bit of damage, not too bad. Sandesh has enough time to leg his way to safety. He's trying to outflank Venom Legends, but Venom Legends, I think they realize it's not worth really sticking around. Both these teams are not in the safe zone. And at this point, if I'm Venom Legends, I head towards the safe zone, and I just guard that area. And I ensure that PN's not able to make their way inside.
Now, I understand that, you know, when Sandesh was there with Mr. Boro, their vehicle did blow up, right, in that smoke.
Yeah.
Ayush and Poison had a chance to kind of outflank the enemy, which they kind of have. You have a look at them. They're up on the hill, and, that was a good knock by Sandesh on Nightwing. But the play zone says, hey, 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 I want to play as well. He knocks, well, I just call the play zone it knocked out.
Yeah, don't assume his gender. What's wrong with you?
Are you going to throw me under the bus right now? Thank you, Blade. That's what I wanted from you. But anyway, Poison from afar does finally get that knock on Rafat, and that was the flank I was talking about.
Yep, from way on top. The problem is he needs to cower down for a second, and he needs to heal himself up. The
there
thing
you go.
is,
Full med kit.
Yep, full med kit. He is healed up, but Sandesh is so far away. And Ayush, well, he is taking quite a bit of damage. I hope he's got a first aid kit, which he does indeed. And Poison, he can't save Sandesh, but at least he can extract some vengeance. And that's exactly what he's trying to do right now onto Venom Legends.
But again, my only, question is that they are waiting way too long, but I'll come back in a second as well. The play zone does take out Nightwing once again, but Mafia Ninja is unloading on the boys from SCYTES as they are going to be traversing across the landscape in their vehicles. And finally, none of them have been taken out. A Booth took a bullet to the noggin, and he is still going to be lucky to be alive. Now, Poison does get that finish on Rafat, which means Venom Legends are losing members one by one, and in fact, Shuvo is the last man standing. So in a way, PN Crew did kind of get a little bit of revenge. Maybe just a little, teeny bit.
I feel like both the teams lost there, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they broke down to one player, 2 players on the other side, and they're still far, far away. They're still in the blue. Now, Ayush, he's healing up. If he can finish off Shuvo, that could be big. But then again,
heal up first. Heal up first. That is important. But right now, Sonim is going to be taken down by ASE's Muffin, who indeed was just left with a sliver of HP as he now puts on a first aid kit. Well, there you have it. Venom Legends have been finally caught out, and with that, they are going to be eliminated in the first position with just a kill to the name. And there you have it, all you urban warfare fans out there. We just might see a final Los Leones circle. I want to see that. I want to see some high-rise action. I want to see people shooting down from those buildings up top.
yeah, I mean, who doesn't like some high-rise action? I mean, Christmas is coming soon, and that's my favorite Christmas movie is Die Hard in the Nakatomi Plaza.
I got you, Nakatomi Plaza.
That
Of course,
is
you're going to go back to the OG.
quintessential
Of course. Oh, yes, sir.
Christmas movie. The second one, of course, Home Alone.
Mind you, if you guys haven't watched the movies we're talking about, do so right now. These are some classics. But now, coming back to the game, Corcoran, I think he is going to figure out that there was some opposition in Picardo. And, well, you did want to see some fights in Picardo. There you have it. It's going to be ElementriX who are going to come under fire, but those shots were a bit too late as Dante elsewhere gets a finish on Stalwart Esports Barber, which means now Stalwart Esports have been reduced to a 3-man squad. Ooh, this is a nice situation. T2K's SK49 does have Joker in his sights, but maybe he left it off a bit too late, and finally the last bullet of the magazine does connect, doing a little bit of damage, but Joker is going to be safe. His vehicle, on the other hand, is not.
Yeah. But, you know what, he has cover, they're in a safe zone, and now he's waiting for the rest of his teammates to arrive. Now, SK49 is making it not a secret at all that his position, it's known. They know exactly where he is. And you know what? For T2K, we keep talking about how passive they've been so far. I would love for them to finally switch it around. You know, just a little bit more aggro would be something I would love to see, but let's hold on to that. 7Cs. They have a road separating them, forgetting how to English over here, from SCYTES. And a bit of some exchange of grenades taking place. Fear avoids that, but Galzin from DRS taking down a booth from... Where did that shot even come from?
Up top on the hill towards the right. We are just missing them out. Yes, sir. There they are. AJ now has a sight set on, well, sights. That was pretty nice. PN Crew, in fact, are going to be eliminated in the 15th position. But the cherry on the cake is they did take out a squad before them. Now, the play zone is going to be coming in again. And once again, it knocks out Ghost as DRS's Galzin is going to be going in for the right flank. But he gets spotted out by Razor. And, in fact, he gets taken down in the blink of an eye. Now, Mafia Ninja and AJ have a tough decision to make. Do they go down to their teammate, or are they going to cut the losses and run away? Well, it looks like we might have a little bit of a cavalry charge over here because they are in the vehicles, but which direction are they going to head in?
Well, in the meantime, SCYTES, they're dropping players like Flies and Chari knocked out. ASC going in for the kill. We talk about the ASC-ASL rivalry, and it looks like ASC might be coming out on top here finally in the finals, but Mafia, he needs to res his teammate, and for Chari and Heaven, well, they're on their knees. Leon's already in the grave, and they have only one player left standing. Can he help his teammate is a question, as Joker is going to get caught out, and Kurkure is going to finish him off, and I do believe that will be it for Abrupt Slayers. They will be eliminated in the 14th position. They had a phenomenal, an incredible, a god-tier performance yesterday, and today has been kind of bad.
Maybe the expectations is something that is weighing them down, so maybe they just need to, you know, take a breather, come back a bit strong on day 3 and just try their best, because that is what you got to do at the end of the day. But now, Frankie and Jane are going to be making their getaway as they were under fire by A1 Esports, but looks like Dante, Sinister and 6ix9ine have their work cut out as Stalwart Esports are going to be moving in the vicinity as well. Had that grenade been just a little bit closer, that could have been problematic. Well, the second grenade is Jane. You got to run, which he does, and he escapes that, but something you can't escape is the play zone as Kurkure from ASE was taken down.
Yep. Early damage being dealt by the blue circle, and that's something you're not really going to be a fan of if you're one of the players in here. A headshot angle for Havoc, but he's not able to land the killing blow. He's got to crawl away, and a little too slow, and a vehicle explosion riddles him with scrap metal, and meantime Kurkure has been taken out by the circle. He's dead right now, and Havoc will be found out by Hungry Box as well. He's going to land a killing blow, and one by one the players of ASC, they wiped out ASL, but they in turn are getting just murdered by the zone as the action is starting to get a little bit too frantic.
It is getting frantic, and this action is taking place northwest of Los Leones, over a few mountains over here. Looks like A1 Esports are going to be taking the fight to Stalwart Esports, who are kind of, you know, they are fortified, but they are in a valley of death situation. They are low down on the ground. They do have cement walls around them, but on one side, you have a hill, which is occupied by FutureStation. On the other, you have a hill, which is occupied by A1 Esports. So it is going to be a tough situation, and ooh. Talk about being bad neighbors. Now, these guys are going to try and pretty much gun each other out. On paper, it looks like Team Bablu has an advantage since they are higher up, but have a look at all the teams around. We have CZxHIGHVOLTAGE and we have 7C, who could be in a wonderful spot to rain down some death, but, well, looks like A1 Esports somehow survived that onslaught play.
I want to take a look at the circle right now. Let's take a look at the circle. Let's take a look at the circle, ladies and gentlemen. Production, please, as Hayozu will be taken down will basically fall to his death by the looks of things, and the circle is quite brutal. I don't see any compounds. I see a couple of houses, but that's about it. This is looking quite... Look at that circle. Look at the circle. Look at how many teams are outside of it, and look at the terrain. There's barely any cover apart from a few cluster of rocks, a few ridges here and there. This could be brutal.
If you want to talk about compounds, there are only two. Ooh, we'll come back in a second as Frankie is going to be taking a fight against 3 members of A1 Esports. He takes one. He almost got the second, but Sinister is going to put him in his place and, well, put him in the ground as well. Now, T2K are still survived by a couple of members as Venom is going to go for the revive on SK49. ElementriX, otherwise, on the other hand, have been taken out. And, well, that is going to be a big blow to blah, 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 and his teammates. Now, you did mention the circle. We do have a couple of compounds, but one of which is occupied by Stalwart Esports. The other is under firm control of Team Bablu. So, are we going to see some charges?
My eyes, though, XP, they're only on one team right now. They perfectly timed. 7th seed. You know why? You know why? ElementriX are out, ASL are out.
Well,
that's a prime opportunity for them to claim that crown right now.
And against all odds, Memo is still surviving. He just went to the opposition, and now there we have it, 7C. They are going to be charging in on Team Bablu's position. Memo is going to go from the right, while his teammates are going to try and make sure they confuse the enemy. He sees the nade. Good call over there. He sees it blow up. Now is the time they need to push in. Zibyan coming in from the other side. Ooh, grenades are being thrown, but a gun would have been better as Tyron gets taken down by Love. In comes the push. Love is low on HP as well. He needs to patch himself up. Danny's in a wonderful spot on the right. He comes out, shoots down a few bullets, suppresses the enemy, which means 7C are now in a cluster. One good grenade could be devastating. And talk about grenades, here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, bam, everywhere. We are just going to see explosions, smoke, and debris flying. All these guys are incapacitated. Zibyan coming under fire. Hungry Box coming in from the end. He gets taken down by Teen Wolf. And Danny and Zibyan are now going to be pushing forward on the remaining members of 7C Esports.
How are players still standing alive for 7Cs? They're getting hounded down by the members of Bablu. And look at JyanMaara coming in as well. They see the action. They want a piece of it. They want a chunk of that. They want a bite of that. But they're going to be biding their time. They realize there's too many nades popping off right now as Kapshi is going to be taken down in the meantime as Kashuf, the Grenadier, the title for him. But this battle, though, is still going on as JyanMaara, a third party is coming on in. And Team Bablu, I don't think they're going to be ready for this.
There is absolutely no respite for Team Bablu as they just dealt with one team. But here come the scavengers. Someone is going to come in and pick off the lost survivors. Can they fend off once more? Danny is going to be picked up as Tyron is going to be attending to him. Very low on HP, however, Teen Wolf gets the first knock in the skirmish. In fact, he gets two, he gets Extreme, and he gets Wang. This guy is on fire. Yes, sir, howl away as Teen Wolf now is going to take the fight to the last remaining member of JyanMaara. Gunner, well, he can just look on helplessly as he is in a prone position, but he gets spotted out by Zibyan. Zibyan going in for the kill. He jumps, he shoots, he connects a few, but now it's a little bit of a stalemate, and there you have it. There you have it. Team Bablu might just own Miramar after all, as they got 2 squad wipes in a matter of a minute.
That's insane. They didn't lose a single player. There were 7 Cs coming for them. Then you saw JyanMaara coming in. These are big names. And they wiped them out without dropping a single player. That fort, that is their house. You come in there, you best be prepared because they are going to own you.
My heart is pounding. The adrenaline is coursing through my veins and it's going to keep doing so because it looks like ASC are in trouble as the barrage of grenades is going to be coming in courtesy of A1 Esports. Dante is going to be moving in for the kill. Ooh, DRS Nima is out there on the side. Of course, he is the last surviving member from the Real Soldiers. Can he make it further up ahead? Because now we are down to the final 8 teams. 24 people are still alive. And, well, it is going to be a cluster of teams as they get into... Basically, they're going to be in each other's faces sooner or later. But looks like A1 Esports at 6-9 has spotted Nima. He does see all that smoke plume. Nima could be in trouble if he lets loose a few shots. But, again, it is going to be exciting. The zone now has taken a drastic shift. It is going to be no man's land play.
It is going to be no man's land, and it's going to be only one team left standing at the end. 8 teams, 24 alive. That's 3 players per team. As Zibyan is going to find Rated Surf from Deadeye's guys and Team Bablu. Maybe this is it. I mean, Ocean keeps saying Miramar is their map, it's their playground, and right now they are just mowing down people. Tyrant finds Wadu as well with a nade, and Deadeye's guy, they're in a bit of a pickle. Bablu, another nade cocked and ready. The trajectory maybe a little bit to the left as DRS Gaming is also going to be eliminated. 7 teams remain, but no, he finds Wadu, sir. The nades are perfect reaction. This is fantastic stuff from Team Bablu. They've come alive on Miramar.
They have come alive. 10 kills to their name already. And Tyrant, quick reaction on his part. He was under fire from his left flank. Takes cover in a really quick and precise manner. Now, Teen Wolf, he has been instrumental. Look at his damage, 475. He's been dishing out a lot of damage on the teams. And now smoke grenades are going to go up because they need to conceal their positions rather. As Tyrant is now going to lay down some suppressive fire in High Voltage's direction. Now, High Voltage, they are at the edge of the circle, but they are down slope, and that is going to be a problem for them later on. Elsewhere, Tyrant is still going to be applying the pressure, and looks like his teammates are joining in as well. Oh, it's Teen Wolf, in fact, who gets the knock on Aussie.
And they just keep winning every single duel. In the meantime, Kashu's been taken down as FutureStation. There's just one man left standing, if I'm not mistaken here. It's going to be Bad Rev, and Steel Shot is still alive. I say his name, and it's going to be knocked onto his knees. Bad Rev, what can he possibly do? He's lying prone, lying in wait, trying to spot someone out. Blade and Malik, they're going to have to let go of Kashu. Kashu's kind of done for here. And he's going to be switching over to Shifu's POV. He's finally going to get a little bit of revenge. He's going to get a knock onto Zibiana, and a Molotov could be well placed, could be well timed. It could burn a few players alive here, and it is indeed on the vehicle, but not able to find anyone. But the bullets are rattling off, and it's going to be tickling the feet of Teen Wolf. But Team Bablu, they're still standing. They still have, I do believe, all 4 players alive.
They still have all 4 players alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, A1 Esports are taking the fight to Stalwart Esports as Blade is going to be in a last-ditch effort to save himself from the opposition. And now, within a second, Malik is now the last man standing. Can he pull off a miracle over? He goes in, shoots, gets one, gets 2. This guy, oh, he wanted to confirm his skills. Maybe he should have taken the other one down, but that was a wonderful, valiant effort on his part. But with that, Stalwart Esports are going to be eliminated in the 6th position with 2 kills. Let me tell you one thing, he almost had them.
Sinister was 1 bullet in his knee away from getting taken down. But Zibian, he is on a rampage, and he takes them all down. They're all done for. Teen Wolf will join the fray, and that's Team Bablu with a 3rd team wipe, 12 kills to the name, and all 4 alive.
If you think that's impressive, have a look at A1 Esports. They've racked up 14 kills as well, Blade. This is going to be a heavy-hitting game as High Voltage are going to be eliminated in the 4th position with just a kill, which means now we are down to the final 3 teams. It is going to be between Assiduous Esports, A1 Esports, and Team Bablu, but it looks like Teen Wolf is going to be on a domination spree. He gets 3 kills to his name, and they are not letting up. They are relentless in their attack as Muffin is going to be, well, all the knife is going to be snuffed out of him right now.
Yep, Muffin, last man left standing. This is too much. This is just too much to handle right now. A1, 3 men left alive. They have 14 kills. Bablu, 4 alive, 13 kills. And finally, Zibian will be found on his knees. But Teen Wolf rattling off a few bullets, keeping them at bay. Meanwhile, Tyrant, he's got Muffin. And now it's down to these 2 final teams. It's a 4v3. A1 Esports, Assiduous Esports. They've been struggling. Oh, my lord. Have they been struggling so far? But now is the chance for them to finally get that elusive chicken dinner, but they're down a man, and now Jax is going to reply back with Bablu. They smell the blood. They're going in for the kill. They know there's 1 man left standing. 6 is going to be taken down. Sinister's going to fall, and it's all on Jax. He's all alone. He's in a 1v4. What can he possibly do? Nothing is the answer, and Tyrant will finish it off. And Team Bablu, Jesus Christ, 18 kills? 19? I lost track. I lost count.
Well, we did lose count, but the boys are obviously ecstatic. They are happy that they finally did what they did. And, well, chicken dinner is going to be theirs in Miramar. Of course, we saw this in week 1. That is why they work around the Kings of Miramar, because that is the map where this team completely dominated. They did kind of fall off the map after that, but, well, there you have it. They are back, and looks like... did you pick them this time?
I did pick them this time. Finally! Thank you! They finally get it, but my oh my, they got it in style. Jeez Christ, that was the highest fragging game we've seen so far in the finals.
Absolutely, and not just by one team. A1 Esports also put all the pressure in this game, and the way that Team Bablu kept all their members intact till the end, and the way they surrounded the enemies not once. Oh, we can't forget the fact that 7Z came in, then ElementriX came in, they just wiped them out.
30 kills with those 2 teams. I need a breather, you need a breather, and we're going to be going to a break, and we'll be back. Whew.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Shadow and Ocean. And, well, after years of saying this, Ocean is a happy man because, again, he has been proven right that Bablu do indeed own this map of Miramar. And for 1 second over there, in those final moments, we did get to see the glimpse of the old team where they don't care who is up against them. If they see you, they are gonna finish you off.
4 directions, 4 players taking down fights from different teams, taking down 3 squads. 4th, that was A1 Esports. I mean, this is that old Bablu that we started casting this team as per se. The first PMCO, back-to-back 3 chicken dinners. This time they have it in Miramar, but this was that team, Bablu.
Exactly, and I'm super happy. Shadow.
I'm super happy because this is first time I'm seeing that Team Bablu which you guys have casted, and I can see why you guys say Team Bablu owns the Miramar. The aggression, because squad after squad, they were just eliminating them.
Exactly, and did not matter. I mean, the fight against 7Cs that happened, we're going to discuss a whole lot of things, ladies and gentlemen. But first, we need to have a look at the MVP of this game and see who is it going to be, because even that is something that is going to be up for grabs for now. Until this moment, it is going to be Sinister from the team of A1 Esports, and why not? 4 kills, 4 assists, 1151 damage. Well, with this, I think one thing that's going to be true for this game of Miramar, it's going to be that it was madness.
Well, it was full of madness. A1 Esports was on a rampage and Team Bablu was on next level.
Whoa.
But if we talk about Sinister stats, he is covering every corner. Damage taken. He has taken the most damage. He has dished out the most damage. His survival time, okay, 25 minutes. Highest kills, 4 kills. Not highest kills, highest assist. 4 assists. And someone has got more kills than Sinister. Let's see who is that person going to be. Maybe someone from Team Bablu.
Maybe, but I mean, I have to say, before this game, we saw the MVP being the person with the most damage taken in the map. And I thought that this is the first time it's happening. It's not going to happen again. That is super rare to see. But, well, apparently not rare enough, because that was the second time. And the top players on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, 3, well, A1 Esports, Team Bablu, they had a pretty fun time in this game, didn't they?
I mean, they had a pretty fun time. Look at this, 25 minutes, 28 seconds of survival time. But the players of Team Bablu, that was the end survival time if we talk about this one. But at the end, A1 Esports is Jax coming in, another entry out there for this lad, individually 5 kills for him. And I want to tell you something. The person on second, Taran, was a support for his team. I mean, if that's a support, the rushers, they are just rushing in with everything as well.
Exactly. Teen Wolf coming in as the IGL of the team. Danny, the entry. I mean, the god of entry, as we used to call him. And, well, showcasing what the man is known for quite perfectly. He is always the first one to go in for his team. And he knows that if he goes down, his teammates are going to be the backup on the ready. And I think the perfect moment in this game that showcased that was the fight they picked up immediately after wiping out 7C Esports when JyanMaara came in. Danny did go down in the initial engagement, but Teen Wolf and Zibyan were ready to recover the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to look at the standings for this game and see how the points were distributed, because A1 Esports and Team Bablu got, well, most of the kills.
They have got total 21 kills to themselves. That means rest of the teams, okay, my maths is very weak. I'll leave it to that Ocean. But rest of the teams have got no kills in their hands almost.
I mean, talking about one factor, that Team Bablu had most of their players, alive as well. 31 kills out here, 4 players for Team Bablu, 35 players. So this is like half of the lobby in first and second position. So, Johnny, one conversation will be very interesting. And that's that damage histogram that we'll be seeing obviously pretty soon. I want to see the damage stat. If it turns 3,000, that's one of the highest if you have to talk about it. But, well, moving forward, there were some teams, that wanted to do it but could not. That's where ElementriX, Abrupt Slayers, T2KSG are coming. I mean, Abrupt Slayers.
I was just speculating this team was going to bomb, but I did not think this is how the day was going to go for the team of Abrupt Slayers. Yesterday was phenomenal for them. What has happened to them today?
Well, in this match, Abrupt Slayers have gone down, but Abrupt's ASL-ASE rivalry is back because Assiduous Esports have stepped up and they were the one to take down the squad.
First time.
300 smokes and nades on Miramar. Also, just 49 kills, out of which 31 are for the top 2 teams.
Plus, with 3 players extra survive, 4 players extra survive
Yeah.
onto the other side. So you know, counting on those numbers, PlayZone was the real MVP. You can just call it that.
Yeah, even Blair called it. I mean, a new challenger has emerged, and that is the play zone, especially on this map.
And maximum smokes and nades were used. I'll tell you when. JyanMaara was coming in. Team Bablu was already fighting with one team. Smokes were a crucial use at that area. Then came nades from Zivyan that were trying to take the teams outside. So that was always.
Well, since we did mention the blue zone as well, let's have a chat about the zones and how they moved inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And here, well, is going to be the zone replay.
Well, if you talk about the zone, it was kind of a centrish zone. There was no problem. Teams were pretty happy. In fact, Team ElementriX this time opted for a different hill. That is going to be Picado Hill. That kind of worked in their favor because from here, the rotations kind of became a little easier. But Assiduous Esports, they kind of were at the edge of the zone and they took down one of the strongest squad. That is going to be the plus of Team Abrupt Slayers. But JyanMaara, they also had a very good positioning. Stalwart Esports were in the center of the zone. But A1 Esports, they kind of eliminated all the squads, but Team Bablu, this was the zone when Team Bablu was right at the center and they eliminated every squad they saw. They were taking multiple fights and winning them.
I mean, they were winning all those fights, right? So this is where the zone shift happened. Stalwart was the only team inside the circle. But look at this one. Look at this one out here. FS is on to the other side. A1 Esports, they had a fight with SGT to, you know, that's where it was going on. But onto the right-hand side, JyanMaara, 7C, and Bablu. So Bablu was inside the circle, and that's where contestation actually happened.
Exactly, and now we come down to the moment where things went full chaotic.
Yeah.
Team Bablu, they're out of the circle. The pressure is going to be on them to come in. They do come in. Not before taking on JyanMaara and 7C. That's when those teams were eliminated. And from there on out, one after the other, we just saw this team take on every single squad that they saw. Because, I mean, the influx of the teams was coming in from that high ground pushing in. And Team Bablu, we did see them hold a really good position in the zone until the zone moved towards the side of Stalwart, and then it became slight challenge. But if you rise up to the challenge, only then will you get the chicken dinner for yourself.
Yeah, that's so true too. And they actually rose up to that moment, you know. They got everything. Kills, chicken, and that's pretty much you need, right?
You could say they did the due quite perfectly in this game.
Yeah.
They did do the due, in fact, really, really nicely. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to have a look at do the due moments of this match.
Well, Venom Legends started off really good by taking fight with the plus of Team P and Crew. They were at the perfect position, but if we talk about P and Poison, he went in for a very good flank, but that flank came in very late, and by that time he had already lost few of the plus. In fact, DRS also had a good outing when they were taking fight with the plus of Team Sides, but this was the moment Assiduous Esports stepping up, taking that fight, showing that aggression which they have shown in the previous Miramar by taking down the plus of Team Abrupt Slayers, and this is when Team Bablu started off. They eliminated the squad of 7 Cs. JyanMaara were in the close vicinity. They thought the players of Team Bablu might be at the receiving end of the damage also, so they thought they will do a third party. They rushed in at the right moment, but Team Bablu had taken no damage whatsoever, and they pretty much easily eliminated the plus of Team JyanMaara. In fact, Team Wolf, he was the one to get 3 kills from JyanMaara.
And I love one thing, right? So this is where Team Bablu was doing amazing. They were trying to go for their fights as well. Even Esports. So this was almost them shutting down. But well, they did retaliate with the fire. But the final moment, it was 14 kills versus 14 kills. That's from where Team Bablu just came in, and this was one of the most, one of the final moments that actually started it. And Namit stats. I mean, I'm still open to one thing. I want to see the one graph hit 3,000 plus.
I think one thing that the players from the team of A1 Esports messed up is if you are going to smoke out in the open, people are going to know where you are in, and Experiment has sort of brushed upon this a lot of times. You are going to shoot in those smokes, and well, all right. So damage histogram in front of us, and I don't see any damage being showcased in front of me apart from the two teams that were bit. I mean, once we had a look at the do the due moments of this match, it felt like these were the only two teams that were basically taking on everyone, be it their own players being taken out, be it them taking out the other players. Look at that. So even Assiduous Esports, they displayed 900 damage. Deadeyes, guys, they had 1,000 plus damage, but it is so tiny compared to the damage bars being put up by the teams of A1 Esports and Team Bablu, ladies and gentlemen. 17 kills, 14 kills coming in for them. Then we have 5, 2, 0 kills, and that's the story for the rest of the teams in this game. This entire map was basically just conquered by two teams performing out of their minds, and I think A1 Esports already had established themselves as a really strong team. This map is just going to put them really far ahead in the standings, but this could be the match that turns everything around for Team Bablu. We were talking about this, Ocean. You have been praying for this team to perform, and I think your prayers have finally been answered.
I mean, out there, just look at this. Sometimes 1,000 actually seems like a very big bar, but now 1,000 was kind of a tiny bar out there, because 3,000, I mean, 3 times the damage, 3 times the kills, obviously, you know, that the numbers were increasing, and that shows that competition is increasing as well.
Talking about numbers increasing, why not just have a look at the leaderboard as it is going to be? Because I really want to see where does this game bring Team Bablu and A1 Esports.
Even I want to see that. And A1 Esports, they have stepped up really good. They are at the 2nd position with 87 points. But look at Team Bablu, they have also stepped up. They are sitting at the 5th position with 84 overall points. There's just 3-point difference. Team Bablu can come up at 2nd position also.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally true. So for now, they termed themselves in top 5.
It's a 3-point difference.
Yeah, it is 3-point difference. I mean, not much, but same can be said for CZxHIGHVOLTAGE. I mean, not a 3-point difference, but if they have a good game, they might just end their day. But Abrupt Slayers, even after those bad games, they are still sitting at the top. I mean, I just want to see something. Will any team like A1, 7C, ElementriX, can they just topple this team?
We'll have to wait for it if they can topple or not, but Assiduous Esports, they started stepping up, but maybe it's too late because they are at the bottom with 29 points and the team at the top has got 100 points. Competition is very tough for Assiduous Esports to do a comeback, but on the other hand, if we talk about Venom Legends, they are having a pretty decent outing with 51 points, sitting at the 12th position. Stalwart Esports have definitely stepped down, DRS has stepped down, PN Crew has also stepped down after match 9.
I would disagree with you on this, Shadow. I think what this game proved is going to be the fact that it's not over until it's over. Team Bablu, they were so far behind in the standings, and with that one game, have sort of caught up to the rest of the competition to the point where, and I think it is going to be a really close one to call. If Assiduous Esports, they step up in the next 2 days and they start performing, it is going to be them coming back into the tournament as well. But we are not done with today. We still have one more match to go, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be the last match of this day. Erangel is going to be the map coming up next. And, well, things did take a turn on the map chance percentages on Miramar. And, well, they were quite true. They showed Bablu on the 1st position, and Bablu did get the chicken dinner in an amazing manner. But what will the map chance percentage show now for Erangel? That is going to be a big question.
I mean, see, with every coming match, you know, it kind of changes with the numbers, right? And that is one thing that we'll be seeing up right now. I mean, DE, DRS, they still have a good chance. I would say somehow DRS has a better chance right now with the kill points, because, you know, no doubt, both the teams take good kills for themselves. But DRS, they have a more statistical approach. So somehow, I don't know, this might be...
They are more consistent. They might not outshine, but they also make sure that they don't have an early exit. Although today they had 2 bad games, but after that DRS also tried to do a little stepping up, and yesterday also they showed a pretty decent outing.
I mean, you need to slow down the pace if you want to recover. Just step back and then leap forward. Take a big step towards that jump. Are the teams going to do that? Well, before the teams do that, I want to ask you guys, who do you think is going to be able to step up in this game?
It's time DRS gets a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think we're going to be on the same page for this one.
Yeah.
My money also goes on DRS, the real soldiers.
DRS Gaming. So, nothing interesting coming from the analyst. I'm going to move over to the commentators' desk. Last game, that was madness. Do you think this is going to be the same?
Yes, it's going to be the same. I'm not going to go with DRS, though. You know what? I'm going to go with 7Cs. I think they have it in them this time.
I think I'm going to agree with him because, well, they have been gunning hard. They have got the kills, and the placement points is something that is, you know, debatable right now. Maybe they just might come up with the chicken dinner right now. But I like one thing you said. This is the more interesting side of the stage, right?
Of course.
This is. I mean, come on. That was, I mean, I don't even have to say it. That point stuck to my mind. Of course, all of you at home will agree as well because, well, Play, I think it is time. And
yeah,
Johnny?
I'm gonna go grab some Mountain Dew for myself. You guys have been having all of them.
Thank you for that, Johnny. And yeah, here we go. This was a quick evening. We're
was
down to
actually.
map 5, the final map of the game, and it's been all 4 different winners coming through. What excites me the most is the difference between the second place team and the 5th place team. It's a total of 3 points separating them. That is insane. And for Team ASL, they still have a lead, a 20-point lead, but it is slowly but surely dwindling away. They need to wake the hell up.
They do need to wake up, and well, this is going to be the last-ditch effort. It is going to be the final match of the day. It is going to be in Erangel. That is where they started their campaign off from. So if they can kind of conjure their old selves from yesterday and, you know, do something, I think now is the time to do so, because after this game, we are going to be midway through the finals, and one last time in this day. Have a look at all your favorite players on your screen now as the countdown is finally underway, which means in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, we have match number 10 underway, and it's going to be in Erangel.
We're halfway through.
Yes,
At
sir.
the end of this map, we're going to be halfway through to the finals, and that means the opportunities.
Wow.
What is this plane pal? What the hell is it? Starts off from Primorsk, ends just south of Milta Power, basically traversing that little channel of water between the military base and the main island. That means the northern part of the map is going to be far, far, far away from well, a few of these teams' preferred drop spots. For me, FutureStation. What are they going to do? They've been the most interesting team for me when it comes to Erangel's initial drop points.
Now,
basics.
FutureStation will not go to Nova Repnoy right now because the opposition is going to be going there, and that team could very well be Stalwart Esports. They are definitely heading off to Novo, and it looks like FutureStation, they got the memo. They are jumping out quicker this time, as they are going to be going to George Ball by that scenic road on the left, right near the beach. Now, interestingly, again, you know, it all depends on the flight path. FutureStation took a chance in the last Erangel because, well, Novo was nowhere close, but now they know there's going to be opposition over there, and they don't want to take a chance.
Interestingly, I mean, not interestingly, as usual, T2K going to be dropping towards military base, and T2K have to be the biggest disappointments of the final so far, right? Team hyped up to be getting one of those 3 slots up for the grabs, and right now they are struggling quite a bit. What's interesting for me, take a look at Primorsk. Take a look at Primorsk. We have PN crew over there, but right around them is the pack of Team ElementriX. They are going to be towards the ferry pier, the quarry area, and that circle. This is interesting. It's everyone's kind of safe. Everyone's kind of comfortable here.
Also, you know what's going to be interesting? Since a lot of these teams are still mid-air, they are going to shuffle things around right now because the circle is upon them, and they might as well just change their drop spots. But as usual, Stalwart Esports are going to be calling Novo Repnoy their home. T2K, again, unopposed at the military base. I want to see a team take the fight to them right at the beginning. That is something I would want to watch.
That is indeed something which would be interesting. The problem for them, of course, it's again going to come down to the circle. Is it going to be heading towards north? It's going to be going towards south. If it's towards south, they're good. The thing is, there is a pretty high chance, high percentage, that the final circles could be, the final circle rather, could be towards the southern part, towards the south island, towards a military base. That means T2K don't really have to move. But what they would be looking to do is maybe taking control of the bridge early on, because that bridge has been a bridge of death for them multiple times. They've always been waylaid there. They've always been trapped by a certain team, just waiting for them to cross on over. So you can take control of the bridge and then play the second circle.
I mean, I like the way you're thinking right now. Take control of the bridge and then the circle that follows. But the thing is, once you do that, you are going to be waiting. You know that somebody's going to be coming your way, right? But the thing is, you have a lot of options. You don't have 1, but 2 bridges, first of all. Second, you have a tremendous amount of boats and jet skis lying around, which means someone could sneak up behind you, which we have seen in the past. So right now, have a look at, well, when the map comes up, we'll go over these points. But Venom Legends, ooh, look at those points. Look at the top 5 squads. Abrupt Slayers and A1 Esports. 20 points separate the two, and, well, 3 points between places 3 and 4. It is coming close.
It is coming close. And again, 3 spots up for grabs. And I love that halfway through, it's so very keenly contested, at least in the top 5 positions over here. Abrupt Slayers, 50 total kills, but they've been kind of tepid.
I like the fact that Leon had that Car 98 in his hands, and it might just be a sign that we might see some bold action, and he might just be a king after all. We are going to have to wait and see if that happens. But now, blah, blah, blah. Can a vampire be dressed as a mummy?
Now that's a crossover I wouldn't expect to see. I mean, I do remember when the new Mummy movie was released with Tom Cruise, which kind of flopped, unfortunately. They were trying to go, Universal were trying to go for this entire classic monster franchise. So the next movie coming up was supposed to be a vampire movie. Then they had a movie about werewolves and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and all of that.
Oh, yeah. Old school.
Maybe if that franchise had played out, we could have potentially seen a vampire dressed as a mummy. Would have been interesting.
It is going to be interesting, but I hope he's not getting prepared to be put on the ground early on. That is something that he should be watching out for. Of course, you want to survive till the end, but right now, A1 Esports, what a game they had in the last match. In Miramar, of course, Team Bablu did as well, and now both these teams are in the top 5 and only 3 points separate them. I mean, I do believe between the two teams, and the two teams are A1 Esports and Team Bablu, they wiped out half the server, 31 kills.
Out of potential 64, I mean, out of 64
Out of
players.
60, think about that.
That's
more than half.
That's insane. That's actually nuts. And an interesting thing as well is, almost lost my train of thought over there. But yeah, A1 Esports have more kills than anyone else right now.
53.
They're 53, Abrupt Slayers on 50. Yeah, and that's the thing. Have they got a chicken dinner yet so far, A1 Esports? I don't think so. They don't have a chicken dinner, and yet they're in second place right now.
See, again, we did kind of say this during the league stages. In fact, not just say, we saw this, that A1 Esports were one of the better balanced teams because they have those good placement points, and, well, of course, they have the kills to back it up as well. So I guess it is all about, you know, getting that perfect balance in life, and that is what these guys are showcasing on our screens right now. So Assiduous Esports now. These guys are bottom of the table. Let me tell you one thing. When league stages started, week 1, this team was at the tippity top.
Well, how the tables have been flipped, right? And unfortunately for them, being at the bottom right now, it's not a good sign, mainly because you have only 10 more games remaining after this one. And that's your opportunity slowly dwindling away, your chances to mount a comeback kind of falling by the wayside. And once that happens, right, whatever little fight you might have remaining inside of you, it's just going to dissipate into the ether, and that's something you don't want to see.
You know, that is something I can see happening in ASL's way as well. Let me just paint a picture. Now, they started off with a bang. Good kills. They were taking fights with multiple teams on multiple fronts, but now you kind of said, you know, they have a lead, and they want to make sure they hold on to that lead, as a result of which they have become passive, as a result of which they are now, well, losing out on fights.
The classic case of playing not to win, but playing not... No, sorry. Wait, let me rephrase that. Certain teams, they play to win. Certain teams play not to lose. There's a difference there. There's a difference in mentality. And I would like to see ALS kind of capitalize on the lead they have ASL, I'm sorry. Capitalize on the lead they have right now and try and extend that. Because 20 points is massive. You had such a great start yesterday. Why do you want to kind of crap that away on day 2? You can play... It's okay to play aggressively. Here's the thing. You might get knocked out early, but at least you took the chance, you took the fight, and that means you might get a few points, as you might see a battle breaking out here finally.
Talking about taking chances and taking the fight to the enemy, it looks like T2K, they have finally learned their lesson that, you know, we do not want to be caught out on the bridge, and now they have taken the position that they found ElementriX in.
But they still have SK49 on the military base. They've split their forces. They've done exactly what I wanted them to do. The bridge is theirs right now, and they're not on the bridge. They're on both sides of the bridge. This is brilliantly done by them, and I'm okay. But hold on. A fight, a battle, a skirmish has broken out, and it is going to be JyanMaara facing off against Deadeye's guys. And unfortunately for JyanMaara, one of the players has already met an early grave.
Well, that was an extremely quick finish as JyanMaara's Extreme was put in the ground, and Deadeye's guys, they are going to have a little bit of an advantage as it was Rated who got that coveted first blood. Now, coming back to T2K, I like the fact that, you know, they are split up. They are keeping their options open, so to speak, because nothing really matters right now until the zone shifts, because if we go north, well, we are going to ditch the island, but if we do come south, that is when T2K can actually be a thorn in the sides for a lot of teams coming across that bridge. But as of right now, we are going to switch our attention back over here. Again, I was just going to say no shots have been fired, but Frankie with that PP Bison is going to try and pop those wheels at distance, and there goes one.
An SMG at that range, well, it works.
I mean...
Death by 1,000 paper cuts,
it gets the job done at the end of the day, and but still, that buggy is still going to be drivable with that one wheel loss. So maybe... The thing is, do you want to waste ammunition or not? Because remember one thing, it is suppressed, right? So they might not have an idea where the bullets are coming from,
and
but they are going to hit something. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's far away as well. Yeah, I mean, taking a few pot shots, it's fine. You know, try and deal as much damage as possible from the safest position as well. We have T2K's Jane inside of the good old Harry Potter house, as we used to call it. And we have a drop. It's going to be a good old Mark 14 with some level 3 goodies, and we will be taking a look at where the circle is going to take us next. Everyone in the safe zone right now, but not for long.
All right, moment of truth. Oh, all right.
T2K are very happy right now.
Pretty much a central shift, and looks like the hill right next to Pachinki, in fact, Potato Hill, south of that is going to be the epicenter of all the action. It's now the teams are going to be moving in. FutureStation on the move. PN Crew on the move. Looks like Frankie decides to get on the move as well. Oh, they're going to be exchanging a bit. Nah, I thought maybe one goes and one comes in. That would have been quite picturesque. But right now, Teen Wolf, the man of the moment from the last match, is going to come under fire. And this time, it's Abrupt Slayers who are trying to pick a fight. Quite a contrast to what we've seen in this day.
Yeah, a Teen Wolf. Oh, wow. He took a nap in the car. I mean, the car took a nap, rather, but is able to flip it back, and they're going to leg it. Not really looking to take this fight. There's no point. They're going to be traversing the distance, trying to find themselves a little bit of cover, a little bit of someplace where they could fight from. The thing is, everyone's congregating toward the central part of the circle. That leaves. Now, this is the thing right now. If that circle shifts south, we are in for a bloodbath.
We are in for a bloodbath indeed, but well, looking at things down south, Stalwart Esports are going to be dangling with T2K soon enough, but it looks like T2K are making a move on ElementriX, as we are still focusing on DEADEYES guys as they take a few pop shots at DRS Gaming, but expect the scenario to change any second now, because I think things are getting a bit heated up just north of the bridge, as a couple of teams are coming a bit too close for comfort near one another. One of those teams is ElementriX. A1 Esports is coming in from the west, and ooh, this is going to be drastic. PN Crew is coming in from the west, but right now we are going to, oh, there we have it. We have a switcheroo, and there you have a T2K now are pushing up on ElementriX's position. However, they are oblivious to the fact that a couple of teams are homing in on their position.
Yeah, they are. And one thing which they have opted to do is they've decided to give up control of the bridge. They had left a player behind towards Military Island, but he has instead opted to group up with his teammates. Can't really blame him for it. And that means no eyes on the bridge. And that's going to allow Stalwart Esports, if they do want to. Right now, Stalwart Esports have complete control of the Military Island, and they can pretty much go wherever they want to, depending on where the circle's going to shift. And right now, it's a bit of, not really a stalemate, but a bit of a lull in the action. I say that, a couple of shots being rung out.
More like warning shots, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like, we're here, stay around, don't come close, keep yourselves at bay. But so far, it has been a quiet start. It's been tactically very interesting, but no action per se.
I would definitely agree with you. I like the way the teams are moving around the map, the way they are traversing around the map. And Stalwart Esports, now that we have a look at it, they do pretty much have the Military Island all to themselves. And of course, we are talking about those splits. Blade is going to be on the eastern aspect of that island, because he needs to make sure he has an eye on the Novo Bridge in case they need to make a getaway. Meanwhile, Kashuf, Baba, and Malik are, again, they're going to wait for the zone. If the zone is going to force them out, they are going to move. But now, have a look at what's happening north of the bridge. We did see T2K move in on ElementriX's position, but ElementriX made a smart move. They kind of backed off just a little bit, trying to, you know, bait or goat their opposition to come in. But then PN Crew, who we did see on a map, could be... Wait a second. Whenever a man or a woman peeks with a Car 98 or any bolt action, we must just quiet it down a little bit and let the man do his job.
Take a breath, hold your breath, and line up the shot. The thing with T2K I've noticed is they tend, at least in the past couple of days, right, they tend to get a little too tunnel visioned at times with a particular fight, and they tend to get flanked by others. But that circle, T2K, and more importantly, now, this is very 50-50 for the side of Stalwart Esports.
Got you.
If it goes south, they are in the best place possible. If it goes north, they're going to be... Look at the number of teams who are potentially going to be ready and waiting for them. But now the migration, the mass migration is going to be starting. A lot of teams from the northeastern side of the island are going to be heading towards the safe zone. And finally, we're going to see some action. And that nade could be perfection, but a little too shy from Bablu. But Team Bablu, they want to take these fights.
They do want to take these fights, and you wanted to talk about vehicular manslaughter. You wanted to see some death and destruction. Expect that happening right now, as all these teams are going to be colliding with one another any second now, as Mr. Hyozu is going to try and see if he can scout out the enemy elsewhere. Mr. Boro from PN Crew finally opens up on T2K as SK49. The man who was the last one on the island gets taken down first. Oh my goodness, that hurt. That hurt.
Oh, Shifu trying his desperate best to get the trade, but he's been knocked down as well, and the DEADEYES guys are in a world of pain. Team ElementriX mowing them down. But in the meantime, bear in mind, there is another team in the vicinity who are lying in wait, just watching what's transpiring across these green verdant plains. And that team, of course, is going to be T2K. They haven't done anything yet so far. And ElementriX, they got a couple of kills, they're going to heal up, and they're just going to be waiting. In the meantime, though, 2 players lost for the side of DEADEYES guys, and unfortunately for them, they can just sit back and lick their wounds.
Now, you know, that was expected because of the circle shift. All the teams are going to vie for those rocky cliffs just at the edge of the water because, you know, you do have those little ditches and ridges and you can get some cover. But again, if your vehicle gets spotted or blown out, oh, it's going to be problematic. Again, they are going to be hoping that the circle kind of just implodes in on itself, as a lot of these teams are going to be positioning themselves along the cliffs. Now, T2K Venom, we did see SK49 go down earlier, but looks like Phobia is going to be opening up on Venom Legends as Nightwing has been brought down to his knees. Now, quick assumption of what's happening over here. Now, T2K, they kind of pinch themselves in. I'll come back to that in a second as the Booth is going to go in for the kill. Rafat is there for the revive. Wait a second. Shuo comes in as well. Shuo shoots that ratata going off, and right now he gets one knock. He gets a second. He's going to finish Phobia and SCYTES. Oh my goodness, play. I thought it was going the other way.
There's still a player running around for SCYTES. He's hiding inside of the smoke like a wraith, not being spotted out yet, but Ghost is going to get taken down. Phobia's out, and with that SCYTE, well, they are supposed to be the Grim Reapers with a SCYTE of theirs, mowing down souls, but Venom, they are deadly. They're going to take them down. They're going to wipe them out, and that's going to be Team SCYTE bowing out as the first team so far in the final game, final map of the day. Take a look at the circle right now, and interestingly enough for me, Stalwart Esports have opted to relinquish control they had of the military island, and they're going to be heading up north, crossing the bridge. The thing is, I like that, because even if the circle does shift south, that bridge is theirs. The bridge is still theirs.
Oh, well, the circle is not going to shift south. In fact, it is going to be imploding in on itself, and we were talking about DEADEYES guys and the position that they have. Pretty much in the center, they are safe for now, but they are down to a 2-man squad, so that could be problematic. But right now, ASC, they have popped up a few shots in Venom Legends' direction, but can they capitalize on it? Well, Muffin from afar does spot someone out in the distance. In fact, A1 Esports are the ones who are doing all the gunning down, as Gunner was taken out of his misery. But Dante, he still survives. Ooh, if his backpack or a pixel of his head could be seen, he would have been taken out.
It could have been a rough start indeed for the side of the DEADEYES guys, as well as JyanMaara. JyanMaara down to one last man. Zero fear. Well, the man's got no fear, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be enough. Frankie gets taken down. Baba coming in from the bridge, rotating in. They're going to get a knock. And right now, T2K, despite having such a good positioning initially, they're in a little bit of a pickle. Baba's going to finish off the player as well, and now they're down to 3 men.
We kind of called this right now. We kind of saw this happening as they went in. Looks like Joker. Ooh, that he's going to nade himself out. Let's see if that comes to bite him later on. But now Poison, he lets off a few bullets in Malik's direction. None of them connect. Maybe you need to just decrease your scope a little bit as he gets taken out in turn by Sandesh as he was passing by. Now, CZ is going to be joining the fray as well. But looks like they have other ideas as they just drove through. Hannawell still relentlessly firing at Venom Legends. And there you have it. VTNxJyanMaara out in the 15th position.
There's a problem with JyanMaara. 2 chicken dinners. But all the other games, they've had terrible placing. So despite having 2 chicken dinners, it's still not even in the top 5. Nightwing! Dodging bullets, dodging death. And he is going to escape. Yeah, more like a Knight Rider, and he will indeed escape just by the skin of his teeth. Assiduous Esports, they've been dealing quite a bit of damage, though not really getting too many kills, as ASL's Leon is going to get a knock. And now, we do have a little bit of stalemate here between 7Seas and Bablu, and the nade sailing in. Can't forget the nade damage that Team Bablu would dealt out on Miramar. It's a different map this time around. And Turulov trying to make his escape. A little bit of a skirmish breaking out on at the distances. Again, it's ASL and ASC. They're again duking it out. But it looks like ASC is going to be coming out on top this time around.
Let's see if they do come out on top, because they almost scraped through in the last little skirmish, but I do believe A1 Esports are going to be listening to that commotion as Rafat from Venom Legends lets down a couple of bullets in ASC's direction, almost knocking a member off his feet, but now they do have that cover, but the question is for how long. Now, all the vehicles in that smoke, we have a tractor that is not going to be blown up because, well, it is already dismantled, but Muffin over here, he needs to deploy some smoke because they need their vehicles and they need to get out, but Venom Legends, they are not going to let off. They are going in for the kill. They did lose D-Tron early on, but looks like Shuvo has other ideas as we might see a bit of a flank. That is beautiful, but that smoke basically concealed the opposition.
In the meantime, yep, that battle's heating up indeed, and we can take a look at this cinematic view of what's really happening. ASC getting Pincer, taking quite a bit of damage. Venom pushing on in, but they need to get a res onto Nightwing, and that's an opportunity for Muffin to try to find something, but instead he gets taken up by Rafford, ready and waiting with that Mac 10 of his. And now player crawling around. Rafford trying to spot a player out. The blue is dealing quite a bit of damage. A nade is good, but it's not going to find anything. And Rafford pushing on in. He's trying to take them down. He's trying to spot them out, and he does spot them out. But Jax is going to drop Shuvo. The play zone takes on Muffin in the meantime. And ASC, they have Rafford pinned down. Nade's going to sail in. Does so much damage, but Rafford is still alive. Still alive. All he needs is one bullet in his kneecap, and he's done for.
Well, he's not going to go for a bullet. He goes for a nade as he takes down Hanu. Well, I saw the grenade cooking in his hand. Perfect timing over there as he is still going to survive. That gives him enough time to patch himself up. Now, Avon Esports going to help as well because they were firing from afar, but now they are on the move as they need to move in the circle. A second grenade from Rafford, but this one is going to be a bit too short. Looks like he is going to go out in the blue. He pops it. It bounces off Hanuel, and there goes the boom. Hanuel, in fact, gets taken down once again. And wait a second, and then another grenade comes in. There you have it. We saw one squad wipe earlier in Sanhok. We have another one, and this time it's Rafford from Venom Legends dishing out all that damage.
Rafford, he just saying, he's like, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. As it takes them all down 1v3, and all he needed were those pristine nades. He wipes them out, and that's so well done. Rafford, last man left standing for his team, but has done his job. In the meantime, T2K down to one player as well, alongside Stalwart, who have to. But look at his fight. Nima is going to be pushing on in, but he's taking quite a bit of damage, and it's going to get knocked down. Nades being exchanged. DRS in a wall of pain, and Boro needs to do something truly special. Instead, he's just going to leg it. It's not worth taking this fight. He's all alone, and he's going to escape. But while DRS are trying to recuperate, there's another team nearby. I do believe it's Stalwart, but hold on. He's going to find another kill onto Boro. And honestly, XP at this point, I have no idea what's happening. He did miss them. And Sunday, he's going to be thanking his lucky stars. He's going to get the knock. T2K has been eliminated in the meantime on 0 points again. And I need a breather. Take over.
Sandesh does get the knock, but with that, PN crew are going to be out in the 11th position as well with 3 kills to their name. And the meme is going to be following suit as he goes ham with those grenades. Not 1, not 2, but 3 kills for himself, as well as pretty much Code, Zero, High Voltage have been wiped out from this game. And Bad Rev wants to join in as well. He's like, I want to play too. He throws a grenade. Mafia, is he going to get caught in the blast radius? No, he doesn't, but FutureStation's Tamim is going to go in from the right. He is hungry for blood. 3 kills to his name already. He spots out AJ, gets that knock, and well, the confirmation indeed. And now Mafia Ninja, a grenade does come his way. Had that been timed perfectly, it could be devastating, but Tamim is on a domination spree. 3 quick kills. Bad Rev is on a domination spree. Well, he is doing that with grenades and not with bullets, but the way FutureStation are playing right now, Blay, all 4 members alive, 9 kills to their name.
They are looking really, really good right now. Mafia Ninja, the last man left standing inside of the smoke, just hiding, hoping the bullets are going to miss him, as we will have another team getting knocked out. Kashuf will join his teammates, and with that, I do believe Stalwart Esports will be knocked out as Mafia Ninja, well, his luck runs out as the smoke runs out, and he will fall to his grave. Rated Sir on his knees. He needs help. On top needs to head over in this direction to help him out, but he's out in the open. He's done for as DRS Gaming gets eliminated as well. 7 teams remain, and 22 still left alive.
And if you talk about the circle, only 2 teams are in the circle right now, one of which is Team Bablu, and the other is FutureStation at either ends of the zone. But the thing is, they have a lot of opposition nearby. In fact, Team Bablu need to be careful because 7C could be coming to bite them in the backside sooner or later. But now the fight is going to be between Avon Esports, who do have a good 6 kills to their name already. I love the fact that they are playing with such versatility. Tyrant from afar is going to get a knock on Memo as FutureStation's Tamim is taken out by Mr. Heyozu from ElementriX. Avon Esports is going to go in for the kill. ElementriX still currently have the hill, but now Danny from afar is going to be raining death in their direction as blah, blah, blah takes down 7C's, FS's Tamim right now. Again, it is going to be chaotic. It is going to be pandemonium, and of course,
7Cs, they're screwed. They walk it straight like lambs to the slaughter. Fear and Turulov down in the knees, bleeding out. The teammates nowhere nearby, and Bablu, they're going in for the kill. They want to deal the killing blow. and yep, they're going to find it. They're going to find one. They're still getting shot at though, but it's okay. Tyrant will be res, and they still have 4 left standing.
A major contrast from the last game. This is Team Bablu's first kill this late. Have a look at all those bleeding players. It looks like A1 Esports, just as we noticed it, have been wiped out of existence, which means we are now down to the final 5 teams. 14 players are alive, and ElementriX have finally woken up as well. A1 out in 6th with 6 kills as Steel Shot goes in for the kill himself. Sonim is going to be the one who is going to take point. He is going to see the opposition coming through. The question is he going to be quick enough, because Badrev is coming from the left. Sonim finally spots him, shoots, but that was a bit too much, and he gets taken down.
FutureStation on a warpath. They are the reapers of the field, and they're just taking everyone down on their path. 7 C's Hungry Box, the lone man left standing. He wasn't able to avenge his teammates, so they're down to the final 4. FutureStation 12 kill, Team Bablu 1-3. Abrupt Slayers have, well, they're still in the running, but they have 1 player left alive. It is Heaven, and he's all by his lonesome, hiding in the periphery of the circle, and we have Hungry Box alone for 7 C's as well. He's been spotted out. He's done for. Tamim is going to ensure that's the 13th kill. The 13th kill for FutureStation is down to the final 9 players and 3 teams left in the running.
Looks like FutureStation are trying their best to mold their future, in fact, in this tournament, because they do need some big wins if they want to climb up that leaderboard. Now, Heaven, the last man from ASL, trying to keep his hopes alive for his team. He does have those placement points in 3rd. Of course, he would want it to be 2nd, but Steel Shot gets taken out at distance because Tyrant with that DP28 is somebody you do not want to mess with.
Just want to point out a circle right now. Bablu, they have the circle, and they have a crate for cover as well. The nade cooked Heaven. Can he find 2? Can he find 2? He finds 1, and he's knocked out Tamim as well. And FutureStation are wondering where the hell is he coming in from. Another nade gets lobbed in, does a bit more damage. Now Machine, is he trying his best to get to his teammate, and this nade might be a little bit too far away. But he switches it in the last second possible. A little too shy though, and that's an opportunity for Bablu. They're coming on in. They're like, this another battle breaking out. Now's the time to shine. Now's the time to get our second chicken dinner. But Tyrant gets spotted out by Badrev, and Badrev, living up to his bad reputation, is mowing them down. And he's spotted them out. The angle is perfection. If that vehicle blows up, Team Bablu are screwed.
I mean, they did go for that airdrop. Is that going to be their demise? Lucky for them, they did get behind it for cover in the nick of time, but right now they're going to be spotted at a different angle. Machine is going to be relentless, firing down shots over there as his teammates are now going to go on rotation on their own. Team Bablu are in the circle, but wait a second, FutureStation coming in from the left. Tamim gets spotted out. He is going to be blown if he's not careful. He needs to just crawl a bit back, or it is going to be boom. He can't, but he did lob a grenade. The grenade is good, but Zibion is in cover.
He is in cover. That was a lifesaver. How is Heaven still alive? Where is Heaven? Like, the gods are shining down on him right now because everyone's battling each other, and Heaven is still crawling around. No one knows where he is. He's got such a beautiful vantage position as well. Now, even if he doesn't get a chicken dinner, if he gets a 2nd place, that could be massive for his team. The fight's going to be breaking on out, though, and Badrev, this guy's not stopping. He's a killing machine. He's going to find one, looking for more. Tyrant pushing him for the hunt, and he should find it, and he's going to knock him out. Team Bablu, are they going to get another chicken dinner back-to-back is the question, but Heaven's going to strike like a snake in the grass. 14 kills for FutureStation as they do get eliminated, and now it's Heaven in a 1v2.
And you know what? He can pull off a major upset, and just as I say that, he gets spotted out, and looks like, well, all those upsets are going to be going out as Tyrant moves to the left, gets an angle, and there you have it, a few shots fired, and GGWP, But there you have it, Team Bablu once again. 2nd chicken dinner in a row, and this time it's not Miramar, it's in Erangel. Abrupt Slayers, kudos to Heaven for taking his team all the way from the 7th to the 2nd position. Those placement points are going to be crucial if they want to make sure they keep on to that lead.
And Team Bablu, I mean, look at them. They're casual as hell. They're like, yeah, well, it's easy. It's easy for us.
I mean, it's like you win one, you know, you get that morale. It's like, it's going to be easy peasy. It's just like another working day. But finishing off day 2, finishing off the midway mark with a win is massive.
The thing is, if Heaven had managed to get that 2nd position for his team, Team Bablu would probably be ahead of Team ASL right now. But right now, Team Bablu 100% the 2nd place team in the tournament. What a comeback from them here on day 2.
What a comeback indeed, and you were kind of, questioning that, have I jinxed them too much? And, well, looks like the Costas curse has finally been broken because Team Bablu did not win just one, but they won 2 games in a row. And with that, that is going to be the end of the action for you all on day 2. But do not go anywhere because we have a little special segment after the break, so we're going to do just that. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 2. And this game, it was pretty incredible what just happened in this match. Team Bablu, I mean, I was talking about the fact as the last game could be the thing that helped them catch up to the competition. I think this game just sealed the deal.
I mean, it sealed the deal for them in many aspects, right? Because we were discussing about this. We saw the point difference between the first and the 5th position.
Yeah.
And with this win,
3 points.
Things might turn quite a bit.
Exactly, but who is going to be the MVP? That's going to be the big question right now, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to be that one individual player who had an amazing performance? And it is Bad Rip from the team FutureStation. Let's talk about this lad and this team as well. FutureStation, they weren't doing so good in the overall leaderboard, but this game, just as I said for Team Bablu, this game for FutureStation could mean the same thing, could be the turning point.
It could be turning point because they overall got 14 kills or something in their hands. But if we talk about Badrev, look at the damage taken. He has got he has taken a decent damage, that is 257, but he has destroyed a lot of damage, that is 951 points, and 5 kills, that is going to the highest kill, 2 assists, and he is an MVP. But if we talk about his teammate also, Rafa, those perfect grenades coming in from Rafa towards the players of Assiduous Esports, he kind of eliminated the whole squad with those grenades.
I mean, it's important, right? And we'll be seeing them in the nade circuit as well. But still, for now, one player doing it all? Nah, we need to see more.
We definitely need to see more. You are correct, Ocean. And talk about more, well, the more top players are on our screens. And Rafat is right there. Why not? If you're going to take one nade and kill 4 players, why not?
And
you're going to have the 4th position.
4 kills. All 4 kills from those grenades.
Exactly.
We talk about the conversion ratio, right? But then Tyrant comes out there with 5.
Second time.
Yeah, second time. That's totally true. Tamim with the 4 and blah, blah, blah with the 3 for himself. But look at this. I mean, if we're talking about the survival times, that's quite a different scenario for Rafat. You know, 17 minutes, like almost 18 minutes of a survival time for him. Team Bablu, Tyrant is out there 25 minutes. That's how long the game actually just went with everything. But FS, I mean, this team did good. But there's one player that's not here, I would say. That's from Abrupt Slayers.
Heaven. Yeah, exactly.
He was incredible.
That man was a troublemaker, I have to say. He was causing troubles for FutureStation. He was causing troubles for Team Bablu. And no one seemed to be able to find him. He's really good at hide and seek. But let's see if we can spot out his team in the standings of this game, ladies and gentlemen, which are on our screens right now.
All right, well, 24 for FutureStation. I mean, this is where kill points actually come in, right? We were talking about kill points. 14 kills for FutureStation. They're incredible. Team Bablu, 22 points. I mean, we might just know who might be topping up the tables or something. We'll be talking about those things, though. But this was a sneak peek with those quick maths, right? ElementriX coming out here with 13 points for themselves. Abrupt, so 12 points, but 1 grenade kill is what Abrupt Slayer there, Heaven actually got for himself, and that's where 13 points come in for him.
But that is not bad considering Abrupt Slayers have been having very good outing. But talk about Venom Legends, 0 placement points and 7 kill points. Venom Legends really need to work on their placement points, and 7C having 8 placement points and 0 kill points. I think that is why they are kind of having a coordination. But if we talk about Assiduous Esports, they are trying to do a step up. Last match they had a decent outing at the 3rd position, but this time again having an early exit at 12th position with just 2 kill points. This is gonna be really bad for this team. In fact, if we talk about SCYTES also, they are sitting at the bottom.
Yeah, that's totally true. But we're talking about the numbers game, right? 59 kills taken. So I would say this is, for today, this is one of the highest kill conversion game. Just coming out there, 12 headshots and smokes and nades. So today, on the second day, was the best usage of utilities, come what may. I mean, talk about each and every map you see, and here as well, almost 200 marker being just touched out there, 192 smokes and nades.
Yeah, definitely good match summary that we have in front of us, and this was a pretty standard game of Erangel.
Yeah.
Everything in this map, well, was pretty standard, apart from the aggression that we got to see from the team of FutureStation and the zones as well.
Yeah.
The way the zones move is always going to be interesting. I mean, it is going to be the same map, but the circles keep on moving.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the circles, look at this. Again, both the islands kind of divided half, but as the circle moves forward, you know that right now Stalwart again has to go for a crucial rotation. This time they choose a different bridge because they knew that there will be someone contesting that bridge, so they had to just move out there. But that is the area where the fights were happening. ElementriX had a pretty central area for themselves, but then it comes down to all the other teams as they had to move there. As the circle's going to have a shift to one side and teams onto the other side, well, they had to go for a good rotation. SCYTES, I mean, the players were kind of already outside the circle, and look at this. A good shift and PNQ, CZxHIGHVOLTAGE, ASL, they had to move as soon as they could.
One more thing that worked for Team Bablu was usually they take the very pure rotation, but this time they took a different rotation path, and that is why they were at a very good spot, because so many teams were coming from the western and the eastern side and towards the bridge area. If they would have been caught up over there, they might have lost their 1 or 2 player, or maybe not, but that is a possibility. But this time they took a very good rotation. They were at a hill area near the Pochinki southern side, and that kind of worked for them. Their only threat was 7 Cs, but they easily managed to wipe out 7 Cs. After that, they had no issue.
Look at Heaven. Look at Heaven.
Yeah.
He's in the blue zone right now, and he still managed to finish in the second position.
So that's the sneaky play, right? As we're talking, that's the sneaky play, and then someone paid out of that one, right? I mean, he got 1 kill, he took down someone else's placement points. But
Yeah, he took everything from FutureStation.
Yeah.
FutureStation are going to be like, you took everything from me. I don't even know who you are.
Yeah, I don't even know who you are. And I mean, I knew who you are once I saw your name on the kill feed, right? But then this was a time where FutureStation actually lacked the timing of getting inside the circle, and that's where Team Bablu had a very good impact on
But I
the
think
game.
FutureStation had a very good outing. No complaints.
Yeah,
14
they had.
kills, 12
Definitely.
placement. I think that is very good.
Exactly. I mean, they already had pretty much covered up what they needed when they got those 14 kills. And from that point on, it was nothing. They got the chicken dinner, did not matter. They did not get the chicken dinner, did not matter. The points were theirs already. And that is what is going to be key in every single game, ladies and gentlemen. But one thing that's key for us as well, it is do the new moments of every single match. And here they are for this one.
All right, well, look at this. So starting fights were happening around that area only, you know, where the circle was slowly and slowly shifting towards. So players kind of knew where they had to go with their fights, where they had to go with the rotation. And all right, so these stoppages is something that I saw in a lot of numbers, right? Players just, you know, ramming their vehicles right next to another player, then being shot at with the fights and all. So this is where I would say call coordination was just a bit maybe not on point as per se in this particular match.
Well, that looked like a sight fight because it was turning in their
this
favor,
one.
but Team Venom Legends did a really good comeback, and this was the moment with Rafat coming in with those perfect grenades. Here comes the one grenade, takes down Hanwell. After that, grenade after grenade, and Assiduous Esports just gets completely eliminated. Although Rafat also didn't survive for very long after that. But yes, T2K also was at a decent spot, but they were so spread out. They were in a 2v2 split, and that didn't work out for them because there were so many teams who were rotating in from that particular area. So T2K Venom definitely had a little trouble, but ElementriX, they were at a good spot. But FutureStation, 14 amazing kills. But Heaven, this was the moment that looked like he might be able to eliminate few of the players of FutureStation, or he might get spotted, but he didn't get. He was really very sneaky.
Yeah, that's really true. Those sneaky plays, you know, can get you good damage points and can get you good kill points, and that's one thing that was totally needed by the players.
I think Badrev is really badly going to regret not finishing off Tyrant right there. Because that is the man who came back to finish him off in the later stage. And by the later stages, I mean a couple of seconds after that, Tyrant was there, staring him in the face. And it was a questionable charge in from that team as well. But if you get the chicken dinner, it does not matter. Also, looking at the damage histogram, I'm a happy man, and this is what Erangel is all about. You know how to take the fights on this map, you know all the angles, and everyone was able to fight it out.
I mean, what year it is, Johnny? What year it is? It's FutureStation's year. Just
Exactly.
look at the
2020.
Yeah, look at the damage stat they have. Plus, there's
14
one
kills.
more thing, right? Behind them is 7C that had an outing of 0 kills.
Yeah.
That's not the 7C that we know.
Exactly. I mean, 7C is one of those teams who always put up those high frag numbers, but I think we are still this team is going to pick up the pace. They have had good standings in the leaderboard as well, and this is gonna give them a slight impact in the overall leaderboard, I assume, and that is gonna be true. But I think if we move back a little bit, I think P and Crew have seemed to recover quite well along with the team of Venom Legends. Even though it was an early outing, 7 kills means you get 7 points.
I mean, that's one thing, right? You have to get your points either way. And we saw this from Venom Legends, right? They had 0 placement points, they had 7 kills, and that's why they were in the first shot, as per se.
Exactly. I mean, that is super crucial for these teams. And we're going to have a look at the leaderboard as well, because this does change a lot of things. I'm pretty sure Abrupt Slayers are still going to be the first team, but Team Bablu, 106 points on the second position.
Whoa, all right.
Yesterday, Team Bablu were at 13th position. And look at them. It just takes them 1 day and 2 matches to come at the second position. day 3, they might be topping the table.
You never know, right? But A1 Esports, 61 kills onto their name,
Yes.
99 points right now. Abrupt Slayers, 51 kills as of now. Since yesterday, they did not have maximum kills utilization, but 69 placement points. That's decent for the team right now. 120, 106, 99. That's podium spot right now. ElementriX is following up, 7C's following up. Then comes DRS. I mean, there's a 20-point gap in those things, but top 5, the competition is fierce right now.
Bablu has 45 kills. How many of those came from the last 2 games? A lot.
A lot. I mean, yeah, that's the answer. A lot. We'll say that it was a lot in the last 2 games, right? But if we're talking about teams, look at CZxHIGHVOLTAGE's placement points, 55 coming out here, while there are teams with 40 plus, 38 for A1 Esports, but 55, and they're still at 8th position. That means they need to do something for the kills department.
It is kind of opposite the way CZxHIGHVOLTAGE was in the league stage. They were more on the kills and not on the placement point, but this time they are lacking on those kill points. And if you talk about Stalwart Esports also, they had a decent outing today. They are at the 10th position. And if you talk about FutureStation, the last match kind of helped this team to come at the 13th position. And Assiduous Esports is still sitting at the bottom with 31 points. And T2K, this is a surprise. T2K sitting at the 15th position.
I mean, as of now, yeah, we get it. They are sitting at the 15th position, but still, it's a good thing, it's a bad thing, I don't know, because 50% of the games are done. If this is your first 50%, we need to see, a lot better in the next 50% of the games, because we need to see this team, running with everything that they have in their arsenal. So T2KSG, they might need to pick up pace, and they need to pick up pace right now, because half of the matches, half of the games, half of the days, half of the week is done for.
But like Johnny said, look at Team Bablu. It takes you just 2 matches to come up at the 2nd position from 13th, and FutureStation is at 13th position right now.
But difference was not that much, right? As of now, like 40 and 100. That's now the difference is increasing.
Before Miramar, the difference was pretty big, and we still have 10 more games to go. Who knows? If you get 14 points in every single game, that's 140 points.
If.
That's a big if.
If.
That is a big if.
I mean, for that, players have to go for the kills.
Exactly. That is something that you're going to be required to do, ladies and gentlemen. But now, let's have a look at the kill leaders. Because, well, apart from the teams qualifying for Global Championship and the prize money they get, that one individual player is also going to be walking away with $5,000 for himself. And, well, ElementriX, blah, 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 20 kills.
Well, blah, blah, blah is definitely going to be in the kill leaders. Yesterday also he was there. He has got amazing 20 kills to his name. But look at the damage of Venom Rafat. He has got the damage of 3,798 and 16 kills to his name as compared to A1 Esports Jax, who has got 3,574 damage and 18 kills. In fact, Rafat, we saw him with perfect grenades. Sonim was also there with those perfect grenades coming in today. In fact, today's matches, if we talk about, Sonim was one of the players who quite outshined. 6-9, he had a very good outing in yesterday's matches.
Look at Jax as well, like 33% accuracy of headshot percentage, right? That's pretty good. And that's also amazing if we talk about this and moving forward with everything. Bablu Tyrant, I mean, he's just getting in the top 10 business right now. DRS Nima is out there as well. A1 Esports, they had a pretty good day. I'll say they had a very good day if we're talking about, kill points, and that is why Dante is out here as well. Ace Chari, still sitting here, still a bit comfortable right now, but tomorrow he needs to pick up a pace come what may, right? Right? But then PN Cruz Mr. Boro, he's out there with 15 for his own bank, if you talk about it.
Exactly. I think with the days going by, teams have sort of started establishing themselves in these files. Yesterday, it was a day of showcasing domination. Today, it was the day of comebacks. What is tomorrow going to be? Well, only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen, because we are done for today. 50% of our journey has been completed. Only 10 more matches to go to be played by these teams over the next 2 days. 5 games every single day. And keep in mind, there is a lot on the line for everyone. Slots for the Global Championship, the prize money for the MVP. And the fight is still going on. Teams can catch up to each other, players can catch up to each other, but as I said, today is done. They're going to have to start the fight again tomorrow, because with this, we come to an end of day 2 of these finals. We're going to see you again tomorrow on the same time, on the same channel. Until then, take care. Good night.